Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Roar, the star snake, was not to be outdone and also let out a deafening roar. Its star scales gathered into a dazzling beam of light, shooting straight into the sky, and then suddenly fell down, trying to suppress Rune and Inuyasha together. However, at the moment when the beam of light was about to fall, Rune and Inuyasha shouted at the same time, and their attacks were like two lightning bolts, one on the left and one on the right, hitting both sides of the beam of light at the same time. The sword light and the demonic power storm intertwined at this moment, bursting out with amazing power and actually tore the light column apart. "What?" the star snake exclaimed. It had never seen such a tacit and powerful joint attack. But at this moment it has no time to think too much. It must go all out to survive this battle. Thus, a more intense and cruel battle began in the land of inheritance. Rune and Inuyasha's figures shuttled between light and shadow. They put all their efforts into every attack, and every defense was precise and correct. The star snake, relying on its huge body and the defense of its star scales, continuously launched counterattacks, trying to find opportunities to turn the tide of the battle. The three people in the battle seemed to have turned into three lightning bolts, constantly colliding and interweaving in this small space. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar and dazzling light. The entire inheritance land seemed to have become their battlefield. The space was distorted and the light was dancing wildly, as if even the heaven and earth had changed color. "HMPH, monster, today I'll let you see what true power is." Rune's voice was particularly cold and firm during the battle. His lightsaber at this moment seemed to have turned into the sharpest blade in the world, constantly cutting off the attacks of the star music snake. Inuyasha roared continuously, and his demonic power storm seemed to turn into endless gale and flames, tightly surrounding the star music snake. His eyes were filled with indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn the whole world to ashes. On this battlefield where chaos and light intertwine, Rune and Inuyasha's offensive becomes more and more fierce. Every confrontation between them is like the collision of stars, releasing the power to destroy the world. Rune's lightsaber was like a silver dragon, shuttling through the rain of stars. Every tap of the sword tip was accompanied by a slight tremor in space, as if even the void was cut open by him with tiny cracks. "HMPH, you're just a monster, and you dare to talk nonsense about power." Rune's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were shining with an unyielding light, which was a desire for victory and a challenge to his own limits. He retreated violently, and his lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air. Then he suddenly jumped up, and the sword light went straight to the vital point of the star music snake like a streak of silk. The star music snake roared, and its star scales flickered again, forming a solid barrier to try to block Rune's fatal blow. However, Rune's lightsaber seemed to contain some mysterious power, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and going straight to the vital point of the star snake. "Impossible!" the star snake roared in horror. It never expected that this seemingly ordinary human could possess such powerful strength. But at this moment it had no time to think too much. It could only try its best and mobilize all the star power in its body to fight back. At the same time, Inuyasha's demonic power storm became more and more violent. He transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely in the rain of stars, constantly looking for the flaws of the star music snake. Each of his attacks hit the star snake like a sledgehammer. Although it could not cause fatal damage to it, it made it feel unprecedented pressure. Roar. The star snake roared angrily, and it suddenly jumped up. Its star scales turned into countless sharp blades, and it launched a more fierce attack on Rune and Inuyasha. At this moment, the entire heritage land seemed to have turned into a sea of stars, with light and sharp blades intertwined together to form a shocking picture. In the depths of this ocean of stars, the battle has sublimated to another dimension. Every confrontation between Rune and Inuyasha seems to be the most intense dialogue between heaven and earth. No words are needed. There is only a collision of strength and will. Rune's figure was graceful, like the brightest star in the night sky. His lightsaber was intertwined with the rain of stars. Every time the sword was swung, it was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, as if even time was trembling under his sword. His eyes became increasingly cold, reflecting his persistence in winning and his desire for self-transcendence. "Monster, your doom has come." Nuo Lin's voice penetrated the rain of stars and struck deep into the soul of the star music snake. He suddenly jumped up again, and the lightsaber drew a brilliant track in the air, like a pouring galaxy, directly hitting the heart of the star snake. Zero request flowers zero. This attack gathered all his strength and faith, and he vowed to completely destroy the monster. The star snake felt an unprecedented crisis. It roared, and its star scales burst into an even brighter light, trying to use its last bit of strength to resist this fatal blow. However, Nuo Lin's lightsaber was like an indestructible blade, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and piercing straight into its heart. Ah! The star snake let out a shrill wail, its body trembling violently as the lightsaber pierced through it. The power of the stars seemed to have lost control at this moment, running wildly in all directions, emitting destructive shockwaves. At this moment of life and death, Inuyasha's roar sounded again, and his demonic power storm reached its peak at this moment. He turned into a giant black beast, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the scattered star power. His eyes were burning with a raging fighting spirit, as if he wanted to devour this ocean of stars. "Nuo Lin, give me a hand," Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm. He knew that he could not completely destroy the star snake by himself. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin joined the battle without hesitation. His lightsaber and Inuyasha's demonic power storm intertwined to form an unprecedented powerful force. "Okay." Nuo Lin responded, and his lightsaber drew perfect arcs in the air, coordinating with Inuyasha's demonic power storm to surround the star music snake. At this moment, they seemed to have become the masters of this sea of stars, controlling everything of life and death. As the combined offensive of the two men intensified, the wailing of the star music snake became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a deafening roar, the huge body of the star snake completely collapsed and disintegrated, turning into tiny points of starlight and dissipating into the invisible. And at this moment, the powerful star power was completely sealed deep in the land of inheritance, and could no longer bring harm to the world. The noise of the battlefield gradually died down, leaving only the sound of the wind echoing in the empty space, as if it was nature's silent response to this epic battle. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha, two former rivals, now stood side by side in ragged clothes and covered in blood, but unable to hide the determination and exhaustion in their eyes. "We won this battle." Nuo Lin's voice was deep and powerful, his eyes piercing through the void, as if he was examining this land baptized by battles, and as if he was recalling those moments of fierce fighting. Inuyasha nodded, a complicated smile on his face. "Yes, but the price of victory is always heavy." His words showed both emotion for the victory and regret for the lost lives. All around, the shattered mountains and rivers gradually returned to calm, but the solemn and murderous atmosphere in the air lingered for a long time. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, not from an aftershock, but as if some ancient power was slowly awakening. "Nuo Lin, do you feel it?" Inuyasha turned around abruptly, his eyes fixed on the ground, where a barely perceptible trace of black aura was quietly spreading. Nuo Lin's expression was stern. Although the lightsaber had been sheathed, the sword energy around him was still sharp. He closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, frowning. "It's that power. It hasn't really dissipated, but is waiting for the opportunity to prepare for a more violent counterattack." The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other's vigilance and determination. They knew very well that this battle might just be the prelude to a bigger storm. "We must stop it," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, with determination and worry about the unknown in his tone. Inuyasha clenched his fists, his demonic power surging in his body as if ready to explode again at any time. "No matter what it is, if it dares to threaten the peace of this land, I will make it pay the price." At this moment, the black aura suddenly spread faster and faster, transforming into a solid black mist that rushed straight into the sky and covered half of the sky. In the black fog, a low and ancient chant could be heard faintly, like a call from the abyss, which made people feel cold. "Are you ready?" Nuo Lin asked, and the lightsaber appeared in his hand again. Although the sword light was not released, the terrifying power it contained could be felt. "Never retreat." Inuyasha moved slightly and turned into a black lightning, rushing straight into the black fog. The demonic power boiled around him like a raging sea, vowing to swallow up all the darkness. The black fog was as dark as ink, covering the sky and turning the sun into a deep night. Nuo Lin followed closely behind with firm steps. Each step seemed to be on the edge of nothingness and reality, with sword energy lingering around him, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. "Inuyasha, be careful." Nuolin's voice penetrated the black fog with a hint of subtle tension. In the black fog, the invisible power began to condense and transformed into twisted shadows that attacked the two like tentacles. Inuyasha snorted coldly, and his demonic power boiled even more. The black figure shuttled through the black fog like a ghost. Every flash was accompanied by a slight distortion of space, and he easily avoided the entanglement of those shadows. He waved his hand back, and the demonic power condensed into substance, transforming into a black storm, sweeping into the depths of the black fog, trying to tear open the dark barrier. HMPH, you think a mere black fog can trap me? Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm, carrying with it an unquestionable domineering attitude. However, the black fog did not seem to be afraid of the raging storm. Instead, it surged even more violently, gradually swallowing up the storm. At the same time, more shadows surged in from all directions, surrounding the two. Nuolin's eyes became more solemn when he saw this. He took a deep breath, and the sword energy in his body boiled, as if it was about to break through the restraints of his body. I saw his figure suddenly rise up, and turned into a silver stream of light, shuttling between the black fog and shadows. Every tap of the sword tip was accompanied by a tremor in the space, as if even the endless darkness was cut into tiny cracks by him. Inuyasha attacked together. Nuolin's voice penetrated the black fog with unquestionable determination. Inuyasha's eyes flashed with light when he heard this. He retreated suddenly and stood back to back with Nuolin. An inexplicable tacit understanding seemed to have formed between the two. As the two men suddenly rose up at the same time, two figures, one black and one silver, intertwined in the black fog. The demonic power and sword energy reflected each other, forming an unprecedented powerful storm. The storm spread out in all directions with the two people as the center. Wherever it passed, the black fog and shadows were torn apart, as if even the space was distorted by this force. However, the black fog did not seem to stop there. It began to surge wildly, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Under the pressure of this force, Nuolin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy, but they did not retreat. Instead, they became more determined in their beliefs. We can't let it go on. Nuolin gritted his teeth and the sword energy boiled again. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving silver afterimages in the black mist. Every 10 attacks were aimed directly at the core. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He roared and his demonic power completely exploded, transforming into a black giant beast, wreaking havoc in the black fog, tearing apart those shadows. His eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit, as if he wanted to completely devour this endless darkness. Just as the two were in a stalemate with the black fog, suddenly, a low and long roar came from the depths of the black fog, as if some ancient existence was awakening. The roar made Nuolin and Inuyasha feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that the real challenge had just begun. Nuolin was about to speak but was interrupted by Inuyasha. No need to say more, you and I will fight side by side and share life and death. Before he finished speaking, the two of them joined forces again and launched an even more fierce attack into the depths of the black fog. However, the power in the black fog seemed to be constantly increasing. Every collision made the two men's blood boil, but they still did not give up, because they knew that this was not only for their own survival, but also for the tranquility and peace of this land. As the battle continued, the roars in the black fog became more and more frequent, as if huge amounts of change were about to happen. The figures of Nuolin and Inuyasha seemed increasingly insignificant in the endless darkness, but their wills were as bright as the stars, illuminating the entire battlefield. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the black fog, instantly engulfing the two people and the surrounding darkness. The light was as bright as the rising sun, instantly tearing through the surrounding darkness and enveloping Nuolin and Inuyasha. Everything around them was illuminated by this sudden light. The light seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power which shocked the two of them. What is this? Nuolin was horrified but remained calm. He clenched his fists and sword energy surged wildly around his body, trying to resist this sudden change. Inuyasha's eyes flickered in the light. His demonic power boiling to the extreme, he roared, and the form he transformed into, a black giant beast, became more solid, as if he wanted to carve out a way out in the light. Whatever it is, we have to get out of the hospital. The two of them were in tune with each other, and without further ado they rose up at the same time, two figures, one black and one silver, interweaving and weaving in the light like two lightning bolts cutting through the sky. Every time they collided, the space trembled, as if even time had lost its meaning in this light. In the light, the invisible power seemed to have substance, transforming into twisted shackles that tried to restrain the two people's movements. But how could Lin and Inuyasha be trapped so easily? They roared, and the sword energy and demonic power intertwined to form sharp blade edges, cutting off those shackles. However, the battle between light and darkness is far from over. There seemed to be some kind of will awakening in the light, which was constantly strengthening, trying to completely devour the two of them. Lin and Inuyasha's breathing became rapid, but their eyes became more determined. They knew that only by persisting could they find a way out of the predicament. Inuyasha, we can't go on like this, we must find the source of this light. Lin's voice echoed in the light with a hint of anxiety. That's right, only by finding the source can we completely disintegrate this power. Inuyasha's response was equally firm. He roared and his demonic power boiled again, turning into a black torrent, rushing towards the depths of the light. Seeing this, Lin was not willing to be left behind. He jumped up like a silver meteor, following Inuyasha and heading into the depths of the light. The speed of the two people was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye, leaving only a series of afterimages flickering in the light. As they went deeper, the light became more and more dazzling, as if even space was distorted by this force. Lin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy, but they still did not give up. They knew that this was their only chance. Just as the two were about to touch the source of the light, suddenly, an unprecedented force erupted from the light, violently bouncing the two away. They each rolled in the air for several times before they could barely keep their balance. What kind of power is this? Lin's face turned pale and he was inexplicably horrified. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face. He stared into the depths of the light with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. No matter what force it is, we can't give up. Lin, let's try again. The two looked at each other again, and without saying anything, they understood each other's intentions. They took a deep breath and charged into the depths of the light again. However, just as they were about to touch the source of the light, an even more terrifying force suddenly erupted from the light, shaking the entire space. Lin and Inuyasha looked so small under this power, as if they would be swallowed up at any time. No. The two roared at the same time. They tried their best to resist this force. But at this moment, the light suddenly faded and everything returned to calm, leaving only Lin and Inuyasha standing there with wounds all over their bodies, panting. Is this over? Lin looked at the darkness around him, returning to calm and disbelief. Inuyasha also looked confused. He shook his head. No, this is not over yet, that power. It's still there. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance and uneasiness. They know that although the light has disappeared, the ancient and mysterious power still lurks in the darkness, waiting for the next awakening. As the two men watched vigilantly, the darkness seemed to come to life and began to slowly wriggle, like the slight struggle of a giant beast in the deep sea before waking up. Lin and Inuyasha could feel that the ancient and mysterious power had not really dissipated, but was brewing a more violent outbreak in the darkness. Lin, we have to be careful, this power seems to be stronger than before. Inuyasha's voice was low and powerful, his eyes fixed on the surroundings. The demonic power surged in his body, ready to deal with sudden changes at any time. That's right, we must find its weakness. Otherwise, if we continue like this, it will sooner or later exhaust our strength. Lin responded, his sword energy condensing into a thin protective shield around his body to prevent any accidents. Suddenly, a low roar was heard in the darkness, as if some huge monster was slowly approaching. Lin and Inuyasha immediately became alert. They stood back to back, with their backs to each other, facing this unknown threat together. As the roar intensified, the darkness began to fluctuate violently, as if countless pairs of invisible hands were tearing the space apart. Lin and Inuyasha could feel a strong suction coming from the darkness, trying to pull them into the endless abyss. Hold on. Inuyasha growled, all his muscles tensed and his demonic power surged out like a tide, forming a black barrier to resist the suction. Lin was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath and the sword energy boiled, transforming into silver sword lights that shuttled through the darkness, trying to find the source of that power. However, the power in the darkness seemed endless, and every resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to shake it in the slightest. Lin and Inuyasha's breathing became more and more rapid. Their physical strength and demonic power were rapidly consumed, but they still did not give up. We can't go on like this, we must find a way to break it. Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would sooner or later run out of strength and become victims of the darkness. I know, but the key now is that we don't know the source and weakness of this power. Inuyasha also looked helpless. He looked around but could only see endless darkness. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Although it was tiny, it was particularly dazzling in the endless darkness. Lin and Inuyasha's eyes lit up at the same time as if they saw hope. Look. There is light over there. Lin pointed at the light with a hint of excitement in his voice. Let's go and take a look, Inuyasha said without hesitation. He moved and turned into a black lightning rushing towards the light. Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them were so fast that they almost left afterimages in the darkness. As they gradually approached the light, the darkness around them seemed to soften and the powerful suction weakened. Lin and Inuyasha had an inexplicable premonition in their hearts. They knew that this light might be the key to unlocking this power. However, just as they were about to touch the light, a strange laugh suddenly came from the darkness. The voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the underworld, making people shudder. Ha 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 ha. Do you think we can find a solution like this? You are so naive. Before the laughter died down, the darkness became violent again, as if countless pairs of eyes opened in the darkness, staring at Lin and Inuyasha. The laughter echoed like a death knell floating in the night wind, making the air around them freeze a little. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Both of them were determined and resolute. They know that this is not only a challenge of strength, but also a test of will and belief. No matter who is behind this, we will not back down. Lin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. He stretched out his body like a silver cheetah and accelerated instantly. The sword light followed him like a shadow, weaving an impenetrable net in the darkness, trying to capture the source of the strange laughter. Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling to the extreme. His body twisted and shapeshifted in the darkness, turning into an even more ferocious black beast, surrounded by a dim light, which was the embodiment of his demonic power, tearing through the air like a substance and rushing straight to where the light was. The two, one in front and one behind, one silver and one black, interweaved in the darkness to create a thrilling picture. Each of their charges was accompanied by a tremor in space, as if even the darkness itself was trembling. However, the laughter became more and more rampant, and the power in the darkness seemed to be increasing as well. Countless dark shadows surged in from all directions like tentacles, attempting to drown the two. HMPH, a mere darkness thinks you can trap us, Inuyasha sneered. He suddenly opened his huge mouth and a mouthful of black flame gushed out. It was the ultimate manifestation of his demonic power, enough to burn all illusions. Wherever the flames passed, the shadows retreated, but soon more shadows filled the gap as if endless. Seeing this, Lin was not willing to be left behind. He pointed his sword at the sky, and the sword energy soared into the sky, turning into a silver tornado, spinning and spreading in all directions, crushing those shadows. The sword light and the flame intertwined, drawing brilliant tracks in the darkness, but even so they still could not reach the source of the laughter. This darkness seems to have life, Lin said breathlessly with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. He began to realize that this was not just a simple showdown of strength, but also a test of the mind and wisdom. Life? Humph, if that's the case, then let it see what the real life force is. Inuyasha shouted angrily, the demonic power in his body boiling again. This time he chose a more direct way to break the law with force. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a black lightning, rushing directly towards the light. Lin followed closely behind, and the two fought side by side, with sword light and demonic power intertwined into one, vowing to uncover the truth of the darkness. However, just as they were about to touch the light, the laughter in the darkness suddenly became shrill, as if some existence was struggling in pain. Then the entire space began to tremble violently, darkness and light intertwined together, forming a heart-pounding picture. In that moment of chaos, darkness seemed to be given substance, transforming into endless black waves, surging and surging, and each ripple carried the power to devour everything. Lin and Inuyasha, both figures seem increasingly insignificant in this chaos, yet they are tenacious, like a lone boat against the current, vowing to break through this endless cage of Proxima Midnight. Ha ha ha, you ants, do you also want to shake my domain? The laughter was mixed with crazy ridicule and unwillingness, like a call from the deepest abyss shaking the space. It also shook the hearts of the two. But when Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, there was only a more ardent fighting spirit and unyielding spirit in their eyes. HMPH, a mere illusion, do you think you can call it a domain? Inuyasha roared, his whole body full of boiling demonic power. In the form of a black giant beast, his muscles were knotted and every hair was flashing with a faint light, which was a sign that his demonic power had boiled to the extreme. He suddenly leaped forward, like a black meteorite streaking through the sky, heading straight for the source of the laughter. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind black cracks. Nuo Lin's figure is agile, like a silver dragon flying through chaos. The sword in his hand is no longer a simple weapon, but has turned into the first ray of dawn. Every swing is accompanied by a slight distortion of space. Wherever the tip of the sword points, even the deepest darkness will retreat. His every breath resonated with the rhythm of the surroundings, as if he had become a part of this chaos and yet transcended it. The two cooperated seamlessly, one attacking and the other defending, one hard and the other soft. The sword light and the demonic power intertwined into a huge amount of net, which continuously compressed and tore the surrounding darkness. However, this darkness seemed to have self-awareness, constantly squirming and shapeshifting, trying to devour all light and vitality. "Humph, it seems I have to let you see what true despair is." The laughter sounded again, accompanied by an unprecedented terrifying force. In the darkness, invisible giant hands appeared out of thin air. They ignored the constraints of space and time and went straight for the vital points of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Faced with this sudden attack, the two men were not afraid at all, but became more determined to fight. Nuo Lin's figure turned into thousands of afterimages, and every flash of the sword was a provocation to the darkness. Inuyasha roared, and black flames swam around him like dragons and snakes, and every time he spit out flames, he burned those hands with the power of destroying the world. However, just as the battle reached its climax, the entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The crazy laughter came to an abrupt end, and the interweaving of darkness and light seemed to freeze time. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked around vigilantly but found that everything was unusually calm, as if everything before was just an illusion. The two looked at each other, their hearts full of confusion and vigilance. "Have we just stepped into a bigger game?" Nuo Lin asked in a deep voice, his eyes showing both doubt and determination. Inuyasha did not answer but clenched his fists tightly, with demonic power surging in his body, ready to take on unknown challenges at any time. At this moment, the space trembled slightly again, and a faint light shone through the endless darkness, as if guiding some unknown direction. In the darkness of Kingli, shrouded in eerie tranquility, a faint light, like a lone star falling into the sea, led Nuo Lin and Inuyasha through the unknown fog. Although the two were filled with doubts, their steps became more determined, as if they were being pulled by some invisible force moving towards the source of the light. "This light seems to hide some secret," Nuo Lin whispered, his eyes as sharp as torches, penetrating through layers of darkness, trying to capture the truth behind the light. His figure seemed even more graceful amid the interweaving of light and shadow. Every time the tip of his sword lightly touched the void, it was as if he was conversing with the invisible law. His sword was full of power and should not be underestimated. Inuyasha followed closely behind, in the form of a black giant beast. His eyes flashed with a strange red light, which showed his desire for unknown challenges and his will to fight. The demonic power in his body surged like a volcano about to erupt, and the flames surrounding him became more intense. Every breath he took was accompanied by a low roar, as if he wanted to completely burn away the endless darkness. Suddenly, the darkness became restless again. It was no longer the invisible giant hand as before, but turned into a more complex undercurrent vortex. They intertwined and entangled, forming a huge amount of net, trying to trap the two people in it. This net, invisible and formless, contains the power to destroy the world, making the surrounding air heavy and depressing. "HMPH, you think you can restrain us with just a trap?" Inuyasha snorted coldly. He suddenly jumped up, turned into a black lightning, and rushed directly into the center of the vortex. Black flames danced wildly around him like a mad dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever he went, undercurrents were torn apart and turned into nothingness. Seeing this, Nuo Lin also flashed, and his sword flashed like a weave. He was no longer confined to attacking and defending, but integrated the sword intent into every move. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut, leaving behind fine and deep cracks. He and Inuyasha, one inside and one outside, one with fire and one with sword, together they weaved a web to break the formation. However, this dark vortex seemed to have endless vitality. Even if it was torn and shattered, it could quickly reorganize and recover as before. It seemed to have a will of its own, constantly changing its form in an attempt to consume the two's physical strength and will. "What the hell is this?" Nuo Lin panted, beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead, but his eyes remained firm, with no intention of backing down. "No matter what it is, just break it." Inuyasha's answer was brief and powerful, and the demonic power in his body boiled again. The black flames instantly surged and turned into huge amounts of fire dragons, roaring towards the core of the dark vortex. Just as Inuyasha's fire dragon was about to devour the dark vortex, the space suddenly shook, as if the heaven and earth were dimmed. A deafening roar exploded from the depths of the whirlpool, and soon afterwards a huge monster slowly walked out of the darkness. It had a burly figure and was covered with blue-green scales which glowed coldly under the faint light. This was the legendary monster, the Kingaming Tiger. Its eyes were like torches, flashing with wisdom and wildness. Every breath it took caused the surrounding air to surge, revealing its extraordinary strength. Roar! The Kingaming Tiger roared towards the sky, and the sound waves were like waves, instantly rushing towards Rune and Inuyasha. The two of them were involuntarily shaken back several steps, and their faces changed slightly. The appearance of this monster undoubtedly made the already tense situation even more confusing. Humph, I didn't expect there was such a guy hiding here. Inuyasha steadied himself, the black flames became more vigorous, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he was full of fighting spirit. But this is a good opportunity to test the limits of this new power. Rune also pointed his sword at the Kingaming Tiger, the sword light flashing, he said in a deep voice. It seems that our challenge is not over yet. After that, his figure turned into a silver stream of light again, shuttling around the Kingaming Tiger, looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of Qing Minghu. It leaped suddenly, and its huge amounts of body drew a graceful arc in the air, rushing straight towards Inuyasha. Its speed is so fast that it seems to transcend the limitations of space, bringing up gusts of wind that are dazzling. Well done. Inuyasha shouted, and instead of retreating he advanced. The black flames condensed into a fist and smashed forward to meet the heavy blow from the blue tiger. The two collided, causing a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding darkness to tremble. Rune took the opportunity to go around to the side of the Kingaming Tiger, and with the sword flashing like lightning, he stabbed several times in succession, each of which landed accurately in the gaps between the Kingaming Tiger's scales, trying to find a flaw in its defense. However, the scales of the Kingaming Tiger were extremely hard, and even Rune's sword light could not penetrate them and only sparked sparks. HMPH, a mere human dares to provoke my Kingaming Tiger. The Kingaming Tiger roared, and it swung its tail, bringing up a gust of wind that swept towards Rune. Rune was agile and dodged the attack in time, but he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The strength of this monster was indeed extraordinary. The battle became more and more intense. Inuyasha and the blue tiger confronted each other head-on. The wind from their fists and the shadows from their claws intertwined into one. Every collision seemed like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. Rune used his physical advantage to constantly look for opportunities to deal a fatal blow to the Kingaming Tiger. One is hard and the other is soft. One is fire and the other is sword, and they are performing a thrilling contest in this dark realm. As time went by, the Kingaming Tiger seemed to be angered by the tenacious fighting spirit of the two men. It howled towards the sky, and the blue-green light around it became brighter, and an even more powerful aura surged out of its body. Obviously, it was ready to exert even more powerful force to end this battle. Be careful, this monster is going to fight to the death, Rune warned, his eyes becoming extremely serious. HMPH, come on, I want to see how strong your demon beast is. Inuyasha snorted coldly, and the demonic power in his body boiled again. The black flames erupted like a volcano, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Under the illumination of Inuyasha's volcanic eruption of black flames, the entire space seemed to be ignited. The dark background was torn apart by the blazing light, revealing pieces of bright fragments. Rune took a deep breath, and silver light flowed around him. His sword was no longer a simple weapon, but a link that shuttled between darkness and light. Every time he swung it, subtle ripples in space appeared, as if even the flow of time was surrendering to his sword. Inuyasha, let's join forces to show this blue tiger what true willpower and indomitable spirit are. Rune's voice was firm and powerful. His words were like a war drum, inspiring Inuyasha beside him and shaking the entire battlefield. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and then the black flames became more violent. He seemed to have transformed into a god of war in the dark and started a more intense confrontation with the Hollow. Every collision between the two was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space around them twisted and shattered, as if even this chaotic world could not withstand the anger between them. Seeing this, the Kingaming Tiger roared angrily. It no longer held back, and the blue light around it surged, transforming into sharp blades that cut through the sky and went straight to the vital points of Lin and Inuyasha. These blade energies were as fast as lightning, carrying the power to tear everything apart, causing the entire space to tremble. Lin's body was agile, like a dragon playing in the water. He cleverly dodged the attacks of the Kingaming Tiger, and at the same time his sword flashed like a weaving, constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to resonate with the space, leaving behind silver tracks. These tracks intertwined together, gradually forming a complex sword net that slowly trapped Qing Yanhu. HMPH, a mere demon beast dares to act violently in front of me. Lin shouted coldly. The spiritual power in his body boiling to the extreme, the sword net suddenly shrank, turning into a dazzling silver sword light piercing the heart of the Kingaming Tiger. However, the Kingaming Tiger is a legendary monster after all, and its strength should not be underestimated. At this critical moment of life and death, it suddenly burst out with a powerful force and shattered the silver sword light. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and a beam of blue light spurted out of its mouth, heading straight for Lin. Inuyasha was shocked when he saw this. He gave up the fight with the blue tiger without hesitation and flashed in front of Lin. The black flames condensed into a solid shield, which took the blue-green light beam. The beam of light collided with the shield, causing a dazzling burst of light and a deafening roar. Inuyasha's body swayed slightly and he was obviously under great pressure. But he did not back down, instead he became more determined in his belief. He roared, and the black flames surged again, launching an even more frantic battle with the Kingaming Tiger. In the moment when light and roar intertwined, the space seemed to be infinitely compressed and then released instantly. Every collision was like the falling of a star or the birth of the universe, with both magnificence and terror coexisting. Lin's eyes were as sharp as torches. Seeing Inuyasha standing in front of him, a warm current surged in his heart, and at the same time an even more intense fighting spirit was ignited. Inuyasha, you and I stand side by side, fearless of any challenge. Lin's voice pierced through the roar, and his sword lit up again. It was no longer just a silver stream of light, but an upside-down galaxy containing the power to destroy the world. Every ray of light seemed to be able to penetrate the void and sever the cause and effect. Seeing that its attack was blocked, the Kingaming Tiger roared even more fiercely, and its eyes seemed to have turned into two whirlpools, swallowing up all the light and sound around it. Even the elements in the air began to surge violently because it provided a constant source of power. The blue-green light condensed into a solid armor on its body, and each scale shone with a heart-pounding light as if it was originally a god in the darkness. Roar. The Azure Tiger roared again. This time, it no longer simply spit out a beam of light but gathered all its strength into a blue beam. With the power to tear apart space, it swept towards Lin and Inuyasha. Facing this devastating blow, Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. There was no need for further words, as their tacit understanding was worth more than 1,000 words. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the extreme. The black flames surged on his body like a substance, forming an impenetrable defense wall, which forcibly blocked the first wave of the green storm. Lin took this opportunity to transform himself into a silver shadow, weaving through the cracks in the storm. His sword light intertwined with the storm, and every collision produced a brilliant burst of light, as if countless stars were born and destroyed at this moment. His swordsmanship was no longer limited to form, but was free and unrestrained, as if he had merged with the world and become a god who controlled wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. King Minghu, do you know that in this world, only will and perseverance are the eternal power? Lin's voice echoed in the storm, and his sword light became more and more dazzling, and finally gathered into a long silver rainbow, penetrating the core of the storm and approaching the body of King Minghu. The Kingaming Tiger felt an unprecedented crisis. It let out a shrill roar and its whole body's strength surged again, trying to resist this fatal blow. However, at this moment, both its blue light and the power of the storm seemed so pale and powerless. The long silver rainbow was like a sword of judgment, easily penetrating its defenses and striking its heart. At that decisive moment, the silver rainbow touched the heart of the Kingaming Tiger, bursting out with unprecedented light, like the collision of stars and the collapse of the universe. The huge body of the Kingaming Tiger trembled violently, and the blue light seemed to be swallowed up by endless darkness at this moment. Its eyes that were once full of majesty gradually lost their luster, leaving only despair and unwillingness. Roar. This was its last roar, full of tragedy and helplessness, but it also foreshadowed the end of its life. As the silver rainbow penetrated deeper, the body of the Kingaming Tiger began to collapse. The blue-green light scatters like broken glass and eventually returns to nothingness. Lin and Inuyasha stood in the aftermath of the storm, looking at the fallen figure of Qing Minghu. They felt both the joy of victory and the sadness of the loss of life. The air around them seemed to still retain the aftermath of the battle, and the space slowly returned to calm and everything returned to tranquility. "We did it," Lin said softly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice but more of determination and pride. He looked at Inuyasha and their eyes met in the air. Without words, they could understand each other's emotions. "Request flowers," Inuyasha nodded, the black flames gradually dissipated, and he smiled, which was a recognition of his comrades and an affirmation of his own strength. "Yes, we fight side by side and are not afraid of any challenge." At this moment, the surrounding scene began to change. The originally dim sky gradually brightened, and a ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the land that was once shrouded in darkness. The breeze blew by, bringing a hint of fresh air, as if nature was also cheering for the victory of this battle. As the dust of the battle settled, Lin and Inuyasha embarked on a new journey. They crossed the land that had been baptized by battle, and every step seemed extremely heavy and firm. Along the way, the scenery is picturesque, as if nature is soothing this scarred land in the most gentle way. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and dapples onto the ground, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate scene. Wild flowers and weeds grow tenaciously among the ruins, blooming with the colors of life. They sway in the wind, as if telling the difference and hope of life. In the distance, a clear stream gurgles by. The sound of water is crisp and pleasant, adding a bit of vividness to this quiet picture. Lin and Inuyasha walked along the stream. Although their pace was slow, each step was full of power. The two would occasionally stop and gaze into the distance, their eyes flickering with longing and expectation for the future. "This land will eventually come back to life," Lin said softly, his eyes deep and far-reaching, as if he had already seen the future. Inuyasha nodded slightly when he heard this. A black flame flashed in his eyes and then he returned to calm. "Yes, life is always reborn in constant reincarnation. Although we are just passers-by, we must also do our part." They continued walking and soon came to a small village surrounded by mountains. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, which contrasts beautifully with the mountains in the distance, creating a tranquil and harmonious picture. The busy figures of the villagers are shuttling back and forth in the fields, the children are playing and fighting in the village, and the laughter and joy are heard one after another, full of the breath of life. Lin and Inuyasha stepped into the village and immediately felt the simplicity and warmth of the place. The villagers looked at us with curiosity, but more of them were friendly and welcoming. They were invited to a family's home, where they tasted the villagers' homemade rice wine and carefully prepared food, and felt this rare tranquility and warmth. However, under this tranquility, Lin and Inuyasha felt a little uneasy. They know that the world is far more complicated and dangerous than they imagined. Although the village in front of them is peaceful, who can guarantee that there are no more terrible challenges waiting for them in the unknown distance? As night falls, the village is shrouded in a peaceful night. The night was as dark as ink, gradually swallowing up the afterglow of the day. The small village was gently shrouded in a layer of light mist, looking particularly mysterious and quiet. 507. Lin and Inuyasha sat under an old tree at the edge of the village. The moonlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows and adding a touch of silver coldness to the quiet night. "Inuyasha, do you feel it?" Lin suddenly spoke, his voice low and solemn. His eyes penetrated the night, as if he could see into the deeper darkness. Inuyasha tilted his head slightly, black flames looming in his eyes, which was a symbol of his strength and a reflection of his inner emotions. "Well, there is an unusual smell in the air, like some ancient power is awakening." As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him suddenly became heavy, as if invisible pressure was coming from all directions. The branches and leaves of the old trees rustled without wind, which intertwined with the occasional chirping of night birds in the distance, creating an eerie and tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a powerful energy wave came from deep underground and rushed straight into the sky. Lin and Inuyasha stood up almost at the same time, staring at the source of the vibration, vigilance and curiosity flashing in their eyes. "What is this?" Lin asked in a deep voice. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this force, which far exceeded any challenge they had encountered before. Inuyasha did not answer. His black flame became unusually active at this moment, as if it was having some subtle communication with that power. He walked slowly towards the center of the vibration, and each step he took was extremely heavy, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. As they approached, the energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the ground began to crack, releasing a dazzling light. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination and firmness. They know that no matter what awaits them ahead, they must face it, because this is their destiny and their mission. Just as they were about to step into the light, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the ground, shocking the two of them back. There seemed to be some terrifying existence hidden in that light, slowly awakening. Be careful. Lin shouted, and he quickly drew out his sword. The sword light drew brilliant tracks in the air like a silver snake, trying to resist the sudden impact. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. His demonic power boiled, and the black flames transformed into sharp blades, engaging in a fierce confrontation with that force. The air was filled with harsh roars and explosions, as if the whole world was trembling at this moment. However, the being in the light did not seem to be shaken by their attacks, but instead released its power even more violently. Lin and Inuyasha were forced to retreat again and again, their faces filled with solemnity and suspicion. What on earth is this? Lin asked breathlessly, his eyes fixed on the center of the light, trying to see through the secret. Inuyasha's black flames danced wildly in the night, like a surging undercurrent in a raging sea, colliding violently with the unknown force gushing out from the ground. Every confrontation was accompanied by the tearing of the air and the distortion of space, as if even time had lost its meaning in the face of this force. Is this the seal loosening, or is it awakening? Inuyasha's voice was low and hoarse. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to resist this unprecedented impact. The black flames condensed into a solid shield around him, resisting the indiscriminate ravages of that force. Lin's sword drew silver lightning in the air. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be cut open, making a sharp whistling sound. His body was agile, constantly shuttling between light and shadow, looking for the flaws in that power. But every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing even a ripple. We must find the source and stop it. Lin's words were filled with unquestionable determination. He knew very well that if this force was allowed to continue to wreak havoc, not only this small village, but the entire region would face a catastrophic disaster. The two exchanged glances, and without further words, a tacit understanding was established. They exerted their strength at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards the center of the light. Every step was earth-shaking, as if it was going to tear the land apart. Just as they were about to touch the core of the light, an even more violent force suddenly erupted, knocking the two of them several meters away. Their bodies tumbled in the air, and the black flames and silver sword lights intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. This power is beyond imagination. Lin stood up with difficulty, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were even more determined. Inuyasha was also in a mess, but his black flames burned even more vigorously, as if to devour the endless darkness. Whatever it is, we can't let it get out of control. At this moment, a huge amount of cracks suddenly appeared in the center of the light, and an even more ancient and powerful aura emanated from it, making people's hearts palpitate. The cracks in the light were like the cracks at the beginning of the universe, revealing an ancient and profound light. The power contained in that light made Lin and Inuyasha feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. 3-6. There seemed to be countless whispers echoing in the cracks. Was it the sigh of history or the call of the future? Is this the awakening of ancient ruins or the echo of a forgotten era? Inuyasha's voice echoed in the silent night sky. His black flames seemed to come to life at this moment, spinning wildly around his body, forming black tornadoes, engaging in a silent contest with the power gushing out from the cracks. Lin tightly grasped the long sword, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if responding to some unknown call. He took a deep breath, and his body turned into a silver lightning again, rushing straight into the crack. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be ignited, leaving behind silver tracks, which were his determination to fight against fate and his courage to face the unknown challenges. The two fought side by side again, sword by sword, weaving out a magnificent picture in front of the crack. Every clash between them was like the collision of stars, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking because of their battle. However, the power in the crack seemed endless, and every explosion made Lin and Inuyasha feel more exhausted. Scars gradually appeared on their bodies, and the black flames and silver sword lights began to dim, but their eyes became more determined, which was a desire for victory and trust in each other. Inuyasha, we can't give up. Lin's voice pierced through the noise of the battle, his eyes fixed on the depths of the crack, where the answers to everything seemed to be hidden. I know, Anonymous. But we must be careful, this power is too strong, if we are not careful we may be lost forever. Inuyasha responded with a hint of worry, but his black flames burned more crazily, as if to burn all obstacles to ashes. At this moment an unprecedented powerful force suddenly erupted from the crack, knocking the two away again. Their bodies drew arcs in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. What kind of power is this? Lin struggled to stand up, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face, his black flames swaying in the night wind, and he was thinking about something. Whatever it is, we must find a way to control it or else. Before he finished speaking, a low and long humming sound suddenly came from the crack. The humming sound seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and directly impacted the souls of the two people. As the buzzing intensified, the crack began to slowly expand, and an even more ancient and mysterious aura emanated from it, enveloping the entire small village. As the hum intensified, the crack seemed to become an all-consuming abyss. Weird ripples began to appear at its edges, as if the river of time was flowing backwards or space was twisting and reorganizing. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without words, they could both feel the horror and uncontrollability of this power. Lin gripped the sword tightly. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, and the silver light on the sword became brighter, as if to tear apart the darkness. He moved as fast as a cheetah and rushed towards the crack again, determined to uncover the secret behind it. But this time, he is no longer fighting alone. Inuyasha's black flame follows closely behind him, like a loyal Asgardian vowing to face this danger with him. In the cracks, waves of invisible power surged in, some piercing like ice, some burning like flames, attempting to devour the two. Lin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the explosion of air and the distortion of space. He seemed to be fighting against the power of the entire universe. Inuyasha's black flames transformed into countless sharp blades, shuttling back and forth in the cracks, cutting through the invisible forces. There was an unyielding light in his eyes, and every attack contained his desire for freedom and pursuit of power. The two men, one in front and one behind, fought fiercely in the crack. Their figures shuttled between light and darkness, and every confrontation seemed to be hovering between life and death. Sweat and blood were intertwined, but they never thought of retreating. Lin, this power, it seems to be leading us somewhere. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the crack, with a hint of doubt and uneasiness in his tone. Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He carefully felt the flow of the power and found that it seemed to be pointing in a direction. He nodded and responded, "No matter what lies ahead, we must keep going." So, the two of them continued to move forward along the direction of that force. The scene in the crack began to become more and more bizarre. Sometimes they seemed to be under the starry sky with twinkling stars. Sometimes they seemed to have come to an ancient battlefield with thundering war drums and deafening cries of killing. But whenever they tried to take a closer look, the scenes disappeared like bubbles. Just as they were about to reach the end of the crack, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted, knocking the two of them away again. This time the impact was much more violent than any other time before. Their bodies rolled in the air like kites with their strings cut off and finally crashed heavily into the cracked wall. The two were knocked unconscious, but their unyielding will was as solid as a rock. Lin endured the severe pain all over his body and struggled to stand up. The silver sword light lit up again, as if it was the unyielding flame in his heart. He looked at Inuyasha, only to see that he also stood up shakily. Although the black flame was a little dim, it was still burning tenaciously, which was a silent encouragement and support to his partner. "Inuyasha, we haven't lost yet." Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that in this unknown rift, only mutual trust and persistence could support them to move forward. Inuyasha nodded, and the black flames suddenly surged, as if responding to Lin's determination. He roared, and his body turned into a black lightning again, rushing straight to the source of the explosive power. Lin followed closely behind, wielding his sword. The silver light and black flames intertwined to form an indestructible line of defense. The power in the crack seemed to have intelligence. It began to surge wildly, forming twisted vortices in an attempt to devour the 173 people. But Lin and Inuyasha were not afraid at all. They were like two rays of light swimming upstream, and they launched a fierce confrontation with this force. Every confrontation was accompanied by the tearing and reorganization of space, as if even time had lost its meaning in the face of this force. Lin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the explosion of air and the distortion of space. His eyes were full of determination and fearlessness. Inuyasha, with his susceptive perception of power, uses the blade energy transformed from black flames to accurately cut through those invisible power vortexes. His body was as agile as a ghost, and every dodge and counterattack was just right, showing his powerful strength and combat wisdom as a half-demon. Just as the fierce fight reached its climax, a dazzling light suddenly appeared at the end of the crack. There is an ancient and mysterious aura in that light, as if it can see into people's hearts, the past and the future. Lin and Inuyasha stopped attacking at the same time. They stared at the light, feeling an inexplicable awe and anticipation in their hearts. "What is this?" Lin's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such a strange light. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face. His black flame seemed to have felt the pressure of that power at this moment and became unusually calm. Deep in the crack, the light was like the rising sun, but without any warmth, only coldness and depth, swallowing up all the darkness and distortion around it. Lin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy at this moment, and their figures appeared small and firm under the light. "Is this light a revelation or a test?" Lin's voice was low and powerful. He gripped the sword tightly, with the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if ready to face the unknown impact at any time. A hint of determination flashed in Inuyasha's black eyes, and black flames slowly condensed around him, forming a flowing protective film to resist the invasion of that inexplicable force. "No matter what it is, you and I together, we can always achieve dawn." His words were brief but full of unquestionable power. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of power surged in the light, and the entire space seemed to be squeezed fiercely by an invisible giant hand. The air made a sharp whistle, and the edge of the space crack began to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Lin leaped up like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. He turned into a streak of silver lightning and rushed straight to the center of the light. As the long sword was swung, there was no sound at all, but it cut the air into pieces, leaving behind fine cracks in the space. Every time the tip of the sword tapped, there was a violent distortion of space, as if even time had been briefly stopped. Inuyasha followed closely behind. His movements were even more agile and treacherous. Black flames swirled around his body, forming countless sharp flame spikes. Every swing was like a volley of thousands of arrows, accurately piercing those invisible power fluctuations. Black and silver light intertwined in the cracks, weaving into thrilling battle scenes. However, the power in that light seemed endless. Every attack was easily resolved by it, and it even intensified the oppression on the two. Space began to distort more violently, the sense of time became blurred, and it was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was illusion. Lin, this power. It seems to be testing our will and limits. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the distorted space with a hint of panting but also more determined. Lin nodded. There was no sign of retreat in his eyes, only a more ardent fighting spirit. "Then let it see what it means to be unyielding." After saying this, his whole body glowed with silver light, and a faint sound of thunder could be heard from the long sword. That was a sign of the ultimate explosion of his internal strength. Seeing this, Inuyasha's black flames also surged, transforming into a roaring flaming beast, merging with him and facing the unknown challenge together. At this critical moment of life and death, an unprecedented bright light suddenly burst out from the center of the light, illuminating the entire crack. There seemed to be some ancient secret hidden in that brilliance, and it also seemed like an ultimate recognition of the two. At this moment, Lin and Inuyasha seemed to be pulled by some force, and their bodies moved forward involuntarily until they stepped into the core of the light. Just when they were about to be completely swallowed up, the space suddenly shook violently, and then everything returned to calm. Within the crack, the light dissipated, leaving behind a strange space that was neither bright nor dark, but an unknown chaos in between. Lin and Inuyasha stood in the center of this strange space. The air around them seemed to freeze, and even breathing became unusually heavy. "Is this the end or a new beginning?" Lin's voice echoed in the emptiness, his eyes piercing through the void, trying to capture the answer hidden in the invisible. Inuyasha's black flames also seemed unusually calm at the moment. They no longer burned violently but flowed slowly, like a river at night, quietly guarding their master. "No matter where we are, as long as you and I are together, that is our home." His voice was soft, but it was full of unquestionable firmness. Just as the two were preparing to further explore this unknown space, the space suddenly began to fluctuate violently, as if some force was awakening inside it, trying to break free. The air around was stirred by this force like boiling water, making a deafening roar. Rune and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time, their bodies tensed, preparing for the impending changes. The silver light on Rune's body became brighter again, as if endless power was surging in it, ready to explode at any time. Inuyasha was surrounded by black flames, with sharp light flashing in his eyes, staring at the source of the space fluctuations. With a deafening roar, the space seemed to be torn apart, and countless rays of light and undercurrents intertwined to form a vortex of huge amounts of light. In the center of this vortex, there seems to be a force that can devour everything. It is slowly rotating and attracting everything around it. "Be careful," Rune shouted in a low voice. He moved his body and shuttled between the light and undercurrent like a ghost. His long sword turned into silver tracks, trying to stabilize the space that was about to collapse. However, the power of the vortex was too strong, and every time the tip of the sword touched it, it could only cause a more violent wave. The same was true for Inuyasha. He was agile, and the black flames transformed into countless sharp blades, cutting through the undercurrents and lights that tried to approach. But even so, they still couldn't stop the vortex from expanding and intensifying. This power is beyond imagination. Inuyasha's voice was filled with shock and helplessness. He knew very well that it would be difficult for the two of them to resist this power. Rune didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed the same worry and determination. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. The silver light almost materialized, forming a solid shield that tightly wrapped the two of them. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the vortex, illuminating the entire space like daylight. In the light, there seemed to be some ancient and mysterious patterns slowly rotating. They exuded an indescribable charm and majesty that made people involuntarily feel awe. As the dazzling light burst out, the chaos in the space gradually dissipated and was replaced by a strange sense of clarity, as if the whole world had been rebaptized. In this new scene, a huge figure slowly appeared. It was a powerful monster named Dragon Bone Spirit, whose body was so huge that it was enough to cover half of the sky. The Dragon Bone Spirit is covered in thick black scales, each piece of which sparkles with a metallic luster, as if it were condensed from the hardest ore. Its eyes were like two balls of burning fire, deep and cold, revealing endless murderous intent and wisdom. Several thick chains were wrapped around its body. These chains seemed to come from ancient times, with complex runes engraved on them. They faintly exuded a suppressive force, but they seemed unable to completely restrain the giant beast. "Humph, a mere human and a half-demon dare to intrude into my territory." The Dragon Bone Spirit's voice was deep and rich, reverberating throughout the space like thunder, shaking the air around it. Rune and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. They knew that the monster before them was no ordinary creature, and they had to go all out to have a chance of defeating it. "Inuyasha, let's fight side by side and let this monster see our strength," Rune shouted in a low voice, and the silver light in his body surged again. His figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the Dragon Bone Spirit. Inuyasha followed closely behind, black flames surrounding him, forming a fiery shield to defend against possible attacks. His eyes flashed with determination and fighting spirit, as if he was ready to fight the monster to the death. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Bone Demon let out a deafening roar, and its huge body shook violently, and the air around it seemed to be solidified by it. Then it swung its giant claws that were as heavy as a mountain and smashed towards Rune and Inuyasha with a whistling sound. Rune was agile, and with his superb body skills, he dodged and shuttled between the giant claws. At the same time, he swung his sword, and the silver sword light cut through the air like lightning, piercing towards the vital point of the Dragon Bone Spirit. However, the Dragon Bone Demon's scales were extremely hard, and although the sword was sharp, it could only leave shallow scratches on its surface. Inuyasha adopted a more direct attack method. He jumped up suddenly, and the black flames turned into sharp blade energy, attacking the weak point of the Dragon Bone Spirit like a violent storm. But the Dragon Bone Spirit also reacted extremely quickly. It swung its huge tail and released the menacing sword energy. "HMPH, you dare to show off your mere tricks in front of me." The Dragon Bone Spirit sneered, and its huge amounts of body suddenly rose up, pressing towards Rune and Inuyasha like a landslide. Faced with this sudden attack, Rune and Inuyasha were not afraid. They staggered their bodies, coordinated tacitly, one attacked and the other defended, and together they resisted the fierce attack of the Dragon Bone Spirit. The silver sword light and the black flame intertwined in the air to form a thrilling battle picture. Every collision aroused a strong energy fluctuation, causing the entire space to tremble. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Nuolin and Inuyasha were like two whirlwinds, moving flexibly under the shadow of the dragon bone spirit that blocked out the sky. Every confrontation seemed like the most dazzling fireworks between heaven and earth, gorgeous and deadly. In the space, light and shadow intertwined, and silver light and black flames intertwined into a complex web, trying to trap the dragon bone spirit in its midst. However, the giant beast was not at all panicked. Instead, it became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Each attack was more ferocious, and it was determined to crush anything that hindered its progress. "You are just a mere mortal and you think you can stop me." The dragon bone spirit's voice echoed, full of disdain and contempt for the weak. Its huge claws drew black tracks in the air, and each strike seemed to be able to tear through space, heading straight for Nuolin and Inuyasha. Nuolin's figure was elusive, as if blending into the air, and every movement was just right to avoid the dragon bone spirit's fatal attack. The long sword in his hand was no longer limited to a single trajectory, but turned into sword shadows all over the sky. As the silver light flowed, it seemed as if the power of countless stars had gathered together. Every 10 strikes contained the power to split mountains and rocks. We are not alone. For the sake of protection and justice, we must fight to the last moment, even if it means death. Nuolin's voice was firm and powerful. Every word he said was like a resounding oath, inspiring Inuyasha and seeming to declare their determination to the dragon bone spirit. Inuyasha's eyes became even more fiery when he heard this. He growled, and the black flames all over his body suddenly surged out like a raging tide, burning and distorting the surrounding air. His body was as fast as lightning, transforming into black streaks of lightning, attacking the dragon bone spirit like a violent storm. Every impact caused a roar, and the space seemed to be shaking at this moment. The attacks of Nuolin and Inuyasha were like a continuous storm, but the dragon bone spirit was like a rock standing in the center of the storm. No matter how fierce the wind and waves were, it remained unmoved. The black scales flickered under the interweaving of silver light and black flames, and every collision erupted with a deafening roar, as if even the space was howling. "A mere ant, do you dare to shake the majesty of me, the dragon bone spirit?" The giant beast's voice was filled with endless majesty and anger. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a torrent of dark energy gushed out of its mouth, instantly swallowing up the surrounding air, forming a dead and dark area. Nuolin and Inuyasha retreated violently. They knew the horror of this energy and did not dare to be careless. However, the darkness followed them like a shadow, constantly compressing their space for activities, as if it wanted to swallow them up completely. "Inuyasha, we can't just sit there and wait for death." Nuolin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. The silver light in his body surged again, illuminating the surrounding darkness like bright stars. With a wave of the sword, countless silver sword lights streaked across the night sky like meteors and struck out into the darkness. Inuyasha also roared, and black flames danced wildly around him, transforming into ferocious flaming beasts that launched a fierce attack on the dark realm. The flames and darkness intertwined, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. However, the power of the dragon bone spirit was far beyond their imagination. Instead of being broken, the dark realm became even more solid. It seemed to have the power to devour everything, dissolving the attacks of Nuolin and Inuyasha, and even began to devour their power. In this moment of despair and light, Nuolin and Inuyasha seemed to be standing on an endless abyss, with every step on the edge of happiness and destruction. The dark realm was like a huge amount of net, blocking their hopes and escape routes, leaving only endless battles and struggles. "Nuolin, we can't give up." Inuyasha's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar, and the black flames on his body became even more blazing, as if to burn away all the darkness in this world. He rose up again, desperately rushing towards the almost solidified darkness. Every impact was accompanied by his low roar, which was a struggle against fate and a desire for survival. Nuolin's eyes were equally determined. He knew very well that at this critical moment of life and death, only by trying his best could he find a glimmer of hope. The silver light in his body seemed to be awakened by some mysterious power. It shone so brightly that it almost penetrated the thick darkness and illuminated the entire world. The long sword in his hand turned into silver streams of light, weaving into a dense sword net in the air. Each sword light contained enough power to cut off the stars and bombarded towards the core of the dark realm. However, the power of the dragon bone spirit is still so strong that it is despairing. The dark realm seemed to have self-awareness, constantly twisting and shapeshifting, dissolving the attacks of Nuolin and Inuyasha, and even swallowing up the silver sword lights and black flames. The air was filled with anxiety and despair, as if even time had stopped at this moment. HMPH, a mere mortal dares to challenge my limits. The dragon bone spirit's voice echoed in the darkness, carrying with it endless ridicule and contempt. It swung its giant claws suddenly, and a black energy wave burst out from its claws, sweeping towards New Olin and Inuyasha like a raging sea wave. Faced with this sudden attack, New Olin and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time. They intertwined their bodies, one attacking and one defending, coordinating seamlessly. New Olin used his sword as a guide to condense the silver light into a dazzling sword river, trying to resist the black energy fluctuations, while Inuyasha transformed himself into the incarnation of fire, using his physical body to withstand the terrifying impact, buying New Olin time to counterattack. However, even so, they still feel unprecedented pressure. The black energy waves surged like a tide, constantly impacting their defenses. Every collision made them feel as if they were hit by a huge hammer, causing unbearable pain. New Olin, we must find its weakness. Inuyasha's voice sounded a little hurried amid the roar. He knew very well that if they continued like this, their strength would be exhausted sooner or later. New Olin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the silver light in his body surged again, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He closed his eyes and tried to feel everything around him, trying to find the faint light hidden in the darkness, the weakness of the dragon bone spirit. New Olin's mind sank into a strange state. The darkness and roar around him seemed to move away from him, leaving only the extremely subtle fluctuations, like the most inconspicuous stars in the night sky, but flashing the light of hope in the darkness. He felt an ancient and profound rhythm, which was the trajectory of the dragon bone spirit's power and also the clue to its weakest point. Found it, New Olin was delighted and suddenly opened his eyes. A determined light flashed in his silver eyes. He stopped hesitating and transformed into a silver lightning, directly penetrating the gap between the black energy fluctuations and rushing straight into the seemingly impeccable defense of the dragon bone spirit. Humph, even ants want to find an opportunity. The dragon bone spirit seemed to have noticed New Olin's intention, but it was too late. New Olin's sword had turned into countless silver rays, as dense and sharp as drizzle, accurately hitting a subtle node on the surface of the dragon bone spirit. There beneath the black scales, a barely perceptible dim light could be seen. This was where the power was gathered and dispersed. Boom! As New Olin's attack landed, the dragon bone spirit let out a deafening roar and the entire dark realm trembled. The black energy waves began to fluctuate violently, as if they had received an unprecedented impact and shattered into pieces, revealing the real scene behind it. Seeing this, Inuyasha's eyes flashed with joy, and he seized the opportunity, condensing the black flames into huge amounts of fire dragon, roaring and rushing towards the dragon bone spirit. The flame dragon opened its huge mouth and spewed out a torrent of blazing flames, which complemented the silver sword light of New Olin and together launched a fatal attack on the dragon bone spirit. The dragon bone spirit roared continuously. Its huge body seemed to be ignited at this moment, and flames of resistance surged under its black scales. It swung its giant claws, trying to resist the double attack, but New Olin and Inuyasha's coordination was impeccable, and each attack just weakened its defense. Impossible, how could a mere mortal? The dragon bone spirit's voice was filled with disbelief and anger, but before it could finish its words, it was drowned by the endless silver sword light and black flames. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the entire space was filled with deafening roars and dazzling lights. The figures of New Olin and Inuyasha were looming in the light. They were like two intertwined lightning bolts, constantly launching fierce attacks on the dragon bone spirit. In this void torn apart by war and light, the figures of New Olin and Inuyasha seemed to have become the most dazzling two stars between heaven and earth. Every time they clashed, the space trembled and the stars lost their luster. All around, darkness and light intertwined to form a series of doomsday scenes, but in the center of this chaos there was an unyielding will burning. You, a mere ant, dare to shake my majesty. The roar of the dragon bone spirit resounded through the sky. Although its body was entangled in flames and sword beams, it did not retreat at all, which aroused an even more violent counterattack. The black energy surged like a raging tide, and every impact made the void tremble, as if it was going to pull this world back into chaos. New Olin's silver hair was flying, his eyes were as cold as frost, his figure was agile, like a ghost shuttling through a storm, and every swing of his sword was the ultimate interpretation of speed and power. Today I will let you, a relic of ancient times, see what the ambitions of mortals are. His voice was low and firm, and the long sword in his hand turned into thousands of lights and shadows, each of which accurately tore through the defenses of the dragon bone spirit and shattered those seemingly indestructible scales. Inuyasha becomes the embodiment of fire, and every leap he makes carries destructive power. The flaming dragon roared, responding to Nuolin's sword light, forming a trail of destruction that burned the space around the dragon bone spirit into pieces. He roared, "Your time has long passed, now is our time." The battle became more and more intense, and the heaven and earth seemed unable to withstand this force and began to collapse. The stars fell, the void twisted, but Nuolin and Inuyasha were like two never-stopping stars, constantly illuminating the battlefield. Every collision between them caused energy ripples, causing chaos in the darkness and light around them. HMPH, even if I die, I will let you be buried with me. The dragon bone spirit let out its final roar. It seemed to sense the approach of doomsday and began to release the power in its body desperately. The black energy was like a flood that broke through a dam, madly attacking Nuolin and Inuyasha's defenses. However, Nuolin and Inuyasha did not back down. They smiled at each other with the same faith and determination flashing in their eyes. "Let us use this battle to prove the power of mortals." Before he finished speaking, the two men simultaneously launched even more violent attacks. Their figures intertwined and collided in the light and flames, and finally converged into an unrivaled force, rushing straight to the core of the dragon bone spirit. With a deafening roar, the huge body of the dragon bone spirit finally collapsed and disintegrated under this force, turning into dust and fragments all over the sky. Darkness and light dissipated at the same time at this moment, revealing the long-lost tranquility and light. In this peaceful and bright light, the figures of Nuolin and Inuyasha gradually became clear. They stood in the void, surrounded by the energy aftermath that had not yet completely dissipated. They seemed to be two gods of war who had walked out of the flames of war, emitting the radiance of indomitable and tenacious spirit. "It's over." Nuolin sighed softly with a hint of fatigue in his voice but more of relief. He looked at the void that was once ravaged by the dragon bone spirit but now returned to peace, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Inuyasha nodded, and the flames around him slowly went out, leaving only circles of faint residual warmth. "Yes, it's over, but this is just the beginning." His words revealed a hint of deep meaning, as if he foresaw more challenges and unknowns in the future. The two stood side by side, and after a moment of silence, Nuolin suddenly spoke. "Although we won, we also paid a heavy price. This world seems to be far more complicated than we imagined." Upon hearing this, Inuyasha looked deeply into the distance, where the unknown and the possible meet. "No matter what the road ahead holds, as long as we fight side by side, we will not be afraid of anything." His tone was firm, full of confidence in the future. Just as the two were preparing to leave the battlefield and look for a new direction, a faint and strange wave suddenly came from the void, interrupting their thoughts. This fluctuation did not come from the outside world, nor did it originate from themselves, but seemed to emerge from the depths of the void, carrying an indescribable antiquity and mystery. "What is that?" Nuolin frowned and looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing else except the void that had just returned to calm. As soon as Nuolin finished speaking, the strange fluctuations suddenly intensified, like an ancient giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time slowly opening its eyes. The entire void trembled, as if even time and space had lost their original order at this moment. "Be careful." Inuyasha growled, his body tensed instantly. Although the flames around him had been extinguished, a more restrained force surged in his body, ready to face unknown challenges at any time. Amid the fluctuations, an invisible force began to gather around them, gradually forming distorted shadows that seemed real and illusory. Some were as majestic as ancient totems, while others were as hideous and terrifying as demons from the abyss. They revolved around Nuolin and Inuyasha, getting faster and faster until a visible vortex formed, enveloping the two of them. "What kind of power is this?" Nuolin's face was solemn. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this power, which far exceeded anything they had faced before. He tried to cut the whirlpool with his sword, but found that his attack was like a drop in the ocean and had no effect at all. "Don't resist, we have to find its source," Inuyasha warned in a deep voice. At the same time, he closed his eyes and tried to capture the slightest clue in the fluctuation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, with a flash of determination in his eyes. "Follow me." As he spoke, Inuyasha moved and actually took the initiative to rush towards the center of the whirlpool. Nuolin saw this and followed closely behind without hesitation. The two of them were like two flashes of lightning, shuttling through the distorted light and shadow, and every step was accompanied by the tearing and reorganization of space. As they gradually went deeper into the center of the vortex, the surrounding scene became more and more bizarre. The lights and shadows seemed to have life and began to actively attack them. Every touch was accompanied by a tremor in the soul and severe pain in the flesh. But Nuolin and Inuyasha gritted their teeth and persisted. Their faith was as firm as a rock and unwavering. Finally, after countless collisions and struggles, they arrived at the deepest part of the vortex. There were no horrible monsters as imagined, nor endless dark abyss, only an empty void and the most primitive source of the fluctuations, dozens of slowly moving ancient runes emitting a faint light. This. Nuolin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. In the heart of the void abyss, ancient runes slowly rotated, as if they had remained unchanged since time immemorial. Although the light they emitted was dim, it contained a power that was enough to shake the universe. Nuolin and Inuyasha stood at the junction of light and darkness, surrounded by a storm of spiritual energy that was surging from resisting the distorted force of the outside world, and their breathing became heavy and rapid. This rune seems to be some kind of seal, or the dormant place of some kind of power. Nuolin's voice was low and hoarse. He stared at the rune with awe and confusion in his eyes. No matter what it is, we have to find a way to break it. Otherwise, if this power gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. Inuyasha's tone was filled with unquestionable determination, and the restrained power in his body began to stir, as if ready to erupt at any time. Just as the two were about to explore further, the void around them suddenly began to boil, and the originally still light and shadows turned into sharp blades like awakened evil spirits, rushing towards them. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and every sharp edge carried the power to tear the void, making people's hearts palpitate. Nuolin swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and it collided violently with those sharp edges, making a deafening roar. However, these sharp edges seemed endless, and every time they were cut off, more emerged, forcing him and Inuyasha to retreat step by step. We can't just passively defend like this, we must find their weaknesses. Inuyasha roared. His body suddenly jumped up and turned into a stream of fiery red light, shuttling between the sharp edges, looking for the invisible flaw. Each of his dodgements was perfect, as if he had merged into the void, making him hard to grasp. Suddenly, Inuyasha paused. He turned back and looked at the ancient rune, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The source is still on that rune. He growled, the spiritual power in his body boiling, and he rushed towards the rune regardless of everything. Nuolin saw this and followed closely behind him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were like two sharp swords, piercing straight into the place where the rune was. The sharp edges along the way seemed to lose their power in front of them and gradually collapsed and dissipated. When they finally approached the rune, an unprecedented pressure surged out from within the rune, suppressing the two of them tightly. But Nuolin and Inuyasha did not flinch. They gritted their teeth and used their spiritual energy to surge wildly, trying to resist the pressure. Under the light of the rune, Nuolin and Inuyasha seemed to be in an ancient and cruel trial. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, not only squeezing their bodies but also trying to destroy their wills. But in their eyes, there was only determination and indomitable spirit. HMPH, a mere rune, how can it trap me? Inuyasha roared, his muscles knotted all over, and there were faint flame patterns under his skin, which was a sign of the ancient blood in his body awakening. He kicked the ground hard, and the ground actually trembled in the void, as if even this nothingness could not withstand his strength. Nuolin followed closely behind Inuyasha. When he swung his sword, there was no sound at all, but it was full of fierceness, which chopped off the sharp edges around him. His eyes were cold, as if he could see through all the vanity in the world, and the tip of his sword pointed to the most vulnerable part of the rune. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to break this situation. Nuolin said in a deep voice. He and Inuyasha have a telepathic connection, so there is no need for many words. Just a glance is enough to understand each other's intentions. The two men simultaneously unleashed even more violent power. Nuolin's sword turned into a silver lightning bolt, piercing the core of the rune, while Inuyasha turned into a red storm, using his physical strength to forcibly crash into the invisible pressure barrier. The space around the rune seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and the light was overflowing, dazzling. The battle between the two and the runes is not just a clash of strength, but also a confrontation of will and belief. Inuyasha let out a deafening roar, his whole body turned red as fire, like a god of war walking out of hell, charging forward desperately. Niu Lin followed closely behind, his sword flashing like a weave, and each strike was precise and deadly. In the empty space shrouded by the runes, time seemed to have lost its meaning, leaving only endless collisions and roars. The figures of Niu Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every confrontation aroused layers of spiritual power ripples, which shattered the surrounding nothingness, and were quickly repaired by the power of the ancient runes, forming a series of bizarre paintings. Inuyasha's roar was like an ancient war drum, shaking every inch of space. The flame patterns on his body seemed to come alive, turning into tangible flames that surrounded him and formed a blazing protective shield that forcibly resisted the invisible pressure released by the runes. Every step he took was accompanied by the distortion of the void on the ground, as if even this forgotten realm was trembling, fearing the awakening of this ancient bloodline. Niu Lin was like the swordsman in ice. Although the sword did not ring, it was chilling. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be frozen. Even the sharp edges lost their former sharpness when they touched the sword light and shattered into nothingness. His eyes were calm and profound, as if he could see the secrets hidden deep within the runes, guiding each strike to land accurately on the weakest nodes of the runes. Dawn is approaching and darkness has nowhere to hide. Niu Lin's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of indomitable spirit and determination. His sword became more and more fierce, and every swing was accompanied by a violent surge of spiritual power, cutting the surrounding nothingness into pieces but quickly recovering under the light of the runes, forming a never-ending contest. Inuyasha used his body as a sword and rammed into the seemingly insurmountable barrier. His muscles looked even more hideous under the illumination of the flames. Every impact was accompanied by the crackling of bones and the trembling of flesh and blood, but he seemed unaware of it. Only his eyes, burning with flames, stared at the core of the rune, vowing to break it. "Open it for me." With a deafening roar, the power in Inuyasha's body seemed to have reached its peak. His whole body turned into a red beam of light, which forcibly penetrated the seemingly indestructible pressure barrier and went straight to the rune. Niu Lin followed closely behind, the sword light following like a shadow and combined with Inuyasha's power to form an unstoppable torrent, impacting the core of the rune. At this moment, the light of the rune suddenly became extremely dazzling, as if the entire void space was lit up, and an ancient and powerful force surged out from the inside of the rune, colliding with the offensive of Niu Lin and Inuyasha, erupting with an unprecedented roar. At this moment, the space seems to be torn apart, and light and darkness are interwoven into shocking pictures that make people feel awe. However, just as this force was about to devour everything, it suddenly paused, then slowly dissipated, as if being pulled by some force and returning to the rune. The light of the rune also dimmed and finally returned to its original calm. Niu Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw fatigue and confusion in each other's eyes. But more than that, there is an indescribable excitement and anticipation. They knew that although they had not been able to completely crack the rune, they had already touched the edge of a certain power and were perhaps only one step away from the truth. The runes were silent, their light was restrained, but the residual power fluctuations in the air were like an undercurrent, foreshadowing the extraordinary hidden beneath the calm. Niu Lin and Inuyasha stood still. There was no need for them to say much to each other. An exchange of glances was enough to understand each other's thoughts. This was just the beginning. The real challenge was still hidden in the deeper unknown. "This power is beyond imagination," Niu Lin whispered. Although his voice was soft, it revealed his awe and desire for that power. The long sword trembled slightly, as if responding to his inner excitement. Inuyasha's panting echoed in the quiet space. The fire in his body gradually subsided, but his eyes became brighter, as if they could see through the end of nothingness. "Whatever it is, we are going to uncover it." His words were firm and revealed his unquestionable determination. Just as the two were preparing to launch another offensive, the space around the rune suddenly twisted, and an invisible force spread out from the depths of the rune. It was no longer the previous oppression, but a guidance, a call. Niu Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Both were surprised, but they chose to follow the guidance of this power at the same time. They moved and turned into two streams of light, shuttling through the twisted space and heading towards the depths of the rune. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenes became more and more bizarre, with light and darkness interweaving into a series of bizarre pictures, as if they were in a dream woven by powerful force. But Niu Lin and Inuyasha 977 both understood that this was not a dream, but a world contained within the rune, a realm they had never set foot in. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of them. The door was half open, and a faint light shone through, attracting them to move forward. Lin and Inuyasha walked in one after the other without any hesitation. Behind the portal is a wider space, in the center of which is suspended a sphere of huge amounts of soft light, which is the core of the rune power. There are complex patterns flowing on the surface of the sphere, as if it contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, which makes people feel awe at first glance. Just as the two were preparing to explore further, the sphere suddenly vibrated violently, and a force even stronger than before burst out from it, directly knocking them several feet away. What is this? Lin managed to steady himself, staring at the violent energy storm, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Inuyasha frowned. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this force. It was an existence beyond imagination. We may have touched something we shouldn't have touched, he said in a deep voice, with both worry and expectation in his tone. At this moment, the patterns on the surface of the sphere suddenly lit up with dazzling light, forming complex rune chains that locked the entire space tightly. Lin and Inuyasha were stunned by this sudden change, and they found themselves trapped by this power. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other without words. There was an unyielding light flashing in each other's eyes. They knew very well that facing this unknown and powerful force, escape was not a solution, and only by fighting could they find a glimmer of hope for survival. Lin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He stretched out his body, transformed into a ray of cold light, and rushed straight towards the rune chains that bound them. Every collision with the chains caused ripples of spiritual energy, but the chains were like living things, dodging flexibly and even counterattacking, completely neutralizing his attacks. "Humph, you think you can trap me with just a chain?" Lin growled, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He retreated violently to avoid the sudden attack of a chain, and then his body twisted strangely in the air, as if it had merged into the space originally. When he appeared again, he was already in the dense interweaving of chains. He formed seals with his hands, and spiritual energy gathered madly, transforming into ice-blue blades that swept out like a storm. Each blade precisely cut through the weak point of the chain, making a harsh sound of metal clashing. However, although the chain was cut into pieces, it quickly recovered under the light of the rune, as if it had endless vitality. Seeing this, Inuyasha was not willing to be outdone. He roared angrily, and the flames all over his body burned fiercely again, turning into a red pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. He swung his fists, and each blow carried a destructive force, colliding with the rune chains, causing a deafening roar. "Open it for me," Inuyasha shouted. His fists seemed to be able to tear apart the space. He hit the chains again and again. Although the chains were extremely tough, cracks began to appear in the face of his violent strength. However, the crack was fleeting and the chain remained unbreakable. The two, one of ice and the other of fire, engaged in a fierce battle in the rune space. Every collision was shocking, as if it was going to tear the space apart. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the rune chains. "This is not a solution. We must find the source of this power and solve the problem fundamentally," Lin panted and said with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of it is determination. Inuyasha nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the sphere suspended in the center, which was the core of this power. Only by cracking that sphere can we be truly free. Just as the two were preparing to launch another attack, the sphere suddenly stopped vibrating and the light on its surface became softer. The rune chains also loosened, as if they had lost the source of their power. "Opportunity!" Lin and Inuyasha shouted almost at the same time. They jumped up and rushed towards the sphere from the left and right. However, just as they were about to touch the sphere, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sphere, and an unprecedented force surged out, knocking the two of them away again. After being blown away by the sudden force, Lin and Inuyasha rolled several times in the air and finally managed to stabilize their bodies. They were several feet apart from each other, and their eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, an ancient and deep breath slowly rose from the depths of the rune space, as if a sleeping beast was about to wake up. As the aura approached, the space began to distort, and a huge figure gradually emerged between the interweaving of light and shadow. It was a 1,000-year-old tree spirit, its body so huge that it almost filled the entire sky, with lush branches and leaves, dragon-like roots entwined with invisible power and emitting a faint green light like a king in the underworld. The trunk of the tree spirit is covered with traces of time, and every crack seems to record the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Its eyes were tightly closed, but the pressure emanating from its body was suffocating, as if it could swallow up everything if it opened one eye. "Is this a thousand-year-old tree spirit?" Nuolin's voice was filled with shock. He had never seen such a huge monster before, and he had never expected that such a creature would be hidden in this rune space. "HMPH, a mere human dares to trespass here." The voice of the Millennium tree spirit was low and hoarse, as if it came from deep underground with unquestionable majesty. Its branches and leaves swayed gently, and powerful waves of spiritual energy spread out, making the entire space tremble. Seeing this, Inuyasha's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, running away would only make the situation worse. Then he roared angrily, and the flames all over his body burned fiercely again, transforming into a red lightning and rushed straight towards the tree spirit. "Come on, let me see what you, a thousand-year-old demon, can do." Inuyasha's fist, packed with destructive force, slammed fiercely into a thick branch of the dryad, causing a deafening roar. The branches were instantly engulfed in flames, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye, as if the flames had no effect on them. The dryad seemed to be angered by Inuyasha's bravery. It suddenly opened its eyes, and two green lights shot out like lightning, heading straight towards Inuyasha. Inuyasha dodged the fatal blow narrowly, but the powerful impact still made him feel a little nervous. Seeing this, Nuolin was not willing to fall behind. He formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual energy gathered madly, transforming into ice-blue beams of light that shot towards the tree spirit like a rain of arrows. The beams of light drew brilliant tracks in the air, and eventually hit the branches of the tree spirit, making crisp popping sounds. However, these seemingly powerful attacks only caused ripples beneath the tree spirit's tough skin and failed to cause any substantial damage. "Humph, you think you can hurt me with just your icy power?" The thousand-year-old tree spirit sneered, and its branches and leaves suddenly grew wildly, turning into countless green tentacles sweeping towards Nuolin and Inuyasha. These tentacles are flexible and tough, with sharp barbs that seem to be able to tear apart anything that stands in their way. Nuolin and Inuyasha, Li Nuos, retreated violently, and at the same time used their respective special skills to engage in a fierce battle with those tentacles. The space was suddenly filled with the roar of spiritual energy colliding and the hissing sound of tentacles tearing through the air, as if a doomsday battle was taking place. "Inuyasha, we must join forces to defeat this thousand-year-old tree spirit," Nuolin shouted while dodging the tentacles' attack. "Understood," Inuyasha responded, and then stood back to back with Nuolin. The spiritual powers of the two began to intertwine with each other, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Nuolin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, echoing with Inuyasha's fire power, forming a heart-pounding resonance. They stood back to back as tacitly as twins, facing the tremendous power of the thousand-year-old tree spirit together. "Joint attack." Nuolin shouted, and the two people's spiritual powers instantly merged into one, turning into a bright beam of light that shot straight into the sky. In the light column, ice and fire are intertwined, cold and heat coexist, as if it can freeze the space and burn everything. When the Millennium tree spirit saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but then he became even more furious. It roared, and its entire body suddenly swelled. Countless roots broke out from the ground, twisting and entwining in the air like a dragon, trying to restrain Nuolin and Inuyasha. However, Nuolin and Inuyasha had already anticipated this move. Their light columns suddenly dispersed in the air, turning into thousands of ice blades and fire feathers, pouring down like a rainstorm and colliding violently with the roots. The ice blades cut the roots, and the fire feathers ignited them. For a moment, the space was filled with flames and icy mist, as if it was a doomsday battlefield. "How dare a mere human challenge me?" The thousand-year-old tree spirit roared, and its branches and leaves grew wildly again, turning into denser tentacles, and with the sound of whistling wind, Nuolin and Inuyasha swept over. These tentacles are like living things, extremely flexible, and every attack is hard to defend against. Nuolin's eyes were cold. He knew very well that this was a matter of life and death. He moved his body and shuttled between the tentacles like a ghost, his hands constantly forming seals, and his spiritual power turned into ice chains that tightly wrapped around the tentacles. At the same time, he used the power of the ice chain to leverage the force and dissolve the attack of the tentacles. "Inuyasha, now is the time," Nuolin shouted, his voice full of determination and trust. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha suddenly jumped up and turned into a whirlwind of red flames, rushing straight towards the body of the Millennium tree spirit. His fist was packed with destructive power, and every swing seemed to tear through space and hit the tree spirit's vital points. The Millennium tree spirit cried out in pain, and its huge body trembled violently, but it did not give up resistance. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and two green lights shot out like substance, attempting to shoot Inuyasha down. However, Nuo-Lin had anticipated this move. He flashed and appeared beside Inuyasha. With a wave of his hands, an ice-blue shield protected the two of them and successfully blocked the green light. The tacit understanding between Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha has reached an unprecedented level. The ice-blue shield rippled under the impact of the green light, but it was as solid as a rock and did not allow the attack to penetrate. The roar of the Millennium Tree spirit echoed in the space, causing the runes around it to flicker, as if even the space itself was shaking. HMPH, how long can a mere shield last? The voice of the Millennium Tree spirit was full of disdain, but beneath that madness, there was also a bit of fear of the two men's strength. Its branches and leaves danced wildly again, and its tentacles surged like a tide. Every wave brought about a storm in the space, attempting to completely drown the two of them. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, facing this overwhelming attack. There was no trace of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. Nuo-Lin quickly formed seals with his hands, and the ice chains weaved into huge amounts of nets in the air, trying to bind the tentacles. Inuyasha roared, condensing all the flames in his body into his fists. Every time he swung his fists, the space twisted and roared, and he collided directly with the tentacles. The battle became more intense, with fire and ice mist interweaving, turning the Rune space into a doomsday picture. Every battle between Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha seemed like the collapse of heaven and earth. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the interweaving of light and shadow, but they never fell. Nuo-Lin, the power of this tree spirit seems to be endless. Inuyasha's voice was filled with a hint of panting, and it was obvious that this continuous battle was also a great drain on him. That's right, but the more so we can't let it succeed. Nuo-Lin responded through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He knew very well that if they could not find a way to break the spell as soon as possible, sooner or later, the 1,000-year-old tree spirit would exhaust their spiritual power and turn them into its nutrients. At this moment, the Millennium tree spirit seemed to have sensed the intentions of the two people, and its attack became more fierce. Its tentacles poured down like a storm, as if to completely drown the two people. However, at this moment of despair, Nuo-Lin suddenly noticed the unusual spiritual power fluctuation in the tree spirit's body. That was the core of Rune power and the source of the tree spirit. Inuyasha, attack its core. Nuo-Lin roared, and he swung his hands violently. Ice chains shot out like snakes, temporarily restraining some of the tentacles and creating an opportunity for Inuyasha to attack. When Inuyasha heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a red lightning, rushing straight to the core of the tree spirit. His fist was packed with destructive power, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and hit the tree spirit's vital points. However, just as it was about to touch the core, the Millennium Dryad suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its entire body shook violently. An unprecedented force burst out from its body, forcing Inuyasha back. Inuyasha was staggered by the sudden force, and the red flame dimmed a little at this moment, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense, like an eternal flame that would never go out. HMPH, a mere human, you want to touch my roots. The voice of the Millennium Tree Spirit was full of ridicule and anger. Its branches and tentacles seemed to feel the will of its master. Its offensive became more and more violent. The entire space was shattered by this force. The light of the runes flickered in the chaos like falling stars. Nuo-Lin's heart tightened when he saw this, but he did not hesitate at all. He formed seals with his hands again. This time, he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, even at the cost of overdrawing his potential, just to create a glimmer of hope for Inuyasha. The ice chains intertwined crazily in the air, not only binding more tentacles, but also weaving a huge amount of ice net in space, attempting to restrict the actions of the Millennium Dryad. Inuyasha, try again. Nuo-Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that this was their last chance. Inuyasha heard this, took a deep breath, and the flames in his body burned again, hotter and brighter than before. He roared as if he wanted to vent all his resentment and anger on this punch. This time, he did not rush directly to the core of the tree spirit. Instead, he used the ice net woven by Nuo-Lin as a springboard, drawing a perfect arc in the air and avoiding the tree spirit's most dense tentacle attack. His fist gathered in the air, and the friction between the flame and the air made a sharp whistling sound, as if even the space was about to be torn apart by this punch. Break it for me. Inuyasha roared, and his head finally hit the core of the Millennium Dryad. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be still, and all attacks and defenses lost their meaning under this punch. The flames collided violently with the spiritual power in the tree spirit's body, bursting out with dazzling light, illuminating the entire rune space like daylight. However, the power of the Millennium tree spirit was far beyond their imagination. Even under such a heavy blow, it only trembled slightly and did not suffer fatal damage. On the contrary, its anger reached its peak, and its entire body began to twist violently, as if it wanted to break free from all restraints and completely destroy anything that dared to challenge its existence. You all will die. The voice of the Millennium Tree spirit echoed in the space like thunder. Its tentacles grew wildly again, attacking Lin and Inuyasha with the power to destroy the world. This time, their target is not just the two people, but the entire rune space, as if they want to devour everything here. As the Millennium Tree spirit roared, the entire rune space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The space cracks spread like a spider web, releasing a frightening chaos aura. The tentacles danced wildly in the air like a giant python. Every swing caused the space to tremble and release destructive power. Facing this overwhelming attack, Lin and Inuyasha did not show any sign of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. They knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and only by trying their best could they have a chance of survival. Lin, looks like we have to use that trick. Inuyasha's voice was exceptionally clear in the chaos, his words carrying an unquestionable firmness. Lin's heart moved when he heard this, and he immediately understood what Inuyasha meant. During a life-and-death experience, they accidentally realized a secret method that could temporarily integrate each other's strength. Although the price was extremely high, it was their only hope in this desperate situation. Okay, let's fight side by side and share life and death. Lin roared, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He quickly formed seals with his hands, resonating with Inuyasha's spiritual power. At this moment, the two figures seemed to merge into one, transforming into a dazzling stream of light shuttling through space. Their integration is not a simple addition of strength, but a harmony and resonance of souls. At this moment, Lin's coldness and Inuyasha's heat were perfectly integrated, forming an unprecedented power, which had both the coldness to freeze everything and the heat to burn everything. Come on, Millennium Dryad, let us see, is your power stronger, or is our integrated will stronger? The voices of Lin and Inuyasha echoed in the space, and their figures shuttled between the tentacles like lightning. Every collision burst out with dazzling light, destroying the surrounding tentacles. However, the power of the Millennium Tree Spirit was still strong. It seemed to feel threatened by the two people, and its attack became more frantic. The tentacles were like a violent storm, carrying the power to destroy the world, attempting to completely submerge the two. But the integrated power of Lin and Inuyasha is also extraordinary. They look for flaws in the chaos, and each attack is precise and deadly. The battle became more intense, with fire and ice mist interweaving, turning the rune space into chaos. The figures of Lin and Inuyasha are looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every confrontation between them seems to be the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, releasing a destructive force. The Millennium Tree spirit trembled continuously under their attack, and its branches, leaves, and tentacles gradually became fragmented. But even so, it still did not give up resistance and continued to attack the two people frantically. At this critical moment of life and death, the integration power of Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have touched a certain limit. Each of their attacks was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, as if even time was affected by this power, becoming slow and heavy. The roar of the Millennium Tree spirit resounded through the sky. Its body gradually showed signs of fatigue in the frenzied attacks, but its ancient and tenacious vitality allowed it to remain standing. Although the tentacles were broken, they still clung to the two men like maggots, vowing to drag them into eternal darkness. Lin, we can't go on like this, we must find its weakness. Inuyasha's voice was a little anxious amid the chaos, and his flames began to show unstable fluctuations in the extreme burning, which was a sign that his spiritual power was about to run out. Lin gritted his teeth, his ice chains dancing wildly in the space, trying to gain more space for Inuyasha. I know, but in this chaos, its weakness is covered by thick fog and is difficult to find. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the rune space, and an ancient and pure power quietly penetrated into the battlefield, producing a subtle resonance with the integrate power of Lin and Inuyasha. This power is like a clear spring that washes away the chaos and violence on the battlefield, clearing people's minds. Request flowers, what is that? Inuyasha exclaimed. He felt an unprecedented clarity and strength being injected into his body as if even his soul was sublimated. Lin's eyes narrowed as well, realizing that this might be the key to their reversal of the situation. No matter what it is, we can't miss this opportunity. Go all out and find the weakness of the Millennium Tree Spirit. The two of them cheered up again, and the power of Integrate became more violent and precise with the blessing of ancient power. They were like two bolts of lightning, shuttling between the tentacles. Every collision was accompanied by violent fluctuations in space, as if they were going to tear this world of chaos apart. Finally, during a fierce battle, Lin keenly caught a hint of unusual aura. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar spiritual power fluctuation emanating from the core of the Millennium Tree Spirit. He had an idea in his mind and immediately exchanged glances with Inuyasha. The two of them adjusted the direction of their attack tacitly and went straight for the core of the Dryad. As Lin and Inuyasha locked onto their target, their offensive suddenly became fierce and unmatched, like two comets streaking through the night sky, heading straight for the heart of the thousand-year-old tree spirit. Every confrontation was accompanied by a violent tremor in space, with fire and cold interweaving into a doomsday scene, illuminating the Rune space like purgatory. Now, Inuyasha, our chance has come. Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. His eyes flashed with determination, and the ice chains weaved into an impenetrable net in the air, binding the tentacles of the Millennium Dryad, and Inuyasha opened up a passage to the core. Inuyasha roared, flames bursting from his body, as if he was pouring out all his strength. He stretched out his body and shuttled through the ice net like a fire phoenix, heading straight for the core of the tree spirit. The friction between the flame and the air made a sharp whistling sound, and the space seemed to be ignited by this force. The Millennium Dryad felt an unprecedented threat. It let out an even more shrill roar. Its entire body twisted violently, and its tentacles danced wildly, trying to pull the two of them into the abyss of destruction. But the integrated power of Lin and Inuyasha is no longer comparable to the past. With the blessing of ancient power, their attacks are unstoppable and no one can stop them. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with fire, ice mist, and tentacles intertwined together to form a thrilling picture. The figures of Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the chaos. Each of their attacks was precise and deadly, gradually approaching the core of the Millennium Tree Spirit. At that moment, an unprecedented force burst out from the core of the Tree Spirit. It was its last struggle of life and also its strongest attack. This power instantly filled the entire Rune space, sucking Lin and Inuyasha into it, as if it was going to swallow everything. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the integration power of Lin and Inuyasha also reached its peak. They roared, concentrating all their strength on one point, and the destructive force collided head-on. In an instant, the entire Rune space seemed to tremble, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. When the light faded and everything returned to calm, the huge body of the Millennium Tree Spirit collapsed and turned into fragments on the ground. As the Millennium Tree Spirit collapsed, the chaos and violent aura within the Rune space also dissipated, replaced by a fresh and peaceful atmosphere. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw the relief and exhaustion of surviving the disaster in each other's eyes. They slowly landed on the ruins, looking at the scene before them with an indescribable emotion welling up in their hearts. After a short rest, the two decided to move on and explore this Rune space full of unknowns and dangers. They walked through the road paved with the remains of thousand-year-old tree spirits. Each step seemed extremely heavy, but their hearts were filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown. Soon they came to a strange village. The village seems to be isolated from the world, shrouded in a layer of light mist, making it particularly mysterious. The buildings in the village are simple and peculiar, with mottled stone walls and moss-covered roofs, as if telling the story of the passage of time. However, what is even more disturbing is that the entire village is silent. There is not a single human voice, not even the sound of birds or insects. Only the occasional sound of wind echoes in the empty streets, adding a somewhat eerie feeling. This place is so weird. Inuyasha whispered, his flames sweeping around, trying to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. Lin also frowned, his perception was fully open, trying to capture any possible danger. Indeed, this place is full of unknowns and dangers. But now that we've come this far, there's no reason to turn back. The two of them stepped into the village cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. They walked along the narrow street with closed wooden doors and windows on both sides, as if the whole village was asleep. However, when they passed an ancient altar, they unexpectedly discovered a hint of unusual smell. There were some strange totems and offerings placed on the altar, and a faint fragrance filled the air as if some ancient ritual was being performed. What was even more surprising was that around the altar there grew some exotic plants that they had never seen before. These plants emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire altar like a fairyland. There seems to be some kind of power here. Niu Lin said softly, his eyes scanning back and forth between the altar and the plants trying to find the answer. Inuyasha also felt the presence of this power. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and looked around vigilantly. We have to be careful, there may be greater dangers hidden here. The two continued to move forward, going deep into the core area of the village. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more bizarre. Some houses began to collapse and strange runes and patterns appeared on the walls, as if recording some ancient secrets. The fragrance in the air becomes more and more intense, making people involuntarily indulge in it. At this moment, a low chanting sound suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the village. The sound came from all directions, yet seemed to exist only in their hearts. As the low chanting sound echoed in their ears, Niu Lin and Inuyasha's minds suddenly tightened, as if being pulled by the invisible power, and the air around them became sticky. They exchanged solemn glances with each other, and without saying anything, they knew the ominous meaning hidden behind the chanting. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the seemingly dead houses and stone roads seemed to come alive. Cracks spread from the ground like a giant beast stretching lazily after waking up. Then, from the ruins of the collapsed houses, thick vines broke out of the ground, twisting and entwining, and attacked the two at an alarming speed. Be careful. Niu Lin shouted, retreating violently and waving his hands. Ice chains danced in the air like spirit snakes trying to freeze the vines. But surprisingly, these vines seemed to have some kind of strange vitality. Even when covered by ice, they only stopped for a short time and then broke free from the salt in an even crazier manner. Inuyasha roared angrily, and flames surged all over his body, transforming into a stream of fire that shuttled through the vines. Wherever he passed, the vines were ignited by the high temperature and turned into ashes. However, the number of vines seemed endless. Every time he thought he had cleared a space, more vines would come from all directions, surrounding him and Niu Lin. This is not a solution. Niu Lin shouted while dodging the vines. He noticed that as the number of vines increased, the strange fragrance in the air became stronger, as if it was this fragrance that was nourishing the vines. Find the source. Inuyasha also realized this. He leaped suddenly, and with the help of the power of fire, he soared into the sky and tried to find the source of the sound from a high altitude. Niu Lin stayed on the ground and continued to use ice chains to resist the attack of the vines, buying time for Inuyasha. After a difficult search, Inuyasha finally found a blooming strange flower on the top of an abandoned ancestral hall. The flower exuded an attractive fragrance which was the source of all these changes. He was about to go forward and destroy it, but suddenly he felt a strong suction coming from the flower, as if it was going to suck him in. Niu Lin, hurry. Inuyasha shouted for help and struggled hard, but the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Upon seeing this, Niu Lin released all his strength without hesitation. The ice chains turned into sharp ice blades and attacked the strange flower with the force of thunder. However, just as they were about to touch the flower, an even more terrifying force erupted from the flower, completely neutralizing the attacks of the two and rebounding them back. Niu Lin retreated violently, and the ice blades were scattered by the rebound of the force, turning into cold light and dissipating in the air. His face was solemn, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. He knew that facing such a being, brute force alone would not work. This is definitely not an ordinary thing, Niu Lin whispered, his voice trembling slightly, but it made him more determined to destroy it. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to surge wildly, as if rivers converged into the sea, preparing for the final impact. At the same time, Inuyasha was also fighting a tough battle in the air. The suction force seemed to have life, tightly wrapping around him and making it impossible for him to escape. The flames burned fiercely around him, but it seemed unable to warm the extreme coldness. Instead, it added a bit of anxiety and struggle. Niu Lin, think of a way quickly. This power is too strange. Inuyasha's voice came through the wind with a hint of anxiety and helplessness. He tried to change his body shape using flames as wings, trying to break free from the suction force, but every attempt was like a drop in the ocean with no effect. Niu Lin was extremely anxious when he heard this, but it also aroused his fighting spirit even more. He closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling every pulse of the power in his body, as if he was conversing with the world, seeking a way to break the spell. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Inuyasha, hold on. I found it, Lin roared, and all the strength in his body was concentrated to the extreme at this moment. He no longer tried to freeze the strange flower with ice, but instead transformed his power into fine ice threads that spread toward the flower like a spider web. These ice threads may seem fragile, but they actually contain the ultimate control and understanding of the power of the Lin tree. As the ice silk approached, the strange flower seemed to feel threatened, and the suction force became more violent, trying to devour everything that approached it. But Lin seemed to be one with this power. His will was so firm that he guided the ice silk to accurately penetrate the flower's defense and reach its core. At this moment, the strange flower suddenly burst into dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. The light contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. However, in this light, the figures of Lin and Inuyasha were unusually firm. They looked at each other with only trust and persistence in their eyes. Let's break through it together. Lin growled and exerted force at the same time as Inuyasha. The ice silk and the flame reached an unprecedented tacit understanding at this moment. They intertwined together to form an unprecedented force which collided violently with the light. Light and power intertwined, collided, and melted in the air. In the end, everything returned to calm. The strange flower slowly withered and turned into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated in the air, and the strange fragrance also disappeared without a trace. However, when Lin and Inuyasha were ready to breathe a sigh of relief, they discovered that the entire village began to slowly sink, as if being pulled by some force and about to disappear into the endless abyss. As the village sank, the stone slabs under Lin and Inuyasha's feet began to shake violently, as if Mother Earth was swallowing up this ancient land. They clenched their hands tightly, their eyes were sharp, and they vowed to find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. Keep steady, this may be a continuation of the test, Lin shouted in a deep voice, his voice revealing an unquestionable firmness. He stepped on the ground with his feet as if he had established some kind of subtle connection with the earth. The power of the ice element in his body surged again, transforming into indestructible ice pillars that supported the surrounding buildings that were about to collapse. Inuyasha tumbled and leaped in the air. His flames transformed into fire dragons that surrounded him and fought fiercely against the undercurrents that tried to drag them into the abyss. The roaring fire dragon and the rolling flames formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding cold air, but also displayed endless vitality and vigor at this moment of life and death. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 NDE3 NJK Dodge Y equals. Lin, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find a way to stop the village from sinking. Inuyasha shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety and indomitable spirit. He tried to use the flame to illuminate the darkness around him, hoping to find some clues or mechanisms. Lin nodded in agreement after hearing this, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for a possible way out. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by an ancient stone tablet, which was engraved with complicated runes and seemed to contain some ancient power. Look there. There may be an answer on the stone tablet. Lin pointed at the stone tablet and shouted to Inuyasha. He quickly approached the stone tablet and gently touched it with his hands, trying to decipher the ancient runes. At this moment, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a soft light, enveloping Lin and Inuyasha. There was an ancient and mysterious power contained in that light, which seemed to resonate with the ice element in Lin's body and seemed to be guiding Inuyasha's fire power. What kind of power is this? Lin murmured to himself. He could feel that the power in his body was undergoing subtle changes, as if being pulled by some mysterious force. No matter what it is, we must give it a try. Inuyasha roared, and the flames on his body reached an unprecedented level of heat at this moment, as if to burn all obstacles to ashes. He stood side by side with Lin, and the power of the two reached an unprecedented integration and resonance at this moment. As they released their power, the entire village seemed to be held up by an invisible force. The sinking speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped miraculously. Under the light of the stone tablet, Lin and Inuyasha were surrounded not only by the interweaving of power, but also by an indescribable mysterious rhythm. The two people's breathing gradually synchronized, and their heartbeats seemed to resonate. They seemed to have turned into gods in ancient legends who fought side by side to fight against the ancient curse hidden in this forgotten land. Where does this power come from, and where does it go? Lin's voice was low and full of doubt, his eyes flashing with wisdom and determination, his hands 173 slowly raised, as if to grasp the illusory source of power. No matter where it comes from, as long as it can protect this village, it is the right way. Inuyasha's voice was excited, his body suddenly rose up. Flames were like an angry dragon out of the sea, drawing brilliant tracks in the air. Colliding violently with the undercurrent surging around, every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Although the vines around had withered, the strange power did not seem to have completely dissipated. Instead, it was stirring in the dark, attempting to launch another attack. Newlin stopped hesitating upon seeing this, and the ice element in his body surged crazily, transforming into thousands of ice crystals, each of which contained a biting chill and a sharp edge. They poured out like a rainstorm, freezing those undercurrents into crystal-clear ice sculptures, temporarily suppressing their offensive. Inuyasha, if you and I work together and direct this power to the stone tablet, perhaps we can lift the curse of this village. Newlin roared with unquestionable determination in his voice. His figure flashed and he was already in front of the stone tablet with his hands pressed against it. The ice element in his body surged wildly, as if it wanted to be injected into the stone tablet. Hearing this, Inuyasha also retreated violently, standing back to back with Newlin. He took a deep breath, and the flames in his body suddenly retreated, turning into fine lines of fire, wrapping around him and Newlin, forming a hot protective shield that isolated the two from the outside world. Then he roared and poured all the remaining fire power in his body into the stone tablet, forming a distinct yet delicate balance with Newlin's ice element. With the infusion of their power, the stone tablet glowed brightly, as if an ancient god had been awakened, releasing a vast and boundless power. This power was neither pure cold nor pure heat, but a deeper and more ancient energy that surpassed the original elements. It rose into the sky like a dragon, circled over the village for several weeks, and then suddenly swooped down, completely engulfing the undercurrents that were ready to move. At the same time, it also stabilized the village that was about to collapse. However, just as this force was about to dissipate, something strange happened. The ground around the village began to shake violently, and cracks spread out from the ground, as if something was awakening deep underground, trying to break free and see the light of day again. As the ground shook violently, an ancient and powerful aura slowly rose from deep underground, as if the sleeping Urlu had finally opened its eyes. Under the influence of this breath, the color of the sky seemed to dim, the clouds rolled and thunder roared, foreshadowing that an unprecedented storm was about to come. At this critical moment, a huge figure suddenly rose out from the crack. It was covered with gorgeous feathers, colorful and dazzling like a rainbow, but it also exuded a heart-pounding weird aura. This is the legendary powerful monster, the Bird of Paradise. It has the terrifying power to control wind and rain and tear apart space. It is the Asgardian of this forgotten land and the source of the curse. Exist. HMPH, a mere human, how dare you disturb my sleep? The voice of the Bird of Paradise echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Its eyes flashed with a cold light as it stared directly at Newlin and Inuyasha, as if it wanted to pierce through their souls completely. Newlin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they already had a tacit understanding with each other. They knew very well that facing such a powerful opponent, the only way to survive was to fight side by side. Bird of Paradise, you may be powerful, but today we vow to lift the curse of this village and restore peace to this land. Newlin's voice was firm and powerful. He waved his hands, and the ice element surged again, turning into countless sharp ice blades, shooting towards the Bird of Paradise like a meteor shower. Inuyasha roared, and flames burst out of his body, transforming into a fire dragon and rushing straight towards the Bird of Paradise. Flames and ice blades intertwined in the air, forming a thrilling picture, as if all the elemental forces between heaven and earth were gathered at this moment, just for this unprecedented battle. The Bird of Paradise saw this and laughed instead of getting angry. It flapped its wings gently, and suddenly a strong wind blew up and heavy rain poured down, which completely neutralized the attacks of Newlin and Inuyasha. At the same time, lightning intertwined on its wings, as if Thor was possessed, and launched a fierce attack on the two. Newlin was agile and dodged the bombardment of lightning, while continuously releasing ice elements, trying to freeze the wings of the Bird of Paradise and restrict its movement. But the Bird of Paradise seemed to see through his intentions and avoided every attack just right, causing Newlin's plans to fail repeatedly. "Humph, a mere ice, how can it do anything to me?" The Bird of Paradise's voice was full of disdain. It suddenly opened its huge beak and spit out a beam of blazing light, heading straight for Newlin. Nuolin's face changed. He knew the power of this beam of light and did not dare to take it head-on. He had to use the power of the ice element to leave a trail of afterimages in the air and barely avoided the attack. However, just as he was catching his breath, Inuyasha's call suddenly came. Nuolin, watch out behind you. Nuolin turned around suddenly and saw a bolt of lightning coming towards him like a snake, so fast that he could hardly dodge it. At this critical moment of life and death, the ice element in his body seemed to have been stimulated to unprecedented potential and instantly condensed into an indestructible ice shield, blocking the lightning outside. That was a close call. Nuolin secretly thought that he was lucky, and at the same time he did not forget to cast a grateful look towards Inuyasha. The tacit understanding and trust between the two reached an unprecedented height at this moment. The battle continues. Nuolin and Inuyasha keep changing their attack methods, trying to find the weakness of the Bird of Paradise. However, as the Asgardian of this land, the Bird of Paradise's strength is far beyond their imagination. Every attack was like a drop in the ocean, unable to cause any substantial damage. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, a head suddenly flashed through Nuolin's mind. He suddenly remembered the mysterious power on the stone tablet. Perhaps that was the key to solving this battle. Inuyasha, we can't keep fighting like this. We must find the true use of the power of the stone tablet. Nuolin shouted loudly while struggling to resist the attack of the Bird of Paradise to buy time for Inuyasha. Inuyasha heard this, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his state and fought side by side with Nuolin while secretly observing the changes in the stone tablet. He knew very well that only with the help of the power of the stone tablet could they defeat this powerful monster and lift the curse on the village. Nuolin's words were like thunder, penetrating the noise of the battle, landing in Inuyasha's heart and causing ripples. The two men intertwined their bodies and coordinated seamlessly, as if they had become one, jointly resisting the deadly threat from the Bird of Paradise. Humph, a mere mortal, you actually want to defeat me with the help of external forces. The voice of the Bird of Paradise was filled with endless majesty and ridicule. It fluttered its wings, and the sky and the earth changed color. In the midst of the violent storm, it became even more weird and terrifying. Lightning and thunder intertwined between its wings, like an angry dragon flying through the air. Each lightning contained destructive power and directly hit Nuolin and Inuyasha's vital points. Nuolin's face was solemn. He knew very well that with their current strength, they could not compete with the Bird of Paradise for too long. The ice element in his body surged wildly, as if it was going to freeze him into ice, but at this critical moment of life and death, he turned it into the sharpest weapon. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the thunder and lightning. Every time he waved his hand, an ice blade would cut through the sky like a meteor, colliding with the thunder and lightning with a piercing roar and bursting into dazzling light. Inuyasha roared continuously, his whole body was boiling with flames, as if he was going to set the whole world on fire. He transformed into a fire spirit, and together with Nuolin, one ice and one fire, they complemented each other and weaved a web of death. His flames danced in the air and turned into fire snakes that entangled with the lightning of the Bird of Paradise. The two devoured and melted each other. The scene was spectacular and tragic. However, the Bird of Paradise is more powerful than one could imagine. It seems to have endless strength. Each attack is more fierce. Each counterattack makes Nuolin and Inuyasha feel unprecedented pressure. Its wings are like sharp blades, and every swing can tear through space, leaving shocking cracks. Its eyes are as deep as the abyss, as if they can see through people's hearts, making people feel fearful. HMPH, you're just an ant. How dare you act so presumptuous in front of me? The voice of the Bird of Paradise sounded again with unquestionable majesty. It suddenly spread its wings, and its size increased several times, like a giant bird covering the sky and the sun, shrouding Nuolin and Inuyasha in its shadow. On its wings, lightning and fire intertwined, forming a destructive storm that swooped down towards the two. Nuolin, the power of the stone tablet can only be exerted to its maximum power when it is united. Inuyasha's voice sounded unusually firm in the storm. He knew very well that this was their only hope. He kicked the ground hard and retreated violently, standing back to back with Nuolin. They both mobilized the remaining strength in their bodies and poured it into the stone tablet. Under the infusion of the two people's power, the stone tablet once again burst into dazzling light. This light, together with the thunder, lightning, and flames in the storm, formed a shocking picture. The stone tablet seemed to be an ancient god that had been awakened, releasing a profound power that surpassed the elements originally. This force circulated between the two people and finally gathered into a powerful energy wave, rushing straight towards the bird of paradise. The energy wave was like the light of dawn, penetrating the darkness and storm and heading straight for the bird of paradise with endless majesty and destructive intent. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be still, and only the collision between the energy waves and the bird of paradise became the only melody in the world. A flash of surprise flashed across the bird of paradise's eyes, followed by deeper anger and unwillingness. It howled towards the sky, its voice filled with resistance to fate, and flapped its wings violently, trying to resist this unknown force with an even more violent storm. However, the power of the stone tablet is extraordinary. It contains ancient and profound laws, which are the sedimentation and condensation of this land for billions of years. The energy wave and the storm of the bird of paradise collided violently in the air, and a dazzling light and a deafening roar erupted between the two. Lightning and fire intertwined wildly in the collision, as if to tear the entire space apart. However, as time went on, the energy waves of the power of the stone tablet gradually revealed its overwhelming power and began to suppress and devour the storm of the bird of paradise. This is impossible. How can a mere mortal possess such power? The voice of the bird of paradise was filled with disbelief and despair. Its wings became shattered in the struggle, and the lightning and fire also lost their former power, and could only barely maintain the storm that was about to collapse. Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, both of them showing determination and resoluteness on their faces. They knew that this was their last chance and the hope they brought to this land. They continued to mobilize the power in their bodies, constantly pouring it into the stone tablet, making the energy wave increasingly powerful until it completely enveloped the bird of paradise. As the energy waves continued to grow stronger, the entire space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and the light and sound became distorted and strange. The bird of paradise's silhouette seemed increasingly insignificant under the cover of the energy wave, but there was an unyielding fire burning in its eyes. It was a desire for freedom and a pursuit of power. Even in the face of desperation, it would never give up easily. HMPH, you think you can restrain my bird of paradise with just the power of a stone tablet? Although its voice was weak, it still carried an arrogance that should not be underestimated. It suddenly shook, and a brilliant light burst out from its whole body. That was its last struggle, and it was its dignity as an Asgardian. In the light, the silhouette of the bird of paradise began to change. Its wings gradually became transparent, as if blending into the surrounding lightning and flames, forming a strange and powerful form. In this form, it no longer relies solely on the power of elements, but integrates itself with the laws of heaven and earth, demonstrating a power beyond common sense. Lin and Inuyasha felt the change in power and their faces changed. They knew this would be the toughest battle they had ever faced, but they did not back down. Instead, they became more determined in their beliefs. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions without saying anything. Inuyasha, are you ready? Lin's voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. Definitely, we have to protect this land together. Inuyasha's answer was equally firm, and his flames became even hotter at this moment, as if to burn away all the darkness. The two once again urged the power in their bodies to merge with the power of the stone tablet, and the energy wave became even more violent and invincible. It tumbled and roared in the air like an angry dragon, and launched a final showdown with the bird of paradise, which had integrated the laws of heaven and earth. In this battle, there are no fancy moves, only the collision of strength and the contest of wills. The entire space was filled with this force, as if even time had stopped. Thunder, lightning, fire, ice. All kinds of elemental forces interweave in the air to form breathtaking pictures that are dazzling to the eyes. However, just when everyone thought the outcome had been decided, the bird of paradise suddenly let out a deafening cry. Its figure suddenly disappeared in the light, leaving only a blurry afterimage, and it fled in all directions under the impact of the energy wave. What? It actually. Lin and Inuyasha were both surprised. They didn't expect that the bird of paradise could escape in such a desperate situation. But what shocked them even more was that the afterimage began to gradually condense into an even more powerful force during its escape. It is a power that transcends the elements and the laws, as if it is the most primitive and purest source of power between heaven and earth. This is, Lin and Inuyasha both felt unprecedented pressure and fear. They knew that once this power was fully released, it would bring unimaginable consequences. That force raged between heaven and earth like an ancient god awakening. Its pressure caused the surrounding air to solidify, and even the passage of time seemed to slow down. Newlin and Inuyasha's bodies seemed so small in front of this power, but there was no trace of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined light. We can't let it completely awaken. Newlin's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. He took a deep breath, and the remaining ice elements in his body seemed to respond to his call, surging again and turning into sharp ice blades, trying to penetrate the barrier of that power. Inuyasha roared, and the flames all over his body seemed to be boiling magma. He turned into a ball of blazing flames, which contrasted with Newlin's ice blade. That force launched a fierce attack. The flames and ice blades collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar, as if to tear the entire space apart. However, that power is as deep as the ocean, and no matter how hard Newlin and Inuyasha try, they cannot truly touch its core. On the contrary, under the influence of that power, their attacks began to become weak and even began to backfire. This power is too strong. Inuyasha's voice revealed a trace of fatigue and helplessness, but he did not give up. Instead, he urged the flames in his body more frantically, trying to find a way to break through. At the moment, the power suddenly changed. It is no longer an invisible rampage, but gradually condenses into a huge amount of eyes, which are full of indifference and majesty, as if they can see through everything in the world. It stared at Newlin and Inuyasha quietly, as if it was looking at two insignificant ants. HMPH, a mere mortal dares to challenge me. The voice of the bird of paradise suddenly came from those eyes, but its voice was completely different from before, full of endless majesty and indifference. As the cold and majestic voice of the bird of paradise echoed between heaven and earth, the entire space seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, making people feel suffocated. The huge amounts of eyes slowly turned, as if the stars in the universe had lost their luster under its gaze. Newlin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that this would be the toughest battle in their lives, but it was also their only chance to prove themselves and protect this land. Although we are mortals, we have fire and light in our hearts. Newlin's voice was firm and powerful. The ice element in his body boiled again, turning into countless tiny ice crystals, which swirled around him and formed a dazzling ice shield. Inuyasha howled towards the sky, his flames reaching an unprecedented height at this moment. His whole body was wrapped in blazing flames, like a fire god of war. He suddenly jumped up, turned into a fiery red meteor, and rushed towards the huge amounts of eye. How dare a mere god claim to be invincible? Inuyasha's voice roared in the flames. His fist, wrapped in raging flames, collided with the eye, causing a thunderous noise that shook the earth. However, the eyes only trembled slightly before steadying themselves again. The power emanating from it was like a violent storm, shattering Inuyasha's flames and throwing him heavily to the ground. HMPH, you overestimate your abilities. The cold voice of the bird of paradise came from his eyes again, as if mocking their incompetence. But Newlin did not give up. He took this opportunity and quickly approached the eye. His ice blade drew graceful arcs in the air, each containing enough coldness to freeze the space. However, when these ice blades approached the eyes, they were swallowed up by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. This is not a solution, we must find its weakness, Newlin shouted to Inuyasha while attacking. Inuyasha struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. Yes, we can't give up like this. He urged the flames again and fought side by side with Newlin. The two of them, one ice and one fire, interweaved to create a magnificent picture between heaven and earth. Their attacks became more and more frequent and fierce, as if they were going to burn the entire space and freeze it into ice. However, the huge amounts of ice seemed to have no end, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not cause any substantial damage to it. On the contrary, under the gaze of those eyes, their strength began to gradually dissipate, and their bodies became weaker and weaker. At this moment of despair, something strange happened between heaven and earth. The originally solidified air seemed to be cut by an invisible sharp blade, and tiny spatial cracks quietly spread around the two people. Newlin and Inuyasha both felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. They realized that this was not just a showdown with the bird of paradise, but also a fight against the entire space law. We can't go on like this, we must find a way out. There was a hint of anxiety in Newlin's voice, but his eyes were still as firm as iron. He took a deep breath, and the ice element in his body seemed to respond to his call and began to surge in an unprecedented way. The same is true for Inuyasha. Under extreme pressure, his flames began to change qualitatively, from the original blazing heat to a deep and dark blue, like the brightest star in the night sky. He roared, and the space around his body seemed to be distorted by this force, forming vortexes of flames that swept towards the huge amounts of ice. Since we can't break through from the front, let's try to disintegrate it from the inside. Lin and Inuyasha thought of this almost at the same time, and their attacks began to change subtly. Lin's ice blade no longer attacked blindly, but danced in the air with a strange trajectory, as if looking for a gap to enter the eye. Inuyasha's flame turned into countless tiny fire spirits, like nimble bees trying to penetrate the seemingly impeccable defense. The attacks of the two were intertwined, ice and fire, cold and heat, reaching an unprecedented balance and harmony at this moment. Request Flowers 0. They weave into a complex network in the air, gradually approaching the huge amounts of the eye. HMPH, you are just an ant, and you dare to think of shaking my foundation. The voice of the bird of paradise came from his eyes again, but this time it was a little more angry. It seemed to feel the threat from the two people and began to mobilize more forces to fight back. However, Lin and Inuyasha have already risked their lives. They knew this was their last chance. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and the distortion of space. The entire space seemed to be trembling under their fighting, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. After countless collisions and integrations, Lin's ice blade and Inuyasha's fire spirit actually formed a new power. It was a perfect combination of ice and fire, with the coldness of ice and the heat and violence of extinction. The moment this force came into contact with the eye, it caused an unprecedented explosion. The light of the explosion was like falling stars, dyeing the sky a brilliant violet. Under the impact of this force, the huge amounts of eyes finally revealed their invincible fragility. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web until the entire eyeball was cut into pieces, releasing endless energy fluctuations. What kind of power is this? For the first time, panic appeared in the voice of the bird of paradise. It seemed that it had never expected that these two mortals could create such horrific, destructive power. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, with shock and ecstasy in their eyes. They knew very well that this was a miracle created by their unprecedented tacit understanding and determination. We did it. There was a hint of panting in Lin's voice, but more of the joy of victory. He condensed the ice element once again. This time his attack was more precise and deadly. Each ice blade was like the sickle of the death god, going straight to the core of the shattered eyeball. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. His flames reached the ultimate condensation at this moment, transforming into a fire dragon, roaring and shuttling between the broken eyeballs. Wherever it passed, everything was burned and destroyed. The attacks of the two were like a violent storm, pouring down on the eyeball that was about to collapse. At this moment, space seemed to be completely torn apart, time also lost its meaning, and only endless fighting and destruction remained. No, I am an ancient god, how can I be destroyed by mortals like you? The voice of the bird of paradise was full of unwillingness and anger, but it was powerless to save the situation. As the eyeball completely collapsed, its once invincible power began to dissipate into the invisible. Finally, after a deafening roar, everything returned to calm. The huge amounts of eyes turned into nothingness, leaving only emptiness and silence. Lin and Inuyasha stood in the center of the battlefield, covered with scars, but their eyes were unusually bright, as if they had just experienced a baptism. Before the aftermath of the battle has completely dissipated, Lin and Inuyasha embark on a new journey. They walked side by side, the scars on their bodies were their badges of honor, and every step they took seemed so firm and powerful. Soon after, they arrived at a quiet little village with smoke rising from the chimneys. It should have been a peaceful scene, but it was suddenly broken by a burst of urgent cries for help. The two looked at each other and immediately realized that something had changed ahead, so they quickened their pace and ran towards the source of the sound. I saw a group of vicious bandits besieging the village. The villagers were panicked and fled in all directions, but most of them were caught by the bandits and their property was looted. The robbers laughed wantonly as if this was their paradise. Stop. Lin and Inuyasha shouted angrily and rushed into the battle circle like two lightning bolts. Their appearance startled the robbers, but they quickly came to their senses and attacked the two uninvited guests, waving their weapons. Humph, here come two more people seeking death. The bandit leader sneered and swung his knife at Lin. Lin dodged the attack easily with a flash of his body, and at the same time, he used an ice blade with his backhand to strike the man's face. The ice blade drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill that froze the surrounding air. The bandit leader was horrified and hurriedly raised his knife to block, but the sharpness of the ice blade was beyond his imagination. With a click, his weapon was cut off. The ice blade continued to move forward, leaving a deep scratch on his face, and blood gushed out instantly. Ah, the bandit leader cried out in pain, covered his face, and roared angrily, "Kill them for me." Upon hearing this, the robbers roared and rushed towards Rune and Inuyasha. Seeing this, Inuyasha curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He kicked the ground hard, his body suddenly rose up, turned into a fiery red afterimage, and instantly rushed into the group of bandits. His flames were like blazes in a strong wind. Wherever he passed, the bandits were set on fire and let out miserable screams. After a fierce battle, the bandits were finally defeated. Rune dealt with the remaining bandits. His ice blade was like the scythe of the death god, and every swing brought the enemy down. He tried to condense the ice element again. Although it was difficult, his desire for light made him unwilling to give up. But please remember that true peace requires light and courage in everyone's heart. Inuyasha added, his eyes deep, as if he could see into the deepest part of people's hearts. "Okay, let's charge together," Inuyasha responded. Although his flame was weak, it was like the only fire in the darkness guiding them forward. Rune and Inuyasha looked at each other with both fatigue and relief in their eyes. As they got closer and closer to the light, the distortion and chaos around them seemed to slow down, but the power of the storm became more violent, like an enraged beast, tearing their bodies and wills madly. They were either dead or injured and fell to the ground, no longer threatening the safety of the small village. Under the illumination of that 1/6 ray of light, a hint of determination flashed in Rune and Yasha's eyes. However, as the storm intensified, they began to feel overwhelmed. In the storm, the two stood back to back, conveying firm belief and determination to each other. Although their strength was limited, the arrogance of the bandits was gradually suppressed in the face of this force of justice. They know that only by uniting together can they defeat this unknown threat. The villagers cheered and looked at Rune and Inuyasha with gratitude. "Village chief, protecting this land is everyone's responsibility. We are just doing what we should do." Rune's voice was steady and powerful. He looked around and saw villagers helping the elderly and children or supporting each other and starting to rebuild their homes. The surrounding scene became increasingly blurred, as if the whole world was collapsing. Inside the storm, space is distorted, time seems to have lost its meaning, and everything becomes blurred and chaotic. The storm seemed to be touched by the sudden light, spinning even more violently as if to tear everything into pieces. "Rune, do you feel it?" Inuyasha frowned. He could feel the threat contained in this wind. It was a force that surpassed any enemy they had encountered before. "What the hell is this place?" Rune shouted loudly. He tried to use ice elements to stabilize the space around him, but found that his power was greatly weakened here. At this moment, the wind suddenly intensified, forming a huge amount of eye of the storm, enveloping Rune and Inuyasha. "We have to be careful, this force is definitely not a good one," Inuyasha said in a deep voice. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any possible changes at any time. The two of them were like two unyielding streams of light, struggling hard in the vortex of the storm and sprinting towards the glimmer of light. His movements were swift and precise, as if every attack was carefully calculated, making it impossible for the robbers to get close to him. Before the village chief finished speaking, the air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder and indomitable will. "Inuyasha, we have to move towards that light." Rune's voice pierced through the roar of the storm, firm and powerful. This wind was not like natural wind. It carried an inexplicable force that made the surrounding air tremble. "Thank you two heroes for your help." The village chief walked over tremblingly and bowed deeply to Rune and Inuyasha. "Stop, you robbers." Seeing this, the villagers also plucked up their courage, picked up the farm tools in their hands and rushed towards the robbers. They nodded slightly, accepting the gratitude from the simple villagers. Just as the two were about to leave and continue their journey, a strange wind suddenly blew over, sweeping up the dust on the ground and forming whirlpools. At this moment, a faint light suddenly penetrated the gap in the storm and shone on their faces. "I don't know, but we must find a way out." Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm. His flame seemed unusually weak in this chaotic environment, but he did not give up and still tried hard to find a way to break through. "Well, this power seems to come from far away, yet it seems to be right next to us." Rune also felt the unusualness of this power. He looked around vigilantly but found nothing except the wind. "Ah!" Rune roared, and the ice element in his body seemed to be ignited by this anger, turning into an icy torrent, temporarily stabilizing the surrounding space. But this was only a brief respite, as the storm immediately struck back even more violently. Rune, hold on. Inuyasha's voice sounded in his ears with unquestionable firmness. His flame began to resonate with his will. Although the light was small, it was extremely tenacious, providing vital support to Lin. The two of them struggled forward in the raging storm, and every step seemed like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. Their clothes were torn and their skin was scratched, but their pursuit of light made them forget the pain and fatigue. Finally, when they were about to exhaust all their strength, the light became extremely dazzling, as if illuminating the entire storm. They seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and came to a whole new world, but just as they were about to touch the zero. Too light, the storm suddenly became more violent, and an unprecedented force surged out from the light, violently bouncing them away. What is this? Lin staggered to his feet, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked at the light that was still dazzling but out of reach, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. We are not over yet. Inuyasha panted, his eyes equally complicated. He looked at Lin and they both understood each other's feelings without saying anything. At this moment, the light began to change slowly, forming a series of blurry pictures, as if telling some ancient secret. The storm gradually subsided under the shining light, leaving behind a dead silence and the unknown. Under the reflection of that light, the pictures flow, like pages of an ancient history book being slowly turned, and each picture carries unspeakable secrets and power. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw shock and determination in each other's eyes. What is hidden behind this light? Lin whispered with both doubt and expectation in his voice. He tried to approach the light again, but every step seemed to be blocked by the invisible force, like walking in a sticky quagmire. No matter what it is, we have to face it. Inuyasha gritted his teeth, and his fire seemed to be more vigorous in his words, which was the unyielding and eagerness for the unknown challenge. He stepped forward side by side with Lin, and their figures looked unusually firm under the light. At this moment, the light suddenly fluctuated violently, as if stimulated by some force. Waves of invisible power surged out from it, transforming into sharp air currents that cut through the surrounding space like a sharp blade. Lin and Inuyasha had to react quickly. They stood back to back and used their bodies and willpower to resist this sudden attack. Be careful, Lin warned. The ice element in his body seemed to be awakened by this power, turning into a thin layer of ice armor covering his body, providing him with additional defense. Inuyasha let the flames surround his whole body, forming a hot barrier to block the sharp air currents. However, this power seemed endless, and every time they resisted it, Lin and Inuyasha felt more exhausted. Their breathing became rapid, and sweat and blood mixed together and dripped onto the ground, but were instantly evaporated without a trace by that force. We can't go on like this. Lin roared, trying to find a way to break this power. His eyes scanned back and forth between the light and the storm, looking for a possible flaw. Yes, we have to find its source, Inuyasha echoed. His flame seemed to resonate with Lin's ice element at this moment, and the two intertwined to form an unprecedented wave of influence. Just as this power fluctuation reached its peak, the light suddenly cracked, and an even more ancient and powerful aura emanated from it. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and rushed into the gap without hesitation. When they passed through the gap and came to a completely new space, they were shocked by the scene before them. This is no longer a place where storms and light intersect, but a mysterious space full of ancient runes and strange powers. And those runes seemed to have life, flowing slowly in the space, forming a series of shocking pictures. In this mysterious space filled with ancient runes and strange powers, Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have stepped into another world. The air around was heavy and sticky, as if even time had slowed down at this moment. Those flowing runes moved around their bodies like living things, and every touch caused a tremor deep in their souls. Where is this? Lin's voice was low, with some shock that was difficult to conceal. With his sharp eyes, he tried to penetrate the thick fog and see the road ahead clearly. No matter where we are, now that we've come this far, there's no turning back. Inuyasha's response was brief and powerful, with an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, which was a desire for unknown challenges and a firm trust in his partners. Before he finished speaking, the space suddenly shook violently. The runes that were originally flowing calmly seemed to be enraged, turning into sharp energy blades that pounced towards them with the power to tear through space. Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back in an instant, and their auras reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment. Lin took a deep breath, and the ice element in his body surged like a giant beast awakened. He formed seals with his hands, and the air around him quickly condensed into crystal-clear ice shields, which shattered the energy blades. At the same time, it released a biting cold air in an attempt to slow down the rune's attack speed. and Inuyasha roared and flames burst out of his body, transforming into a fire dragon that surrounded him and intertwined with the runes. The flames collided with the runes, bursting into dazzling light. Every impact made the space tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were about to be torn apart by this force. Lin, these runes seem to have intelligence, they are guiding us somewhere. Inuyasha keenly perceived the pattern of the flow of runes during the fierce battle, and his voice was clearly transmitted to Lin's ears through the roar of flames. Lin's mind moved when he heard this. He quickly adjusted his strategy and no longer resisted blindly. Instead, he used the agility of the ice element to guide the runes to flow in a specific direction. The two, one of ice and the other of fire, shuttled through the maze woven by runes. Every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, as if the whole world was trembling with their battle. As they went deeper, the runes became more powerful and the attacks became more intense. But Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have forgotten their fatigue and pain, and their hearts only had a desire for the unknown and trust in each other. In this mysterious space, they seemed to be each other's only support. Just as they were about to reach the end of the rune guidance, the space suddenly stopped, and all the runes gathered into a dazzling light enveloping the two of them. In the light, there was a wave of ancient and powerful power which made their souls tremble. This is. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and confusion. But at this moment, the light suddenly dissipated and they were teleported back to the real world, leaving only an empty and mysterious space and those runes that were still slowly flowing as if telling an unfinished story. We are back. Lin looked around, somewhat incredulous. But Inuyasha had already stood up, his eyes flashing with determination and resoluteness. Inuyasha's gaze penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion and fell on the shadow that was gradually appearing in the distance. The shadow was huge and ferocious. As a gust of wind blew up, a monster they had never seen before slowly walked into their sight, the Wind-Fang Dragon. This wind-toothed dragon is dozens of feet long and covered with blue-black scales, which gleam with a cold luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. Its head is shaped like a wolf's head, but it has a pair of huge amounts of dragon horns, and its eyes are like torches burning with emerald-green flames, as if it can see through the deepest fears in people's hearts. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and every step it takes is accompanied by a tremor in the ground, while the long tail behind it is like a flexible whip, drawing sharp tracks in the air. HMPH, a mere human dares to trespass here. The voice of the Windfang Dragon was low and majestic, with unquestionable domineering. Its huge amounts of body slowly approached, and the air around it seemed to be oppressed by its momentum and became extremely heavy. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they already understood each other. They knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, the only way to survive was to fight side by side. Wind-Fang Dragon, we have no intention of making an enemy of you, but don't even think about blocking our way tilde. Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He formed seals with his hands again, and the air around him quickly condensed into sharp ice blades that shot towards the Wind-Fang Dragon. Feng Yulong snorted coldly, moved his body slightly, and easily avoided Lin's attack. It opened its huge mouth and a strong wind gushed out of it, instantly blowing the ice blades into all directions. At the same time, its long tail danced like a snake, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it lashed towards Lin. Lin dodged the attack of the Windfang Dragon by a narrow margin. He knew very well that he could not fight this monster head-on, so he used the agility of the ice element and began to move around in space, looking for the flaws of the Windfang Dragon. Inuyasha roared and flames surged out of his body, transforming into a blazing fire dragon and rushed straight towards Feng Yulong. The violent winds of the fire dragon and the wind dragon collided, causing a deafening roar. The flames and wind intertwined together, forming a chaotic battlefield. Windfang Dragon was obviously also angered by Inuyasha's attack. It roared towards the sky, and the scales on its body suddenly burst into dazzling light, turning into sharp energy blades and fiercely clashed with Inuyasha's flames. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, with flames, strong winds, and energy blades intertwined together to form a thrilling picture. Lin, be careful of its tail. Inuyasha did not forget to remind Lin to be careful of Windfang's attack during the fierce battle. Lin also responded quickly. With the help of the ice element's cover, he cleverly avoided the attack of the Wind-Fang Dragon's long tail and took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The two, one ice and one fire, engaged in a fierce battle with the Wind-Fang Dragon. Every clash was accompanied by earth-shaking noises and dazzling lights, and the entire space seemed to be shaking with their battle. The Windfang dragon also showed amazing strength and wisdom. Sometimes it used the strong wind as a blade, and sometimes its scales as a shield, fighting Nuolin and Inuyasha in a hard battle. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the Windfang dragon looked like a god of war from ancient times. Every 10 breaths seemed to be able to shake the mountains and rivers. In its eyes, green flames danced. It was a gaze from the abyss which made people feel fearful but unable to escape. HMPH, you are just an ant and you dare to think of shaking my territory. The voice of the Windfang dragon echoed between heaven and earth, carrying with it a majesty that could not be disobeyed. It suddenly stepped on the ground, and suddenly a strong wind blew in all directions with it as the center, sweeping all the surrounding sand, rocks, and plants into it, forming a small sandstorm. Nuolin and Inuyasha retreated quickly, their clothes rustling in the strong wind, but their eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Nuolin clasped his hands together, and the cold air around him instantly condensed and turned into ice crystal chains, trying to stop the Windfang dragon's movements. However, the Windfang dragon simply flicked its long tail, and the ice crystal chains shattered like fragile glass. Don't underestimate our determination. Inuyasha roared, the fire in his body seemed to be ignited by anger, surging even more violently. He suddenly leaped up, transformed into a stream of fiery red light, and rushed straight towards the Windfang dragon. His fist, wrapped in blazing flames, collided fiercely with the Windfang dragon's body covered with sharp scales, causing a deafening roar. The Windfang dragon cried out in pain, but it did not retreat. Instead, it became even more violent. It howled towards the sky, and the scales on its body seemed to come alive, flashing a cold light, and each scale was like a sharp blade cutting the air. It swung its long tail violently, sweeping towards Inuyasha with the force to tear apart space. Inuyasha stretched his body like a nimble cheetah and avoided Windfang's fatal blow at the last moment. He used the reaction force to rush towards the Windfang dragon again. This time he clenched his fists, and the flames condensed into substance, turning into two blazing fire fists and slammed into the Windfang dragon's head. The Windfang dragon was not to be outdone. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a dragon breath mixed with strong wind and fire, colliding head-on with Inuyasha's fire fist. The two forces collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light, as if even the heaven and earth changed color. Nuolin, help me hold its tail, Inuyasha shouted in the fierce battle with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nuolin understood immediately after hearing this. He flashed and appeared at the side of the wind-toothed dragon. He formed seals with his hands again, and several icicles appeared out of thin air and pierced directly into the tail of the wind-toothed dragon. The wind-toothed dragon felt pain and swung its long tail wildly, trying to shake off the icicle. But Nuolin followed closely, constantly changing positions, and used ice elements to build barriers to restrict the movement of the Windfang dragon. Humph, you want to trap me with just frost. The Windfang dragon shouted angrily, and the power of its body seemed to be completely stimulated at this moment. The light on its scales became more dazzling, and the whole body was shrouded in a layer of green halo. At this moment, Inuyasha seized the opportunity. He jumped up and rushed towards Feng Yulong like a meteor. His fist, with destructive force, collided with Feng Yulong's hard head again. As Inuyasha's punch, which contained destructive power, landed, the air seemed to be ignited instantly, erupting with a deafening roar. The Windfang dragon's head shook slightly, but its green eyes were burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. It howled toward the sky, its voice filled with indomitable spirit and anger. How dare you, tiny human, challenge my limits? The Windfang dragon roared, and all the scales on its body seemed to be activated at this moment. Each scale flashed with cold light, releasing a biting chill, forming a weird confrontation with the ice element released by Nuolin. Nuolin knew very well how powerful the Windfang dragon was, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined in his belief. He took a deep breath, and the cold air around him seemed to respond to his call, gathering into a rushing glacier, rushing towards the Windfang dragon. Wherever the glacier passes, even the air seems to be frozen, leaving behind crystal-clear ice marks. Seeing this, the Windfang dragon curled up a sneer at the corner of its mouth and swung its long tail violently. The long tail drew a perfect arc in the air, and with the power to tear everything apart, it collided fiercely with Nuolin's glacier. Where the two intersected, there was a dazzling light and a deafening roar, as if even time had frozen at this moment. Nuolin, be careful, Inuyasha shouted from a distance, his voice filled with worry. He knew that Nuolin was under huge amounts of pressure at the moment, but he also believed that Nuolin had his own persistence and beliefs. Lin did not disappoint Inuyasha. He clenched his teeth, continuously formed seals with his hands, and guided the ice element to engage in a fierce battle with the long tail of the wind-fanged dragon. Every collision caused him severe pain, but he seemed not to feel it and just released his strength more frantically. The wind-fanged dragon was obviously also angered by Lin's tenacity. It roared to the sky, and all its strength reached its peak at this moment. It kicked the ground suddenly, and its body rose up like a huge amount of green storm rushing towards Lin. Lin's face was solemn, and he said that this attack was the same as Xiaodong's. He quickly adjusted his breathing and condensed all the ice elements in his body between his palms, forming a crystal-clear ice shield. However, when he saw the impact of the wind-fanged dragon that was enough to tear apart space, he knew that he could not resist it with just an ice shield. At this critical moment, Lin made an amazing decision. He pushed the ice shield hard, pushing it towards the wind-fanged dragon, and at the same time used the reaction force to retreat violently. The ice shield exploded in the air, turning into countless tiny ice blades that flew towards the wind-fanged dragon. Lin took this opportunity to quickly change position and prepare for the next round of attack. The wind-fanged dragon was disturbed by these sudden ice blades and its body paused slightly. However, this only lasted for a moment. "Come on, let me see your true strength." Feng Yulong roared, and all the strength in his body burst out at this moment. He quickly adjusted his state and waved his hands. The surrounding cold air gathered again, forming ice cones that shot towards the wind-fanged dragon. It opened its huge mouth, and a dragon's breath mixed with strong wind and fire gushed out, burning and distorting the surrounding air. Every punch and every kick seemed to shake the mountains and rivers. Every confrontation was accompanied by dazzling light and deafening roar. The wind-fanged dragon roared, and the green halo around it became increasingly intense, as if the wind elements in the entire world were responding to its call, gathering into violent hurricanes that swirled around it endlessly. "Okay, Inuyasha, you and I will join forces to break his vital point." Lin's voice was low and firm. He suddenly opened his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Feng Yulong snorted coldly, moved his body slightly, and easily avoided Lin's attack. At that moment, his soul seemed to merge with the endless cold and became the embodiment of ice. The wind-fanged dragon constantly creates trouble and crisis for the two with its amazing strength and wisdom. It knew that these two humans had touched its bottom line and it had to go all out to defeat them. Each of its attacks was like a landslide, and each of its defenses was indestructible, causing Lin and Inuyasha to fall into an unprecedented bitter battle. He took a deep breath, concentrated all the ice elements in his body to the extreme and prepared for a final fight. Lin paused, the coldness around him seemed to freeze time. He closed his eyes and concentrated, resonating deeply with the ice element between heaven and earth. Lin and Inuyasha fought a desperate battle with Feng Yulong with their firm belief and tacit cooperation. "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Feng Yulong's voice was low and powerful with unquestionable majesty. On this battlefield dyed red by the setting sun, the fighting became more intense. Lin fought side by side with Inuyasha, using their wisdom and courage to fight a desperate battle with the wind-fanged dragon. The fire in his body surged again, transforming into streams of fiery energy that swirled around him. Their figures interweave into thrilling pictures under the setting sun, and every confrontation makes people's hearts surge. Lin, seeing this, Inuyasha roared and his body turned into a fiery red lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Lin and used his blazing flaming body to block Feng Yulong's attack. Thus, a more intense battle began under the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sky dyed red by the setting sun, the sounds of battle resounded through the sky. Inuyasha heard this and a fierce smile appeared on his lips. He knew very well that this was the moment of the decisive battle. It didn't seem to care about the two people's cooperation, but became even more excited. Lin was agile and moved like a ghost between the attacks of the wind-fanged dragon. Every dodge was just right, as if he was dancing with the wind. He formed seals with his hands again, and the cold air around him quickly condensed into ice mirrors, reflecting the wind-fanged dragon's attack back. It swung its giant claws suddenly, and its sharp nails drew silver tracks in the air, heading straight for Lin. However, how could the wind-fanged dragon be trapped so easily? It let out a long roar towards the sky, and all the scales on its body shook violently, bursting out with dazzling light, shattering those ice mirrors. Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. At the same time, its long tail came towards Lin like a snake coming out of a cave, with a whistling sound that tore through the air. It quickly recovered, with an even crazier light flashing in its eyes. Every breath it takes causes violent fluctuations in the surrounding air, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. Inuyasha, be careful, Niu-Lin shouted anxiously. He knew very well that although Inuyasha was brave, Feng Yulong's power was not to be underestimated. Niu-Lin, we can't go on like this. Inuyasha yelled in the fierce battle, we must find its weakness. The two collided, bursting into brilliant light and deafening roar, as if even the space was shaking at this moment. Niu-Lin, you hold its head and I will attack its abdomen. That is the weak point of the dragon clan. Inuyasha said as he suddenly jumped up and turned into a fiery red stream of light, rushing straight into the abdomen of the Windfang dragon. Upon seeing this, the Windfang dragon roared angrily, and the scales on its body shone brightly. It seemed to have sensed the intentions of the two men, and violently swung its huge claws and long tail in an attempt to block their attack. However, Niu-Lin and Inuyasha had already anticipated its reaction, and the two cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, and cleverly avoided the attack of Feng Yulong. Niu-Lin flashed and appeared above the head of the Windfang dragon. He formed seals with his hands, and the surrounding cold air instantly condensed into an icicle, which pierced into the eyes of the Windfang dragon with a biting chill. The Windfang dragon roared in great pain, and its body tumbled in the air trying to get rid of Niu-Lin's attack. At this moment, Inuyasha seized the opportunity. He moved like lightning and instantly appeared under the belly of Windfang dragon. He clenched his fists, and the flames condensed into substance, transforming into two streams of blazing energy that struck the Windfang dragon's vital abdomen. Roar! The Windtooth dragon let out a deafening roar. Its body was shaking violently, and it was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries. However, it is a powerful Windfang dragon after all, and even in such a desperate situation, it still did not give up resistance. It kicked the ground hard, and its body suddenly rose up, rushing towards Niu-Lin and Inuyasha with a devastating force. Niu-Lin and Inuyasha faced Feng Yulong's furious counterattack without any fear in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. Niu-Lin stretched out his body, like a dancer in ice, and flipped flexibly in the air to avoid the giant claws of the Windfang dragon. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands again, and the cold air gathered into countless tiny ice needles, which shot densely at the Windfang dragon in an attempt to interfere with its vision and movements. A mere ice, you think you can trap me? The Windfang dragon looked down on it, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out dragon breath mixed with strong wind and fire again, melting those ice needles. But even so, it felt the threat from Niu-Lin, and its offensive became more fierce. Inuyasha took this opportunity, his body wrapped in flames like a ghost, shuttling between Windfang dragon's attacks. Every time he leaped up, it seemed as if he could shatter the void. His fists were wrapped in flames that were enough to burn everything, and he hit the Windfang dragon's vital abdomen directly. Every time the fist wind collided with the dragon's scales, it sparked dazzling sparks and deafening roars, and the entire battlefield seemed to be on fire. Windga, your doom has come. Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar with unquestionable determination. The battle reached a climax at this moment. Windfang Dragon's attack was as fierce as a storm, while Niu-Lin and Inuyasha relied on tacit cooperation and firm will to resolve the crisis time and time again and look for opportunities to counterattack. However, Inuyasha's attack was too swift and fierce, and it could only barely block it with its huge claws and long tail. Every confrontation is thrilling, and every collision seems to shake the heaven and earth. The huge amounts of tornadoes, carrying enough force to tear apart space, rushed towards Niu-Lin and Inuyasha. Wherever they passed, the space was distorted and the air was boiling. The roar of the Windfang dragon resounded through the sky like thunder. Each of its attacks carried destructive power, causing the entire space to tremble. At the same time, he moved and turned into an ice-blue light, rushing towards Fengya together with those ice blades. In this chaotic battlefield, the tacit understanding between Niu-Lin and Inuyasha reached an unprecedented level. Zero request flowers this time, he did not hold back any strength. The flames in his body condensed into a devastating energy that directly hit the Windfang dragon's vital points. This is not only a contest of strength, but also a test of will and belief. Windfang dragon, today is the end of you. Niu-Lin's voice echoed in the storm, carrying with it endless chill and firm belief. The Windfang dragon roared with a flash of madness in his eyes. When the two collided, a brilliant light and a deafening roar broke out, and the entire battlefield changed color. He was like a ghost, shuttling between the flames and the storm, and each of his attacks was precise and deadly, going straight to the vital point of the Windfang dragon. His figure was looming in the icy blue light, and every collision with the storm stirred up ice chips all over the sky, like a blizzard in winter, dyeing everything around him silver-white. It no longer held back, all its strength was completely released at this moment. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a web of death, enveloping Rune and Inuyasha. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a web of death, which seemed to devour all living things. Then he suddenly jumped up and turned into a stream of fiery red light, rushing straight into the belly of the wind-fanged dragon. Rune, be careful. Inuyasha shuttled through the flames, and his voice somehow mysteriously penetrated the barrier of storm and flames and reached Rune's ears. It kicked the ground violently, and its body suddenly rose up. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a huge amounts of tornado, sweeping towards Rune and Inuyasha. Faced with the fierce attack of the wind-fanged dragon, he did not retreat but became even more courageous. Rune merged with the ice blades, turning into an icy torrent that rushed straight into the core of the tornado. Rune uses ice elements to build a solid defense, giving Inuyasha a chance to attack, while Inuyasha launches a fierce offensive without hesitation, striving to make every attack fatal. Inuyasha roared in the flames, his eyes were like burning flames, full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit. The wind-fanged dragon felt an unprecedented crisis. It roared, and the scales on its body shone brightly, as if it wanted to crush any force that stood in its way. The roar of the wind-fanged dragon and the howling of the storm intertwined into a song of doomsday, and it seemed that only destruction and resistance remained between heaven and earth. The ice shield continued to tremble under the impact of the storm and fire, but it never broke, demonstrating Rune's ultimate control over the ice element. He knew very well that this was their only chance, and they had to go all out. Rune saw this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the cold air around him seemed to be drawn by his will, gathering into crystal-clear ice shields, layer upon layer blocking between him and the wind-fanged dragon. Inuyasha, hold on, our victory is just around the corner. Rune's voice was unusually clear in the storm, and his words were like a warm current in the cold wind, inspiring Inuyasha to keep moving forward. Facing this overwhelming attack, Rune looked solemn but did not flinch. He took a deep breath, condensed all the ice elements in his body to the extreme, and waved his hands. Those crystal-clear ice shields instantly turned into countless tiny ice blades, shooting towards the wind-fanged dragon like thousands of arrows. They don't need words, they can communicate with each other with just a look or a gesture. HMPH, a mere human dares to challenge my authority. Although the wind-fanged dragon was injured, his voice was still full of majesty and disdain. The wind-fanged dragon roared, and its scales became harder under the baptism of storm and fire, as if they were indestructible. However, the tacit cooperation between Rune and Inuyasha made it feel unprecedented pressure. Its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to break free from the siege of the two people, but every effort seemed so powerless. The battle entered its final stage. The entire battlefield was shrouded in storms, fire, and cold, creating a thrilling scene. The figures of Rune and Inuyasha intertwined in the chaos. Every confrontation between them seemed to shake the heaven and earth, and every collision released the energy to destroy the world. Finally, in a fierce battle, Rune found the weakness of the wind-fanged dragon. He flashed and appeared under the belly of the wind-toothed dragon. He clenched his hands into fists, gathered all the strength and coldness in his body, and launched a fatal 543 attack on the belly of the wind-toothed dragon. Break it. Rune growled, and the wind from his fist, carrying a bone-chilling chill, pierced through the scales of the wind-fanged dragon like an ice blade and hit its vital points. At the same time, Inuyasha also seized the opportunity. He jumped up suddenly, and with his fists wrapped in blazing flames, he attacked Wind-Fanged Dragon's abdomen from the other side at the same time. The attacks of the two were perfectly integrated at this moment, forming an unstoppable force that completely defeated the Wind-Fanged Dragon's defense. No. The Wind-Fanged Dragon roared in despair, but its voice was quickly drowned out by the roar of the storm and fire. Its body collapsed under the joint attack of Rune and Inuyasha, turning into fragments and energy fluctuations all over the sky. As the deafening roar of the Wind-Fanged Dragon finally dissipated in the storm, Rune and Inuyasha smiled at each other, with both the joy of victory and indifference to unknown challenges in their eyes. They know very well that in this vast continent, battles and dangers are always around. A few days later, the two embarked on a new journey, crossing the barren desert, crossing the mountains, and finally came to a quiet and mysterious lake. The lake water is crystal clear, like a huge amounts of mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and the lush trees around it, looking particularly peaceful. However, beneath this tranquility lies an unknown crisis. Just as Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were about to bend over to drink some water to quench their thirst, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake, as if something was stirring under the water. Boom! With a loud noise, the lake water seemed to be boiling. Its eyes were like two deep lanterns, revealing coldness and cunningness, and its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, each of which was powerful enough to tear steel apart easily. Hiss, a sharp roar came from the mouth of the poisonous crocodile, and its voice was mixed with pain and anger. Its body trembled violently, and it actually managed to force a crack to appear on its partially frozen shank. Just as Inuyasha's fists were about to collide with the giant poisonous crocodile's head, the giant poisonous crocodile seemed to feel the fatal threat, and suddenly an even more violent force surged in its body. Nuo Lin, be careful. Inuyasha was very anxious when he saw this. He knew very well how terrifying this big poisonous crocodile was. If he let it break free from its restraints, the consequences would be disastrous. It constantly waved its claws, trying to block all the attacks from the surrounding area. But Nuo Lin and Inuyasha cooperated perfectly, and every attack landed on its vital points just right. They retreated violently, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the giant poisonous crocodile while watching the terrifying creature vigilantly. Its eyes suddenly lit up with two dark green lights. It was an instinctive resistance to the threat to its life and also its last struggle as a top predator. His speed was so fast that it seemed to penetrate the constraints of space, making his huge body look clumsy. The big poisonous crocodile became more and more violent under the double attack of ice and fire. It waved its sharp claws, trying to knock Inuyasha into the lake, but Inuyasha swam in the water like a fish, dodging every attack just right, while constantly looking for the big poisonous crocodile's flaws. Seeing this, Nuo Lin was not idle either. It looks even more hideous under the sunlight. Inuyasha clenched his fists, flames dancing in his palms, ready for the next battle at any time. At the same time, Inuyasha also found an opportunity. He jumped up suddenly, and with his fists wrapped in blazing flames, he smashed the poisonous crocodile's head hard. It was a huge poisonous crocodile. Its body was so long that it almost occupied half of the entire lake surface. Its huge body was covered with hard and rough scales, which flashed with a dark green light. When the giant poisonous crocodile saw this, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and a stream of green venom accompanied by a fishy wind blew towards Inuyasha, trying to swallow him. Nuo Lin quickly condensed a large amount of ice crystals inside its mouth, instantly freezing the mouth of the poisonous crocodile. "You beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin's voice echoed on the lake, carrying with it endless chill and determination. The ice blades drew silver tracks in the air, which contrasted with Inuyasha's flames, forming a spectacular picture. HMPH, a mere poisonous crocodile dares to act so presumptuous in front of us. Inuyasha snorted coldly, and his body instantly turned into a fiery red lightning, rushing straight towards the big poisonous crocodile. Then the flames in his hands became more intense, as if they were going to ignite the entire space. His fists accelerated, and with a sound of breaking through the air, they fiercely slammed into the head of the giant poisonous eel. The big poisonous crocodile was startled and wanted to close its mouth, but it was too late. Then a huge monster suddenly jumped out of the lake, breaking the tranquility. However, Inuyasha was agile and made a sharp turn in the air, easily avoiding the venom attack. At the same time, he swung his fists, and the blazing flames were like two fire dragons, rushing straight into the eyes of the poisonous crocodile. He waved his hands lightly, and the surrounding cold air quickly condensed into sharp ice blades, which attacked the giant poisonous crocodile like a rainstorm. What's even more terrifying is that this giant poisonous crocodile exudes a suffocating poisonous smell all over its body, as if even the air is polluted by it. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile felt pain and let out a deafening roar. Huge amounts of its body tumbled in the water, stirring up layers of huge waves. This change was beyond Nuo Lin's expectations, but he reacted very quickly. The cold air in his body surged again, trying to reinforce the ice that was about to collapse. The air is filled with tension and danger, and a new battle is about to take place on this peaceful lake. "It seems that we are not alone on our journey," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes full of vigilance and determination. He moved and turned into an ice blue light, rushing directly into the giant poisonous crocodile's open mouth. The surrounding lake water became turbid, and all kinds of fish and shrimp fled the area for fear of becoming its meal. "Whatever it is, don't try to stop us." Faced with this sudden attack, Lin and Inuyasha responded quickly. The big poisonous crocodile's head was hit hard by Inuyasha's flames, making a dull roar, but even so it did not fall down. Instead, it struggled even more frantically. Lin was inside the giant poisonous crocodile's mouth, and he felt the ice crystals around him shaking and cracking. He was startled and knew he had to fight quickly. Then he mobilized all the cold energy in his body, transformed himself into a sharp ice cone, and thrust it forward suddenly, directly piercing the throat of the poisonous crocodile. "Break it for me," Lin roared. The coldness and strength reached the peak at this moment. The ice cone expanded instantly, completely freezing the throat of the poisonous crocodile. At the same time, the huge body of the poisonous crocodile lost its balance because of this blow and slammed heavily onto the lake surface, causing thousands of waves. Roar, the giant poisonous crocodile let out a last desperate roar, but the sound became weaker and weaker and finally turned into ripples on the lake. Its body gradually sank to the bottom of the lake, leaving behind only turbid water and the surrounding destroyed trees, witnessing the cruelty of the battle. Inuyasha landed on the lake, looking at the place where the big poisonous crocodile disappeared. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that the power of this extremely poisonous crocodile was far beyond their imagination. If the two of them did not join forces, it would be difficult to defeat it. "Lin, are you okay?" Inuyasha asked with concern. He looked at Lin, who had just escaped from the mouth of the poisonous crocodile. He saw that Lin's face was pale and he had obviously consumed a lot of energy. Lin shook his head and forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a little bit smart." "This beast is indeed powerful. If you and I hadn't joined forces, it would have been difficult to deal with it. Take a break. We must recover our strength as soon as possible." Lin's voice was soft but full of unquestionable firmness. He stood up slowly and looked around, looking for something stable to support his body. Inuyasha nodded when he heard this. He knew very well that in this dangerous continent, any moment of slackness could be fatal. He walked to Lin's side, and the two sat down back to back. They closed their eyes and began to regulate their breathing, absorbing the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them to replenish the energy consumed in their bodies. However, just as they were trying to recover, the air around them suddenly became heavy, as if some huge existence was approaching. "We can't fight head-on, we must use wits." Lin thought to himself. He looked at Inuyasha, their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's meaning. He knew that if the big poisonous crocodile succeeded in self-destructing, this area would become a dead zone and they would find it difficult to escape. "Lin, cover me." Inuyasha's voice rang in Lin's ears. At the same time, the flames in his hands turned into two fire dragons, which wrapped around the throat of the big poisonous crocodile and began to burn wildly. At the same time, he waved his hands and more ice shot out, aiming directly at the heart of the poisonous crocodile. He leaped up like a burning meteor and pounced straight at the poisonous crocodile. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger, obviously seeking revenge for the death of its previous partner. His movements were graceful and deadly. Every time he waved his hands, countless icy spikes shot out, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, and directly hit the giant poisonous crocodile's soft spot. Lin stood aside, using the cold air as a blade to weave an impenetrable ice net. The big poisonous crocodile roared continuously. Not willing to be outdone, it tumbled huge amounts of its body on the lake. Every time it swung its tail, it created huge waves, trying to drag Inuyasha into it, so they began to divide the work and cooperate. Lin was responsible for restraining the giant poisonous crocodile and using cold air to slow it down, while Inuyasha was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The big poisonous crocodile gradually showed signs of fatigue under the attack of the two people, but its eyes were still ferocious, as if it would never give up until the last moment. "It's going to self-destruct." Lin's face changed and he quickly reminded Inuyasha. The collision of ice and fire stirred up bursts of steam on the lake surface, shrouding the area in a haze. Lin and Inuyasha opened their eyes almost at the same time, looked at each other, and saw vigilance and uneasiness in each other's eyes. The ice spikes drew silver tracks in the air, which contrasted with Inuyasha's flames and formed a web of death. So it made an amazing decision. It began to absorb the surrounding lake water, its body expanded rapidly, and its skin was covered with a thick layer of scales, as if it was wearing a layer of solid armor. However, the newly appeared giant poisonous crocodile was stronger, and its venom easily penetrated the fire wall and continued to approach. "It seems that this battle is not over yet," Lin said in a deep voice. He stood up and looked around with sharp eyes. Inuyasha's figure drew a gorgeous trail of fire in the air. His eyes burned with indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if he wanted to set the whole world on fire. So he took a deep breath, and the fire in his body instantly boiled to the extreme. He flashed and rushed directly into the huge mouth of the poisonous crocodile. Sure enough, not far away, the lake surface began to ripple again, and an even larger figure slowly rose up. It was the companion of the giant poisonous crocodile, an equally huge amount of giant poisonous crocodile. Lin saw this and moved, transforming into an ice-blue stream of light appearing in front of the venom in an instant. He waved his hands and the cold air condensed into an ice shield, blocking all the venom. He clenched his fists tightly and the flames condensed into substance. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, hitting the giant poisonous crocodile's vital points directly. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile let out its final roar, and its eyes turned blood red as if they were about to burn. Today, I will let you see what true power is. Inuyasha growled, and the fire in his body suddenly boiled, as if it was going to break through all restraints. On the lake, ice and fire intertwined, cold air and flames collided, forming a thrilling picture. However, Inuyasha's body was as nimble as a swallow. He took advantage of the ups and downs of the waves to dodge continuously while looking for the best time to attack. When Inuyasha heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. It knows that if it continues like this, it will surely be defeated. Be careful. Inuyasha growled and retreated violently while his hands were flaming with flames, forming a wall of fire trying to block the deadly venom. Lin was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and the cold air condensed into sharp ice spikes that attacked the poisonous crocodile like a rainstorm. But even so, he felt a strong corrosive force and was secretly surprised at the power of the venom. Lin saw this without any hesitation. His whole body was filled with cold air, and a thick layer of ice instantly condensed on the surface of the lake, locking the body of the poisonous crocodile tightly. The two of them cooperated perfectly, as if it were perfect, so that even though the big poisonous crocodile was powerful, it was difficult for it to exert its full strength. Roar! The newly appeared giant poisonous crocodile let out a deafening roar with endless anger in its voice. It opened its huge mouth, and a venom even more concentrated than before gushed out, heading straight for Lin and Inuyasha. The heart area of the poisonous crocodile emitted a series of dull roars under Lin's dense rain of ice spikes, as if it was struggling in despair for the last time. However, the heart of this giant beast was extremely tough. Although the ice spikes could penetrate its scales, they could hardly reach its core and could only cause ripple-like vibrations. Lin, increased the force, there's something wrong with its heart. Inuyasha's voice came from within the giant poisonous crocodile, accompanied by the crackling sound of flames, and it sounded exceptionally clear and firm. Although his voice was a little breathless, his unyielding will was even more passionate. Lin's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. He could feel that the destructive force that was about to explode in the poisonous crocodile's body was rapidly gathering. There was no time for hesitation. He took a deep breath, and the coldness in his body surged more violently, as if even the air was frozen. He clasped his hands together suddenly, then suddenly opened them and saw countless tiny ice crystals gathering above the lake, condensing into a huge amount of ice sword in front of him, with the tip of the sword flashing a piercing cold light. Go! Lin shouted, and the ice sword flew out of his hand, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, and went straight into the heart of the poisonous crocodile. At this moment, the temperature on the lake surface seemed to drop suddenly, and even the surrounding space froze. The ice sword collided with the scales of the poisonous crocodile, making a deafening roar, and the scales shattered and ice chips flew everywhere. However, this was just the beginning. Under Lin's powerful control, the ice sword continued to tremble, and every tremor brought with it the surrounding cold air. Deng de Doofin's heart was undergoing a crazy attack. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile roared in pain, and its huge body struggled violently on the lake, trying to break free from the deadly restraints. But Lin's ice net and ice sword have locked it tightly, and every struggle it makes only accelerates its own demise. At the same time, Inuyasha was experiencing another fierce battle inside the body of the giant poisonous crocodile. The flames and the self-destructive energy collided in the air, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire lake's surface like daylight. The torrent of flames in his body seemed to respond to his will, becoming more violent and constantly impacting the barrier of self-destructive energy. Die! Inuyasha roared, his voice filled with endless anger and determination. The fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and slammed into the core of the self-destructive energy. He knew very well that this attack was not only a matter of life and death, but also a matter of whether they could escape from this desperate situation. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening explosion, and the sky above the lake seemed to be lit by a firework, brilliant and dangerous. He knew that although they had the upper hand, the power of the self-destructive energy should not be underestimated. Once it got out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. The roar of the giant poisonous crocodile gradually faded in the light, and its body began to collapse under the attack from both inside and outside. He clenched his fists tightly, and the flames condensed into a vortex in his palms, constantly compressing and rotating until they formed a dazzling fireball. It was a concentrated manifestation of all his body's strength, ready to deliver the final blow of self-destructive energy. Stop. Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar, carrying unquestionable power. Nuolin's eyes were as deep as a cold pond. Every time he formed a seal, it seemed to invoke the laws of nature. The cold air condensed into substance and turned into sharp ice blades cutting through the air. It formed a sharp contrast with the torrent of flames, yet they danced together in a delicate balance. As the energy of the self-explosion dissipated, the huge body of the poisonous crocodile completely lost its vitality and slowly sank to the bottom of the Zhao Lake, leaving only circles of ripples to prove its former existence. Above the lake, a storm was raging, with ice chips and fire fragments interweaving into a doomsday scene, as if the heaven and earth had lost their color at this moment. It's over. Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar of the explosion, carrying a hint of relief. As the dust of the battle settled, Nuolin and Inuyasha slowly walked out of the area that had been baptized by the war. Their figures were stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun, and each step seemed extremely heavy, yet also extremely firm. Light and explosion intertwined into a chaos. Fire and coldness offset each other in extreme conflict and stimulated each other, producing heart-pounding power fluctuations. Inuyasha's figure was looming in the light, and his eyes were like burning flames, flashing with indomitable spirit and determination. The villagers were either working in the fields or playing by the stream, creating a harmonious and peaceful scene, as if the wind and rain from the outside world had never disturbed this pure land. They walked along the path beside the lake and soon came to a quiet village. Finally, under the impact of that irresistible force, the self-destructive energy began to collapse, turning into tiny points of light and dissipating into the invisible. "Break it for me." Inuyasha roared. The fire in his body reached an unprecedented height at this moment. He clasped his hands together, and the flame condensed into a torrent, suddenly rushing towards the core of the self-destructive energy. "Hold on, Inuyasha." Nuolin's voice was firm and powerful through the roar. He knew very well that in this battle they were not only the enemy's opponents, but also each other's strongest backing. The village is located in a lush forest. The smoke from cooking fires rises up, interweaving with the outline of the distant mountains to form a warm picture. In the light, the clash between flames and self-destructive energy was like the collision of stars, releasing a devastating power. Inuyasha was at the core of the light, his figure seemed to merge with the flames, and every surge of flames was accompanied by the extension of his will. Upon hearing this, Nuolin formed seals with his hands again, and cold air surged out like a tide, not only strengthening the restraints on the poisonous crocodile, but also forming a series of ice walls, trying to seal the self-destruction energy inside. Its scales fell off and its flesh was bloody, but even so it still did not give up struggling, and its blood-red eyes still flashed with unwillingness and madness. The ice wall and the torrent of fire intertwined together, forming a breathtaking picture, as if all the power of heaven and earth was gathered here at this moment. However, in this chaos, a more powerful force began to emerge. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire lake and even the surrounding space were shaking. The anxiety and chill in the air were gradually taken away by the evening breeze, leaving behind a rare sense of tranquility and peace. That was the common belief and will of Inuyasha and Nuolin. They converged into an unstoppable torrent, impacting the last line of defense of the self-destructive energy. "Nuolin, hurry." There was a hint of urgency in Inuyasha's voice. On the lake, the flames and cold gradually subsided, returning to its former tranquility, but the air was still filled with the anxiety and chill unique to after a battle. The combination of flames and venom left his skin corroded and scarred, but he seemed to feel no pain. In his eyes, there was only the expanding energy of self-destruction. The interweaving of ice walls and flames is like a magnificent epic of extreme cold and extreme heat performed between heaven and earth. "Look, That's the peaceful life we yearn for. Newlin stopped and looked at the village in front of him with a longing light in his eyes. Inuyasha also nodded, with a rare gentle expression on his face. Yes, a place like this is worth protecting. As the two men walked into the village, they immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Although their clothes looked a little disheveled, their extraordinary temperament and determined eyes could not be ignored. The villagers stopped what they were doing and gathered around curiously and friendly. "Two warriors, where are you from?" A white-haired old man leaning on a cane walked up to them tremblingly, his eyes full of questions. Newlin smiled and replied, "We came from far away and experienced a fierce battle. Fortunately, we won." When the old man heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed admiration. "You two are truly amazing heroes. Please follow me and we will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you to express our gratitude." The villagers warmly invited Newlin and Inuyasha to the village square, where a long table and a variety of food had been set up. Everyone sat together, laughing and talking, as if they had forgotten the troubles and dangers of the outside world. After dinner, the villagers sat around the campfire and listened to Newlin and Inuyasha telling their adventure stories. The firelight shone on their faces, adding a warm touch to those thrilling experiences. The villagers listened with fascination, sometimes marveling, sometimes laughing, as if they were experiencing those thrilling moments along with their stories. As the night deepened, the bonfire gradually went out, but Newlin and Inuyasha's hearts were filled with unprecedented warmth and strength. They know that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles await them in the future, as long as they have love and faith in their hearts, nothing can stop them from moving forward. "Let's continue on our journey tomorrow," Inuyasha said softly, looking at the starry sky. Inuyasha's gaze penetrated the night, as if he could see into the unknown beyond the distant stars. Although his words were light, they were full of unquestionable determination, which made Newlin straighten his body involuntarily. "Newlin, along the way we have faced not only external enemies, but also inner fear and confusion. But every time we have come to this point with our mutual trust and persistence." Inuyasha's voice was deep and magnetic, and it was particularly clear in the silent night. Newlin nodded, with the same light flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, every time we fall we stand up stronger. There are still many unknown challenges waiting for us on this continent, but as long as we are united in heart, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome." The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding needed no words. Yes, a sense of foreboding. What the hell is this place? Newlin roared, his fists pounding the surrounding void frantically, but every attack was like a drop in the ocean with no response at all. "Inuyasha, be careful," Newlin growled in the darkness. Although his voice was swallowed by the chaos around him, he could feel that Inuyasha was beside him. The tacit understanding made him needless to say anything. "We can't just sit there and wait for death," Newlin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. This wind was not as gentle as the ordinary night wind. It brought with it an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if some unknown existence was watching in secret. "Do you feel it?" Newlin lowered his voice and said to Inuyasha. However, the peaceful night did not last long. The air around me became extremely heavy, and even breathing seemed to become difficult. What is this thing?" Newlin was shocked and quickly drew his weapon, ready to deal with the upcoming unknown threat. He quickly gathered all his strength to prepare for the unknown challenge. Inuyasha also frowned. He tried to use fire to burn the power that bound them, but the flame seemed to be swallowed up when it touched the light and went out instantly. "But the strange thing is that I can't feel any breath of life." The two men, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the darkness like two lightning bolts, and the ancient power began a silent contest. Every time they thought they were about to break through the siege, the power would gather and take shape again, turning into invisible shackles that trapped them tightly. Just as they were about to take further action, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and an ancient and powerful aura gushed out, instantly engulfing the two of them. Just as they were about to fall asleep, a subtle and strange sound of wind suddenly broke the silence around them. "This is..." Newlin's heart moved, and he felt that he had established an inexplicable connection with this land. This power belongs neither to Newlin nor to Inuyasha. It seems to come from a deeper level, resonating with the ancient power of this land. Then, a deep and powerful heartbeat sound came from all directions, shaking the whole village. Newlin relied on his amazing reaction ability to barely keep his body steady, only to find that the surroundings were shrouded in a dark light. The light contained an ancient and strange power that made people feel fearful. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the place where the light was the most intense, trying to find a breakthrough. But except for the swaying trees and the occasional chirping of insects, everything seemed normal. In an instant, a powerful impact force erupted from deep underground, shaking the two people apart. But there was still no one around them, only the increasingly strong heartbeat, beating in their hearts like a drum. As the crack suddenly engulfed them, Lin and Inuyasha felt a black screen before their eyes, and then they were pulled by an irresistible force, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Inuyasha nodded, frowning. Lin clenched his fists and tensed his muscles, as if he wanted to condense this power into a solid entity and break the dark cage with one blow. However, the power hidden beneath the ground is much stronger than they imagined. Oh no, we may have fallen into a huge amount of trap. Inuyasha suddenly realized that this power did not come from the outside world, but originally came from the land under their feet. Afterwards, they each closed their eyes, rested, adjusted their states, and prepared for the upcoming new journey. Just when the two were full of doubts, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if some huge monster was awakening underground. Inuyasha was equally unwilling to be outdone, with flames leaping in his palms, ready to unleash destructive power at any moment. Lin and Inuyasha opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their gazes instantly became as sharp as eagles, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Inuyasha followed closely behind, with flames swirling around him, illuminating the road ahead and adding a bit of majesty to him. Just as the two were in despair, a strange power suddenly surged in their bodies. He tried to guide this power and make it a help to himself. With Lin's guidance, the strange power gradually gathered into a torrent, impacting the surrounding restraints. Finally, with a deafening roar, the invisible shackles broke one after another, and the two regained their freedom. But just as they were about to escape from this underground world, an even stronger tremor came from deep underground. The entire space seemed to tremble at this moment, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped the two people's hearts. We haven't been able to completely break free from the shackles of this land, Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes full of solemnity. Before Lin finished speaking, the ground shook violently again, as if the entire underground world was waking up beneath their feet. The light around them began to distort, forming strange whirlpools, trying to pull the two people back into deeper darkness. Inuyasha, we must find the source of this power, otherwise we will never escape. Lin's voice sounded particularly firm in the vibrating space, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Inuyasha nodded, and the flames burned more vigorously around him, as if reflecting his unyielding will. Let's go together, Lin. No matter what the road ahead holds, we will fight side by side. The two of them moved and rushed towards the center where the light was the densest, and the vortex was the most violent, like two lightning bolts. They were moving so fast that they left trails of afterimages in the space. Every step they took seemed to be on the edge of nothingness, causing the air around them to roar. As they approached, the ancient and powerful force became more violent, like an enraged beast, roaring in the darkness, trying to devour anything that dared to approach. But Lin and Inuyasha did not flinch. There was only determination and fearlessness in their eyes. Suddenly, huge amounts of light shot up from deep underground and headed straight for the two of them. The beam of light contained a destructive force that seemed to tear the entire space apart. Upon seeing this, Lin and Inuyasha simultaneously burst out with all their strength and rushed forward. Their figures shuttled and collided in the light column, and every confrontation caused waves of energy that made the entire underground world tremble. Their strength seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment, and they started a fierce contest with that ancient power. However, the power of this beam of light was too strong, and even the two of them working together could not resist it. Their bodies were shaken back repeatedly, and every impact made them feel as if they were being torn apart. But even so, they did not give up. They still gritted their teeth and persisted, trying their best to fight against that force. Just when the two were about to be exhausted, that strange power surged in their bodies again. This time it was no longer just a simple resonance, but seemed to be connected to their blood and became a part of their body. This is our power. Lin suddenly woke up, and he felt that the connection between himself and this land became closer. He guided this force and integrated it with his own strength, unleashing unprecedented power. Inuyasha also felt this change, and his flames became hotter and more violent at this moment. He and Lin were in tune with each other, and they exerted their strength at the same time, forcing the ancient power back. The beam of light gradually dissipated, and the underground world returned to peace again. But Lin and Inuyasha knew that this was only a temporary victory. The ancient power did not really disappear, it was just temporarily suppressed. After the beam of light dissipated, the air around them seemed to solidify, leaving only the heavy breathing of the two people echoing. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. There was no need for further words. The tacit understanding was enough to support them to move forward. This power doesn't seem to want us to leave easily. Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes piercing through the darkness around him as if he could see into deeper secrets. Inuyasha nodded, flames jumping around him like leaping fighting spirit. Then let it see our determination. There was unquestionable firmness in his words, as if he was ready to meet any challenge. At this moment, a low roar came from deep underground again, as if the pulse of the earth was accelerating, foreshadowing that a bigger storm was coming. The surrounding light gathered again, but this time they did not form a vortex. Instead, they condensed into a huge amount of light wall, trapping the two people in it. This wall of light seems invisible, but it is actually indestructible. Request flowers. Lin and Inuyasha tried to attack it in various ways, but neither the bombardment of fists nor the burning of fire could leave the slightest mark on it. This is not a solution. We must find the weakness of the light wall. Lin frowned, closed his eyes, and tried to feel the connection between himself and this land. Inuyasha rushed around the wall of light, his flames leaving charred marks on it. Although they could not penetrate it, they seemed to be gradually changing the structure of the wall of light. Lin, I feel a weak fluctuation below the wall of light. Inuyasha suddenly shouted with a hint of excitement in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately gathered all his strength, jumped up, and rushed towards the source of the slight fluctuations under the light wall. His fists slammed into the light wall like meteorites, and every impact made the space tremble. Finally, after countless bombardments, a tiny crack appeared under the wall of light. Lin saw this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength at one point, and punched out fiercely. Break. With his loud shout, the crack instantly expanded and spread out like a torn wound. The entire wall of light collapsed under this blow, turning into tiny points of light that dissipated into the darkness. The moment the wall of light collapsed, it was like a corner of the sky collapsing, releasing endless darkness and unknown energy fluctuations. Lin and Inuyasha were almost simultaneously shocked by this sudden change and staggered a few steps, but their eyes became even more fiery, full of desire for unknown challenges. The darkness around them seemed to be pulled by the invisible power, condensing into dark chains that twisted like snakes and attacked the two. Lin stretched out his body like an eagle in the wind, his arms turned into a storm and swung out violently, breaking those chains. Every collision was accompanied by a thunderous roar that made the void tremble. Inuyasha was a completely different scene. The flames around him were even more intense, like a burning phoenix drawing brilliant tracks in the darkness. Those flames seemed to have spirits. Not only did they devour the darkness, but they also emitted even hotter light with every collision, burning those chains into nothingness. However, the power of this underground world is far beyond their ability to easily guess. Just when the two thought they were about to get out of trouble, an even more powerful force suddenly surged up from deep underground. This force was not as violent and direct as before, but as deep as the sea, carrying a heart-pounding depression. Is this the original power of this land? Lin murmured to himself. At this moment, his perception seemed to resonate with the earth, and he felt the antiquity and vicissitudes contained in that power. Inuyasha also felt this pressure, but there was only fighting spirit in his eyes, and the will in the flames became more and more determined. No matter what it is, don't think of stopping us. He roared, and his body instantly turned into a fire storm, rushing straight to the source of that power. In the confrontation between the two, there were no fancy moves, only a collision of pure strength and will. Lin seemed to be the incarnation of the earth. Every step he took made the space tremble. He swung his fist 947, and with the power of mountains and rivers, he started a fierce battle with the ancient original power. Inuyasha is like a spirit in fire, shuttling between power and darkness. His flames intertwine and collide with that power. Every confrontation sparks dazzling sparks, illuminating this dark underground world. The battle became more intense, and the space seemed to collapse at any time. Lin and Inuyasha's clothes were already soaked with sweat, but their eyes were only focused on each other's figures and their common belief. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they would fight together until the end. At this moment, a strange humming sound suddenly came from deep underground. The sound seemed to transcend time and space, carrying an inexplicable rhythm. Lin and Inuyasha stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound with a flash of shock in their eyes. What is this? Nuolin's voice trembled slightly. He felt an unprecedented crisis approaching. Inuyasha also frowned, the light in the flame flickered, and he seemed to be thinking about a countermeasure. No matter what it is, we can't just sit there and wait for death. There was unquestionable determination in his words. However, just as they were preparing to fight again, the strange power suddenly subsided, and the entire underground world returned to its eerie tranquility. But the buzzing sound did not disappear. Instead, it became clearer, as if it was leading them towards an unknown abyss. Is this the secret of this land? Nuolin asked in a deep voice, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. As Nuolin finished speaking, the darkness around him seemed to be touched by some unknown will and began to slowly wriggle, like a sleeping beast slowly opening its eyes. There was an extremely oppressive atmosphere in the air, which made people feel suffocated. Inuyasha took a deep breath, and the flames condensed into a fiery red barrier around him, resisting the invisible pressure. No matter what it is, we have to face it. His voice was low and firm, and there was an unyielding light in his eyes. At this moment, the strange buzzing sound deep underground suddenly intensified, as if the entire space was vibrating with this rhythm. In the darkness, strange lines began to emerge. They intertwined and twisted, eventually forming huge amounts of complex patterns that surrounded Nuolin and Inuyasha. This is a formation. Nuolin was shocked. Although he was not proficient in formations, he could feel the tremendous power and endless mystery contained in them. Inuyasha also frowned. He felt that the power was gradually increasing and seemed to trap them completely. We can't let it take shape, we have to break it. He growled, and his body suddenly jumped up, turning into a stream of fire and rushing straight towards the complex pattern. Nuolin followed closely behind, his fists clenched tightly, and a faint power of the earth surrounded his body. Every step he took seemed to be followed by mountains and rivers with astonishing power. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, launched a fierce attack on the pattern at the same time. However, the pattern seemed to have life. Instead of collapsing under the attacks of the two, it became more solid and emitted a more dazzling light. Nuolin and Inuyasha's attacks were like a drop in the ocean, causing only ripples but unable to shake it in the slightest. This formation is too strange, we must find its flaw. Nuolin warned loudly, his eyes scanning every detail of the formation, trying to find the point where the 10 threads might exist. Inuyasha's mind was racing as well. He tried to use flames to burn the edge of the formation, but when the flames touched the lines, they were swallowed up and extinguished instantly. He was shocked, knowing that this formation was extraordinary. At this moment, the buzzing sound sounded again, this time more urgent, as if warning something. The entire formation began to emit strong energy fluctuations, locking Nuolin and Inuyasha firmly inside. Oh no, this formation is about to be activated. Nuolin's face changed, he felt an unprecedented crisis approaching. Inuyasha also looked solemn. He took a deep breath and the flames around him condensed into an invisible sword, preparing for the final resistance. Nuolin, let's work together to see if we can break this formation. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, a tacit understanding was born. They burst out with all their strength at the same time. Nuolin's power of the earth and Inuyasha's power of fire were perfectly integrated at this moment, forming a force that could destroy the world and rush straight towards the formation. Boom. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire underground world, and the formation actually began to show tiny cracks under the full force of the two men. But at this moment, an even more powerful force surged out from deep underground, instantly repairing the cracks and trapping the two again. How is it possible? Nuolin and Inuyasha both showed expressions of disbelief. They knew that they had fallen into an unprecedented predicament. Just when Nuolin and Inuyasha fell into despair, a long and strange laugh came from the depths of the underground world. The sound was like ice piercing the bones, instantly penetrating the shackles of the formation and striking the depths of the two people's souls. As the laughter approached, a stronger breath than before swept in, pressing the air around to the point that it almost solidified. In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out, wearing a glittering silver armor with intricate runes carved on it, flashing a mysterious light. The most eye-catching thing is the golden mask on his face. The mask is carved with intricate patterns, as if it contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, making people dare not look directly at it. He is the legendary masked swordsman, Shadow Dance Jin Ling. HMPH, a mere mortal dares to challenge the majesty of this ancient formation. You really overestimate your own abilities. Jin Ling's voice was cold and arrogant. Every 10 words struck Nuolin and Inuyasha's hearts like a heavy hammer. Faced with this sudden powerful enemy, Nuolin and Inuyasha did not retreat, but instead their fighting spirit was further stimulated. They stood back to back, their eyes burning with anger, ready to face this life-and-death battle. Jinling, your arrogance will only become your grave. Inuyasha roared, and the flames boiled around him again, turning into countless flaming blades, attacking Jinling like a meteor shower. Jinling chuckled and dodged like a ghost. The flaming blades only left charred marks behind him. He gently swung the sword in his hand, and suddenly, a dazzling sword energy cut through the sky and headed straight for Inuyasha. Nuo-Lin saw this and leapt up, the power of the earth surging in his body. He clenched his fists and slammed into the sword energy. However, the sword energy was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Nuo-Lin's fists were actually hurting slightly, and he took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. What a strong sword energy. Nuo-Lin was shocked, but he knew that at that moment it was a matter of life and death and he could not afford to hesitate at all. He took a deep breath, and the power of the earth surged wildly in his body. He seemed to have merged with the earth, and a tremendous force burst out from his body. The earth is cracking and the sky is collapsing. Nuo-Lin roared, and the earth seemed to respond to his call at this moment. Cracks spread out from under his feet and went straight towards Jinling. At the same time, he swung his fists with the power to destroy the world, and integrated them with Inuyasha's fire power again, forming a huge amount of fire storm that swept towards Jinling. Faced with this unprecedented attack, Jinling finally showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He swung the sword in his hand again. This time he did not hold back. All the strength in his body gathered on the tip of the sword, forming an extremely bright sword light. Golden Wing Sword Technique, one sword breaks all laws. Jinling shouted, and the sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and colliding with the combined attack of Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Boom. There was a deafening roar, and the entire underground world seemed to tremble at this moment. The sword light and the firestorm collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, illuminating the entire dark space. After the dust settled, Jinling was still standing, but under his mask, a hint of surprise flashed in his sharp eyes. Although Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha were staggering, their eyes were burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. HMPH, quite interesting. Jinling sneered and suddenly jumped up again, starting a more intense battle with Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. As Jinling finished his words, the aura around him suddenly became more violent, and the runes on the silver armor seemed to come alive, emitting dazzling light, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. He stretched out his body, as swift as a cheetah hunting its prey, and instantly crossed a distance of several meters, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at Nuo-Lin's heart. Nuo-Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the tip of the sword, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. But he did not retreat. The power of the earth boiled in his body and his feet were deeply rooted in the ground, as if he had formed an indissoluble bond with this ancient land. He kicked the ground hard, and the whole person was ejected like a cannonball. His fists, carrying the roar of the earth, collided with the tip of Jinling's sword. Bang! When the two collided, there was a deafening roar and the air waves scattered, shattering the surrounding rocks. Nuo-Lin's fists were shaking slightly, but he relied on his strong will and profound cultivation to withstand Jinling's attack. You think the mere power of the earth can stop me? Jinling sneered, and the sword turned, transforming into countless lights and shadows covering Nuo-Lin. Each sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could split the space apart, leaving no escape possible. However, Nuo-Lin is no ordinary person. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated, as if he had reached an inexplicable resonance with the earth. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently, and thick rock arms broke out from the ground, wrapping around the sword lights like living things and dissolving them. What a son of the earth, however, this is not enough. Jinling's voice was cold and firm. He suddenly rose up again, and his speed was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. The long sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the scythe of the death god, and every swing of it carried the meaning of reaping lives. Seeing this, Inuyasha roared and flames surged in his body. He turned into a huge amount of flaming beast and rushed towards Jinling with a roar. The giant beast was covered in flames. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited, forming a sea of fire. Jinling snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward and rushed directly into the sea of fire. The long sword in his hand shuttled through the flames. Every swing was extremely precise, dissolving the attacks of those flaming beasts and taking the opportunity to counterattack. The sword light was like a weaving net, forcing Inuyasha to retreat again and again. Jinling, your sword may be powerful, but your heart has been blinded by arrogance. Nuo-Lin seized the opportunity and attacked from the side. The power of the earth condensed into a heavy punch like a small mountain on his fist and slammed into Jin Ling's flank. Jin Ling slightly tilted his body and easily dodged the attack, but a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He turned around suddenly, and his sword turned into a silver lightning heading straight for Niu Lin. The speed of this sword almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, as if time had stopped at this moment. HMPH, then let me show you what real power is. Jin Ling growled, and the sword light surged, illuminating the entire space in as white as October. Niu Lin and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in their hearts. They knew that if they could not resist this attack, they would be doomed. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the fighting spirit in the hearts of the two men reached an unprecedented height. 487. They smiled at each other, without words, and the tacit understanding between them had reached the level of mutual understanding. They burst out with all their strength at the same time, and the power of fire and the power of the earth achieved perfect integration at this moment, forming an extremely gorgeous light curtain that firmly blocked Jin Ling's sword light. Bang! There was another deafening noise. The light curtain and the sword light collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. The entire underground world seemed to be boiling at this moment, with countless gravel and dust being drawn into it, forming a doomsday-like scene. In this doomsday-like scene, a hint of admiration flashed in Jin Ling's eyes, but more of it was a fighting spirit. He stretched out his body like a dragon emerging from the sea and instantly crossed the barrier of the light curtain. The tip of his sword drew a perfect arc in the air, pointing directly at the throats of Niu Lin and Inuyasha. "What can your combined efforts do to me?" Jin Ling's voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the two people's hearts, causing ripples. Niu Lin and Inuyasha looked solemn. They knew that Jin Ling's strength was far beyond their imagination, but the belief in their hearts prevented them from retreating. Niu Lin's feet dug deep into the ground again, the power of the earth surged wildly, and huge rock pillars rose from the ground, surrounding him and Inuyasha like guardian gods, forming a solid line of defense. Inuyasha roared, and the flaming beast became even more violent under his control. The flames were mixed with the sounds of wind and thunder, as if they could tear everything apart. He controlled the giant flaming beast to slam into Jin Ling, trying to use force to defeat Jin Ling's attack. Jin Ling sneered, and his body moved freely between the flames and rocks. Every swing of the sword tip was extremely precise. No matter the roar of the giant fire beast or the obstruction of the giant rock pillars, they could not stop his indestructible sword intent. The light of his sword was like a silver torrent, sweeping away all obstacles without a trace. HMPH, although you are powerful, you lack real skills and will. There was a hint of disdain in Jin Ling's words, but his attack became more fierce. He rose up suddenly like a meteor chasing the moon, with sword light weaving like a weave, forcing Niu Lin and Inuyasha to retreat again and again. "Jin Ling, you are wrong." Niu Lin suddenly yelled, his voice full of determination and indomitable spirit. True strength comes not only from cultivation and skills, but also from inner belief and persistence. When Inuyasha heard this, a burning desire to fight began to burn in his eyes. He roared, and the giant flaming beast suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny flame particles. These particles gathered in the air into a huge amounts of flaming phoenix, flapping its wings and flying high, heading straight for Jin Ling. Niu Lin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and concentrated, reaching an unprecedented resonance with the power of the earth. He suddenly opened his eyes and waved his fists. The earth seemed to respond to his call. A huge amount of rock dragon rose from the ground, shining together with the flaming phoenix, and together launched the final attack on Jin Ling. Seeing this, Jin Ling finally showed a solemn look in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and all the strength in his body reached its peak at this moment. The long sword in his hand turned into a dazzling silver beam of light, colliding violently with the rock dragon and the flame phoenix in the air. Bang! There was another deafening noise, and the entire underground world seemed to be torn apart by this force. Light splashed everywhere, and waves of energy surged, submerging everything around in endless chaos. When everything was settled, Jin Ling was still standing, but there were several cracks on his silver armor, and his eyes under the mask showed a bit of fatigue. Although Niu Lin and Inuyasha were in a miserable state, the fighting spirit in their eyes was even more intense. As their words fell, the power of the two reached an unprecedented integration at this moment. However, Jin Ling's movements were too strange, and those tentacles could only capture his remains. The two felt the force of the counterattack and couldn't help but feel a little horrified, but they knew that at that moment they must not retreat at all. A truly strong person never needs to rely on external forces. Jin Ling's voice echoed in the ears of the two men. He jumped up suddenly, like a cheetah hunting, and instantly approached Niu Lin and Inuyasha. The power in his body seemed to be ignited at this moment, and the silver sword energy surged out like a tide, colliding violently with the dazzling light, making a deafening roar. They looked at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding between them was enough to support them to continue this unprecedented battle. Yes, you really impressed me. Jin Ling spoke slowly with a hint of appreciation in his voice, but this battle is not over yet, let's continue. Jin Ling, you are too conceited, Niu Lin roared. He suddenly jumped up and his fists gathered all the power of the earth, turning them into huge amounts of rock shells which smashed towards Jin Ling. The bright light was as dazzling as the sun, completely engulfing Jin Ling's figure. His sword energy was like substance, and every strike made the space tremble as if it wanted to tear the light that bound him into pieces. The light and air waves intertwined into a chaos, and the underground world seemed to be torn apart by this force, with rubble and dust being swept into it, forming a doomsday picture. His sword turned into silver light and shadows impenetrable. Every strike carried the power to tear apart space, forcing the two to defend with all their might. Jin Ling, you are wrong. Niu Lin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time, their voices echoing in the underground world full of unyielding and firmness. The real power comes from our belief in our hearts and our trust in each other. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be separate individuals, but had become one, facing this unprecedented powerful enemy together. Although the combined attack of Niu Lin and Inuyasha was powerful, Jin Ling's counterattack was equally amazing. The entire underground world seemed to have stopped at this moment, with only the light and air waves raging constantly. Jin Ling sneered, he slightly turned his body and swung his sword lightly, actually cutting the cloth shell and the flaming phoenix apart. It is our inner belief, the trust between each other, and the persistent pursuit of justice. Niu Lin's power of the earth and Inuyasha's power of fire intertwined, forming a dazzling light that completely enveloped Jin Ling. Inuyasha roared in response, his flames burning even more fiercely at this moment, as if to devour all darkness and evil. At the same time, Inuyasha also roared, and the fire phoenix flapped its wings again, attacking Jin Ling together with the rock shells. Niu Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, their eyes full of determination. Jin Ling was at the core of the light, his silver armor flickering in the strong light. His eyes showed both shock and indomitable spirit, as if he was expressing his dignity and pride as a strong man. Jin Ling's face changed slightly, he felt the terrifying power contained in this force. Jin Ling's words were like the beating of a war drum, stirring up even deeper fighting spirit in Niu Lin and Inuyasha's hearts. However, at this critical moment, the joint attack of Niu Lin and Inuyasha has arrived. Niu Lin roared, and the power of the earth in his body boiled to the extreme. The ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, and countless rock tentacles suddenly broke out of the ground, like a mad python out of a cave trying to entangle Jin Ling's body. However, Jin Ling's sword light was like ice, able to penetrate the flames in an instant and reach Inuyasha's body. Jin Ling moved and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was between Niu Lin and Inuyasha. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. Jin Ling, you are wrong. Niu Lin's voice pierced through the light, firm and powerful. Our strength is not just as simple as joining forces. He took a deep breath, and at this moment all the strength in his body gathered on the tip of the sword, preparing to launch a final counterattack. HMPH, even if we join forces, you can't touch my true strength. Jin Ling's voice was cold, but with a hint of excitement, as if this battle was not only a test for him, but also an enjoyment. Humph, you think you can defeat me with just your combined strength? Jin Ling's voice echoed in the light with a hint of madness and determination. Inuyasha's whole body was boiling with flames. He became the incarnation of fire. Every time he punched, there was an explosion of flames, igniting the air into a sea of fire. He and Niu Lin were in tune with each other, and at this moment their power reached an unprecedented harmony and unity. As their will became stronger, the brilliant light became more dazzling. In the light, it seemed as if countless creatures were cheering and roaring. They gathered together into an unstoppable force and launched a final attack on Jin Ling. Jin Ling's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. He could feel the destructive power contained in this force. However, as a strong man, how could he admit defeat so easily? He roared, and the silver sword energy in his body surged, turning into a silver tornado trying to swallow up this power. However, the opposite happened. The dazzling light seemed to have endless vitality. It constantly devoured the sword energy in the tornado and transformed it into its own power. Finally, when the tornado dissipated, the light had grown to its peak, like a bright star illuminating the entire underground world. No, Jinling roared in despair. He tried his best to resist this force, but it was too late. The brilliant light was as dazzling as the sun and instantly engulfed him. When the light faded, Jinling was seen falling weakly to the ground, his silver armor covered with cracks and his mask was broken, revealing his tired and shocked face. As Jinling fell, the doomsday scene in the underground world gradually subsided, the light and air waves slowly dissipated, revealing a peaceful scene that had been baptized by battle. The rubble and dust had settled, and there was a sense of triumph and relief in the air. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw fatigue in each other's eyes, but more of it was admiration and gratitude for each other. We did it. Lin said softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the aftermath of the battle and also the emotion of victory. Inuyasha nodded, his flames dying down and returning to normal, but the light in his eyes only shone brighter. Yes, we did. Next, it's time to find a place to rest. The two walked along the winding tunnel and soon came to a quiet village hidden underground. This village seems like a paradise, far away from the hustle and bustle and war of the outside world, and the villagers lead a simple and harmonious life. The sunlight shines through the cracks on the top, bringing a touch of warmth and light to this underground world. There is a clear spring in the center of the village, surrounded by several simple huts built of stone and wood. The smoke from the cooking stoves rises up, contrasting beautifully with the shadows of the mountains in the distance. Active children are playing and having fun in the village, their laughter echoing in the air, adding some vitality and vigor to this land. Lin and Inuyasha walked into the village, and the villagers surrounded them curiously and friendly. They were dressed simply, with innocent smiles on their faces, and welcomed the two strangers in their own languages. Although they did not speak the same language, their enthusiasm and sincerity transcended the language barrier and made the two feel the long-lost warmth. An elderly village chief came over holding a cane, his eyes revealing wisdom and kindness. "Dear guests from afar, welcome to our village. Please follow me, we will prepare food and a place for you to rest." Lin and Inuyasha nodded gratefully and followed the village chief to a spacious hut. The interior of the house is simple and tidy, with a wooden bed and a few stone benches as the basis of the home. But here, they felt unprecedented peace and comfort. The village chief personally brought them hot food, which was cooked with the village's specialties. The aroma was fragrant and whetted their appetite. The two of them ate voraciously, as if they wanted to turn all their fatigue into delicious food in their mouths. After dinner, Lin and Inuyasha sat by the spring outside the house, enjoying this rare quiet time. They talked about their past and future and shared their dreams and beliefs. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on them, stretching their shadows out, as if time has stopped at this moment. The setting sun gradually sank into the horizon, the sky was dyed with a light violet, and stars began to quietly embellish the night sky. Lin and Inuyasha sat beside the spring, and the surrounding scenery seemed to become softer, and everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. "Inuyasha, your journey has been long and tortuous." Lin sighed softly, looking away as if recalling something. "From that cursed half-demon to the partner who fights alongside us today, your experience is truly moving." Inuyasha smiled slightly. That smile was a bit bitter but also contained endless tenacity. "Yes, Lin. I used to only know fighting and revenge, but your appearance made me see that besides hatred, there is also friendship, trust, and light. I began to understand that true strength is not just about strength, but also about inner choice and persistence." He paused, his eyes became deep. "I remember when I first met you, we were still enemies. At that time, my heart was filled with only longing for Tessega and hatred for my father. And now I can sit here with you and enjoy this quiet time together, which is a wonderful feeling." Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. "Yes, Inuyasha. Our meeting may be fate, but the reason we have come this far is more due to our efforts and trust in each other. The road ahead is still long, but I believe that as long as we are united in heart, nothing can stop us." At the moment, a breeze blew by, bringing with it the unique freshness of the mountains and forests, and it also seemed to blow away some of the fatigue in the two people's hearts. The spring water gently hits the shore, making a pleasant sound which interweaves with the laughter of children in the distance to form a moving piece of music. "Lin, where do you think we should go next?" Inuyasha asked suddenly, with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Lin smiled slightly, his eyes full of determination. "Wherever we go, we'll sell our products. Our mission is to protect this world and fight against the dark forces that threaten peace and justice." Definitely, in this process, we will also look for those artifacts and powers scattered around to make ourselves stronger. He paused, then continued. However, besides fighting, I also hope to have the opportunity to learn more about different cultures and customs. The world is so vast, and there are so many unknowns waiting for us to explore. Inuyasha nodded, the same gleam in his eyes. That's right, Newlin, I also want to see more of this world. Moreover, I also want to find a way to completely remove the curse on me so that I can face the future with a complete identity. As night falls, Newlin and Inuyasha's conversation deepens, and life in the village slowly reveals its warm and simple side. The villagers were full of curiosity and kindness towards the two guests who came from afar. They gathered around and expressed their welcome and care in their own unique ways. Newlin, as the wise man and peacemaker in the team, naturally became the main bridge of communication with the villagers. He stood up, greeted the villagers who gathered around him with a smile, and started a conversation in a gentle tone. Fellow villagers, we are just travelers passing through. Thank you for your warm hospitality. We come from far away and feel curious and yearning for everything here. Could you please tell us some stories about this village and the surrounding area? Newlin's words were full of sincerity and desire. Upon hearing this, the villagers all smiled warmly and rushed to share their stories. An elderly grandmother, leaning on a cane, walked to the front tremblingly and narrated the history of the village in her slightly hoarse but warm voice. Children, our village is called Yaogutaoyuan, and the people who have lived here for generations have led a peaceful life. We rely on the spring water on this land to irrigate and grow self-sufficient food, and the beasts in the mountains and forests are also our partners in life. The old lady's words were full of love and pride for this land, which moved both Newlin and Inuyasha. Other villagers also joined in, some telling stories about the traditional festivals in the village, some sharing strange stories in the mountains, and some enthusiastically invited the two to participate in the upcoming harvest celebration. Newlin listened to every story patiently, his eyes full of awe and respect for this land. He asked some questions from time to guide the villagers to tell the story in more depth. He also used his own insights and wisdom to answer the villagers' questions and share knowledge from afar. In this process, Newlin not only established a deep friendship with the villagers, but also deeply felt the warmth and connection between people. He realized that no matter where he was, as long as he had love in his heart, he could overcome all barriers and obstacles and find his own belonging and happiness. Although Inuyasha is introverted, he gradually integrates into the life of the village under the leadership of Newlin. He used his power to help the villagers solve some minor troubles, such as driving away the beast that invaded the village and repairing houses damaged by wind and rain. These actions made the villagers look at him with admiration and made him feel the joy of being needed and respected. Just as the villagers were immersed in joy and harmony, the night was suddenly torn by an unprecedented chill. The sky seemed to be covered by a thin layer of ice and the stars dimmed. With a deafening roar, a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was the legendary Ice-Fang dragon. Its body was covered with crystal-clear blue axes, each of which exuded a biting cold. Its eyes were like the ice abyss, flashing with greed and tyranny. The appearance of the Ice-Fang dragon instantly froze the originally warm atmosphere. The villagers were terrified and fled in all directions, looking for corners to hide. Newlin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they instantly understood each other's intentions, stepped forward, and stood between the villagers and the Ice-Fang dragon. Newlin, leave this monster to me. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body instantly boiled over. The flames and demonic energy intertwined to form a powerful aura. His figure flashed and turned into a red lightning, rushing straight towards the Ice-Fang dragon. The Iron Fang drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, pointing directly at the cold dragon's head. Be careful, Inuyasha, this Ice-Fang dragon is no small matter. Newlin followed closely behind, quickly forming seals with both hands, and circles of soft light surrounded his body that was his unique healing and protective power. He knew very well that Inuyasha alone could not defeat such a powerful monster, so he had to go all out to provide Inuyasha with the necessary support. Upon seeing this, the Ice-Fang dragon roared, opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of icy cold air, instantly condensing the surrounding air into frost. Inuyasha was agile and dodged flexibly in the air. At the same time, he swung out Tessega, which collided with the cold air, causing bursts of roars and flying ice chips. Every time they clashed, the space trembled slightly, showing the terrifying power of both sides. HMPH, a mere half-demon dares to challenge my majesty. The Ice Fang dragon roared, swung its body violently, and swept its tail like a giant whip, bringing up a gust of wind and hail. Inuyasha retreated violently, and at the same time, using the recoil force, he rushed towards the Ice Fang dragon again. He condensed stronger demonic power on Tessega, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Request flowers. Lin took the opportunity to go around to the side of the Ice Fang dragon and quickly formed seals with his hands. Rays of light poured out from his palms and turned into a dense light net, trying to restrain the Ice Fang dragon's movements. However, the power of the Ice Fang dragon was beyond imagination. The light was easily shattered as soon as it came into contact with it, and turned into tiny points of light that dissipated into the air. Lin, step back and let me do it. Seeing this, Inuyasha roared angrily, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the peak. A dazzling light burst out from Tessega, as if to illuminate the entire night sky. His figure turned into a shadow and instantly appeared above the Ice Fang dragon. The Iron Fang chopped down fiercely with the power to destroy the world. Roar! The Ice Fang dragon roared in despair. Its huge body trembled under the tremendous force of Tessega. Its scales burst one after another and cold air filled the air. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the Ice Fang dragon suddenly burst into a final burst of madness, opened its mouth and spewed out even more violent cold air, trying to die together with Inuyasha. Lin saw this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward without hesitation and gathered all his healing and protective powers in his palms, forming a dazzling light shield. He stood between the big yaksha and the cold air. Lin, Inuyasha exclaimed. He felt Lin's desperate determination and courage, and an indescribable feeling of emotion and strength surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and swung out Tessega again. Lin, Inuyasha's roar echoed in the cold wind with unquestionable determination and resolve. He seemed to be able to feel the heavy trust and sacrifice behind Lin. This emotion was like a fire, burning fiercely in his heart, burning away all fear and hesitation. When the Ice Fang dragon saw this, a cruel smile flashed in its abyss-like eyes, as if it was mocking the two ants who dared to challenge it. It howled towards the sky, its voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness, and its body was even colder, as if even the space was about to be frozen. A mere ant, dare you dare to shake my majesty? The Ice Fang dragon roared, and its huge body shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. The air around it seemed to be sucked out in an instant, forming a huge amount of vortex, sucking everything around it into it. Inuyasha did not stop. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean death. Only by trying his best could he have a chance of survival. His figure turned into a stream of red light, shuttling between the cold air and hail. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by the force of thunder, and the collision with the Ice Fang dragon's attack produced a deafening roar. Lin, Inuyasha will never let you down for your persistence. His words were filled with unquestionable firmness. Tessega drew brilliant tracks in the air. Every time it collided with the scales of the Ice Fang dragon, dazzling sparks burst out as if to light up this cold night. Lin stood behind the light shield, his face solemn and determined. He kept changing the hand seals with his hands, and the power of healing and protection was like a trickle constantly pouring into the shield, resisting the cold that was enough to freeze the soul. His eyes were always fixed on Inuyasha and Ice Fang dragon, and he prayed silently in his heart, hoping that his strength could become Inuyasha's strongest backing. Inuyasha, hold on, we will definitely defeat it. Although Lin's voice was soft, it was full of strength and faith. It penetrated the cold wind and roar and reached Inuyasha's ears. The Ice Fang dragon was obviously angered by the tenacity of the two humans. It roared, and the scales on its body began to flash with dazzling light. An even more powerful cold air burst out from its body, dyeing the surrounding air blue. Huge amounts of its body suddenly leaped up, like a moving iceberg pressing towards Inuyasha and Lin. When Inuyasha saw this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and at this moment all the demonic power in his body reached an unprecedented peak. He roared angrily, and his body suddenly grew larger, as if he had merged into one with the heaven and earth. In his hand, the Iron Fang seemed to have turned into a divine weapon for the creation of the world. With the power to destroy the world, he rushed towards the Ice Fang dragon. Lin, use your strength to protect this land, he said silently in his heart. This belief burned like a fire, making him forget his fatigue and fear. Lin could feel the strong pressure from the Ice Fang dragon, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, with light and cold air intertwined together to form a spectacular picture. He roared, and the demonic power in his body boiled over again, as if to set the entire valley on fire. The cold and flames in the valley intertwined to form a doomsday scene. Seeing this, the ice-fanged dragon became even crazier. These words were like a warm current that warmed Inuyasha's heart and inspired him to fight even harder. Nuolin took a deep breath and formed seals with his hands at the fastest speed. The light shield condensed more thickly around him, like a layer of flowing metal which bounced off the ice blades. "Come on, Ice-Fanged Dragon, let me see what you are capable of." Inuyasha's voice echoed in the cold wind, full of fearlessness and determination. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the two figures intersecting and colliding in the air. Every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking whistles and dazzling light. He constantly infuses the power of healing and protection into the shield to resist the cold that is enough to freeze the soul, while also providing Inuyasha with constant support. "For the villagers and for this land, I can't fall down." He growled, and all the strength in his body gathered to the extreme at this moment. However, Inuyasha stood firm like a rock in the wind. His figure shuttled through the cold light and flames, and each attack was precise and deadly, leaving deep scars on the huge body of the Ice-Fanged Dragon. The battle between Inuyasha and Ice-Fanged Dragon was like the collapse of heaven and earth. The two forces collided violently in the air, and the shockwave generated broke the surrounding trees one after another. Dust and ice chips flew all over the sky, blocking the light of the stars and the moon. It no longer reserved its strength, but instead poured out all its power in an attempt to defeat these two stubborn opponents in one move. He knew that at this moment, not only Inuyasha was fighting, but the fate of the entire village hung on a thread. While he continued to deal with the Ice-Fanged Dragon, he kept an eye on Nuolin's situation to ensure the safety of his partner. He pushed his hands forward suddenly, and the light shield suddenly burst into a dazzling light, turning into a warm airflow that collided head-on with the ice dragon's cold air. However, Inuyasha just sneered, his eyes full of unyielding and determination, as if saying, "I, Inuyasha, have never been an ant to be slaughtered by others." However, beneath this destructive force, there is a glimmer of unyielding vitality that is the firm belief and hope of Nuolin and the villagers. The wind in the valley seemed to stop, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. He knew that he could not fall down because he was Inuyasha's backer and the villagers' hope. Nuolin stood behind the shield of light, and the speed of forming seals with his hands became faster and faster. Although his face was solemn, his eyes were full of determination and resoluteness. At the same time, he felt that the healing power and protective power surging in his body had reached an unprecedented integration at this moment, forming a warm and tough barrier to resist the violent attack of the Ice-Fanged Dragon. "Inuyasha, you are not fighting alone." Nuolin's voice penetrated the cold wind and roar and reached Inuyasha's ears. Huge amounts of the Ice-Fanged Dragon's body tumbled in the air, and every swing was accompanied by whistling cold wind and hail all over the sky. It seemed that it wanted to pour out all its strength and completely destroy the two beings who dared to challenge it. However, the Ice-Fanged Dragon seemed to be completely enraged. It howled to the sky, and the scales all over its body burst into a more dazzling light. An unprecedented cold air burst out from its body, covering the entire valley in an icy cold. "Nuolin, be careful." Although Inuyasha's voice was a little breathless due to the fierce battle, it was still full of concern. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out cold air that was cold enough to freeze everything. The cold air condensed into sharp ice blades in the air and attacked Nuolin and Inuyasha densely. Nuolin's eyes passed through the flying ice and dust and locked onto the furious Ice-Fanged Dragon. His heart was filled with unprecedented determination and courage. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to have turned into a world of chaos. Only the deafening roar and dazzling light indicated the cruelty and heroism of this battle. His collision with the Ice-Fanged Dragon was like the collision of two stars. A dazzling light and a deafening roar instantly erupted, illuminating the entire night sky. The light shield expanded again, swallowing up the cold air, while releasing a gentle yet firm force in an attempt to calm the Ice-Fanged Dragon's violent mind. The Ice-Fanged Dragon roared wildly, its body like a moving iceberg, and every impact made the air freeze. "HMPH, a mere half-demon can force me to this point." The Ice-Fanged Dragon's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. Its eyes were like two balls of burning ice, staring at Inuyasha as if it wanted to devour him completely. Its huge amounts of body suddenly pounced towards Nuolin, as if to destroy him and the light shield together. Facing this life-and-death situation, there was no trace of fear or retreat in Nuolin's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the healing and protective powers in his body reached their peak at this moment. He roared, and the light shield instantly turned into a bright beam of light, meeting the attack of the Ice-Fanged dragon. The light of protection will never go out. His voice echoed in the valley, full of determination and conviction. The beam of light and the Ice-Fanged dragon's attack collided in the air, bursting out with blinding light and deafening roar. The entire valley seemed to be torn apart at this moment, but under this destructive force, Nuolin's light shield was as solid as a rock, protecting the safety of this land and the villagers. In the chaos of light and cold, the battle between Nuolin and the Ice-Fanged dragon reached its climax. The energy wave generated by the collision of the light column and the icy force swept across the entire valley like a violent storm, tearing apart the surrounding rocks and trees, turning them into debris all over the sky. HMPH, a mere human, do you dare to stop me? The voice of the Ice-Fanged dragon sounded low and majestic amid the roar, and there was a cold light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to completely submerge Nuolin in endless ice. However, Nuolin did not flinch. There was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, which seemed to be able to penetrate all the cold and illuminate the way forward. I am not trying to stop you. Instead, I am here to protect every life on this land. His voice was firm and powerful, penetrating the roar and the cold wind and reaching deep into the Ice-Fanged dragon's heart. As Nuolin finished speaking, the light shield around him surged again. The light column seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power and began to rotate slowly. Every ray of light seemed to have life. They intertwined and entangled and finally converged into an unstoppable torrent, rushing towards the Ice-Fanged dragon. Upon seeing this, the Ice-Fanged dragon roared angrily, and the scales on its body burst into dazzling light again. Its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to avoid the torrent. However, the light followed closely behind the Ice-Fanged dragon's every move, constantly eroding its strength. The Ice-Fanged dragon roared in pain. Its scales began to fall off and the ice aura gradually weakened. It realized that it had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Nuolin, hold on. At the moment, Inuyasha's voice came from the side. He was also struggling with the other parts of the Ice-Fanged dragon to buy time for Nuolin. His eyes were full of trust and encouragement, as if to say, we will definitely be able to overcome it. Nuolin felt Inuyasha's support and his belief became stronger. He roared and all the strength in his body burst out at this moment. The beam of light suddenly turned into a huge amount of light hand, tightly grasping the body of the Ice-Fanged dragon. Stop! Nuolin's voice sounded like thunder. He clenched his hand hard, and the hand of light began to shrink, squeezing the huge body of the Ice-Fanged dragon bit by bit. The Ice-Fanged dragon struggled in pain and let out a deafening roar, but its power was gradually dissipating. Under the interweaving of deafening roar and light, the valley seemed to have become a battlefield, and every inch of space was filled with the power of destruction and rebirth. The battle between Nuolin and the Ice-Fanged dragon has gone beyond a physical clash, and has become a battle of wills and beliefs. The Ice-Fanged dragon's body continued to twist under the pressure of the hand of light, and its eyes flickered with unwillingness and despair, but even so, it still did not give up resistance. Although its scales fell off, the remaining parts became harder, as if each scale contained enough strength to tear steel. How can a mere human defeat me? There was a hint of madness in the Ice-Fanged dragon's voice. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, trying to spit out cold air that was enough to freeze everything. However, how could Nuolin give it a chance? He silently prayed in his heart, and the light shield surged again, turning into layers of airtight barriers, blocking the cold air that attempted to invade. It is my mission to protect this land. Nuolin's voice echoed in the valley, and his eyes were full of determination and firmness. He knew that the victory or defeat at this moment not only concerned his own life and death, but also the fate of the entire village. As Nuolin's determination grew, the power of the Hand of Light became even more terrifying. It seemed to have turned into the strongest cage between heaven and earth, tightly binding the huge body of the Ice-Fanged dragon. The Ice-Fanged dragon's roar became weaker and weaker, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. No, I can't lose. A surge of unwilling anger surged in the Ice-Fanged dragon's heart. It used up its last bit of strength to try to break free from the Hand of Light. However, this was in vain. Nuolin's power had been concentrated to the extreme. He roared, and the Hand of Light suddenly burst out with brilliant light, completely tearing the body of the Ice-Fanged dragon apart. Bang! A deafening noise was heard, and the Ice-Fanged dragon's body exploded in the air, turning into countless ice crystals and dust, and finally dissipated in the valley. The entire valley returned to calm at this moment. Only the flying debris and the gradually dissipating light were still telling of the thrilling battle that just happened. As the ice-fanged dragon's body collapsed, the lingering roar echoed through the valley, as if it was nature's witness to this epic battle. When the dust settled, Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, both exhausted but with an indescribable sense of relief. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and traces of battle, but what shone in their eyes was the joy of victory and determination for the future. Lin, your strength is beyond 367's imagination. Inuyasha panted, his tone full of amazement and admiration. He knew very well that if it weren't for Lin's incredible protective power, they might have died here. Lin smiled and shook his head. It is this land that gives us strength, and it is the villagers' expectations that make us fearless. We are just doing what we are supposed to do. Just then, there was a burst of noise outside the valley. The villagers learned that the battle was over and rushed to check the situation. They held torches in their hands, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster and admiration for the heroes. Lord Lin, Lord Inuyasha, you are our guardian angels. The villagers shouted loudly, and their voices gathered into a warm current, warming the tired hearts of the two warriors. Thank you very much, sirs. It is you who saved us in our home. An elderly village chief walked up to the two men tremblingly, with tears in his eyes, and bowed deeply with his hands clasped together. Lin and Inuyasha hurried forward to help the village chief up, feeling a warm feeling in their hearts. Village chief, this is what we should do. As long as the people on this land can live and work in peace and contentment, all our efforts are worthwhile. Lin said sincerely. The villagers surrounded the two heroes and expressed their gratitude and blessings. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the valley, and the villagers sang and danced to celebrate this hard-won victory. However, behind the celebration, Lin and Inuyasha both felt a little uneasy. They knew that although the battle was over, the world's crisis was far from over. Stronger enemies and more difficult challenges may be waiting for them ahead. Inuyasha, we can't stop. Lin looked into the distance with a determined light in his eyes. We still have a long way to go, and there are still many things we need to protect. Inuyasha nodded, his eyes also gleaming with determination. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will fight alongside you until the last moment. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and trust needed no words. Amid the villagers' gratitude and blessings, they decided to rest for a day, and after their strength was restored, they would continue on the unknown and challenging journey. In the dead of night, the only sounds in the valley were the crackling of the campfire and the occasional roar of beasts in the distance. Lin and Inuyasha sat by the fire, silent, each lost in their own thoughts. But they all know that, when the first ray of sunlight penetrates the clouds and shines on this land, they will embark on a new journey to protect everything that is worth protecting. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the dense treetops and sprinkled mottedly across the valley, Lin and Inuyasha were ready to go. They bid farewell to the villagers reluctantly, and everyone's eyes were filled with reluctance and blessings. But as they said, the road is still ahead, and the responsibility of guarding does not allow them to stop for a moment. The moment we stepped into the forest, the air became heavy. The trees are towering into the sky, with dense and intertwined branches and leaves, like a natural barrier, isolating the city from the noise of the outside world. However, there is a hidden danger beneath this tranquility, and an uneasy atmosphere is quietly spreading in the forest. Lin, I feel something is wrong around me. Inuyasha whispered. His senses were extremely sharp, and even the slightest fluctuations could not escape his detection. Lin nodded, his expression becoming serious. Yes, there is a sense of oppression in the air, as if something is secretly watching us. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of hurried and heavy footsteps all around, as if countless giant beasts were approaching them. Then a strong wind blew up, and the leaves flew everywhere, blocking the view. In the chaos, several dark shadows suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards Lin and Inuyasha. These black shadows were extremely fast and had various shapes. Some were as agile as cheetahs, while others were as ferocious as giant bears. They did not make any sound, only their eyes flashing with cold light revealed their cruelty and coldness. Lin and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time. They flashed and each faced the attacking black shadow. Lin clenched his fists, light surged around him, and every punch was accompanied by a roar, knocking those black shadows away. Inuyasha transformed into a silver lightning, shuttling between the dark shadows, his claws as sharp as knives, and every swing was accompanied by splattering blood. The battle suddenly became fierce and brutal, with the dull sound of flesh colliding and the wailing of dark shadows echoing in the forest. Lin and Inuyasha cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, and they were impeccable. But even so, they had to admit that the strength of these black shadows far exceeded that of the previous Ice Fang dragons. Not only were there a large number of them, but they also seemed to possess some strange power that allowed them to continuously regenerate, making the battle extremely difficult. "What on earth are these?" Lin asked loudly while shaking his fist. He felt his strength was rapidly depleting, while those dark shadows seemed endless. "I don't know, but we must get rid of them as soon as possible." Inuyasha's voice revealed a hint of anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Just as the two were engaged in a bitter battle, a strange wave suddenly came from deep in the forest. The wave surged in like a tide, instantly submerging the entire battlefield. Those originally ferocious black shadows seemed so fragile in the face of this wave, and they wailed and disappeared. "What's going on?" Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, full of confusion. However, before they could think about it, the fluctuations suddenly intensified, dragging the two of them into it. When the light faded, they found themselves in a strange place, surrounded by desolate ruins, and the air was filled with the smell of death. "Where are we?" Lin muttered to himself. He looked around, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Above this desolate ruin, the setting sun was as red as blood, coating the broken walls with an ominous golden red. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without saying anything, they could read the solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of rolling sand and stones in the distance breaking the dead silence. "We seem to be teleported to another dimension. Every speck of dust here smells of death," Lin whispered. His voice echoed in the empty space, sounding exceptionally clear and cold. Inuyasha nodded. He was keenly aware of the faint energy fluctuations around him, but these fluctuations were different from any power they had encountered before. They were ancient and strange, as if they came from another world. He took a deep breath, and the demonic power in his body surged quietly, preparing to face unknown challenges. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the ruins. The sound seemed like the sigh of the earth or the awakening of a giant beast. As the sound got closer, the surrounding air began to distort, as if an invisible force was pulling at the space. "Be careful," Lin shouted suddenly. He jumped up and rushed to the source of the sound like a flash of lightning. A dazzling light had gathered in his hand. It was the ultimate manifestation of his protective power. Inuyasha followed closely behind, his body turned into wind, every step seemed to cross space, and in the blink of an eye he was shoulder to shoulder with Lin. His eyes flashed a faint green light in the darkness. That was his unique night vision ability as a half-demon King Kyan's, and also his susceptive perception of danger. Deep in the ruins, a huge black shadow slowly emerged. It had no specific shape, but it exuded a heart-pounding aura. The black shadow seemed to be formed by countless negative emotions and energies. Every time it fluctuated, the surrounding space trembled. "What kind of monster is this? It's so evil," Lin shouted angrily. He swung the light in his hand like a sword that cuts through the darkness and goes straight to the vital part of the black shadow. However, the black shadow seemed to have endless resilience, and no matter how bright the light was, it could not penetrate it at all. Seeing this, Inuyasha was not willing to be outdone. He turned his body into a series of afterimages and kept wandering around the black shadow looking for flaws. Each of his attacks was swift and accurate, but they also failed to cause any substantial damage to the black shadow. "It seems that we can't fight it head-on," Lin thought while fighting. He knew that continuing like this would only exhaust the physical strength and energy of both sides. He turned to look at Inuyasha, and the two exchanged glances, then understood each other. They began to change their tactics. They no longer attacked blindly, but instead used their own speed and agility to play a game of cat and mouse with the black shadow. Sometimes they dispersed, sometimes they gathered together, constantly tempting the dark shadow to reveal more weaknesses. As time went on, the black shadow seemed to be enraged. It began to become more violent and released more turbulent energy fluctuations, but in the process it gradually revealed its flaws. Finally, with a tacit cooperation, Lin and Inuyasha launched the attack at the same time. Lin's light was like the bright sun, illuminating the entire ruins, and Inuyasha transformed into the sharpest blade, striking directly at the core of the black shadow. The two forces met in the air, causing a deafening roar. At that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble. However, when the dust settled, the shadow did not completely disappear but became weaker and slowly merged into the surrounding darkness. "This, isn't it over yet?" Lin panted, looking at the gradually disappearing black shadow, his heart filled with uneasiness. Inuyasha also frowned. He looked around and saw that the ruins were still dead silent, but the oppressive atmosphere seemed to be even heavier than before. "We seem to be in even bigger trouble," he whispered, with a hint of worry that was hard to conceal in his tone. Just then, a cold wind blew by, and a low roar was heard again from the depths of the ruins. The sound was deeper and older than before, as if the whole world was trembling. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw the same determination and resolve in each other's eyes. They knew that no matter what was waiting for them ahead, they must face it bravely, because they were the Asgardians of this land and the hope of the villagers. "Let's go, no matter what lies ahead, we must find out." Lin took a deep breath and took the first step. Inuyasha followed closely behind Lin, his steps firm and powerful. Every step he took on the rubble of the ruins made a dull echo, which intertwined with the constant roar in the distance to form a tragic war song. Their shadows lengthened in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing particularly lonely and resolute. The light seemed to have life, swirling and dancing around Lin, and finally transformed into a solid barrier, tightly wrapping the two of them. But every time he was about to touch the core of the vines, more vines would come from all directions and force him back. "Look." Inuyasha shouted softly and pointed to a stone pillar not far away. A vine suddenly sprang up at an astonishing speed and came straight towards the two of them. Inuyasha's situation was not optimistic either. His body was twisting and shape-shifting in the air, and his demonic power was overflowing, but he was still unable to completely resist the pull of that force. Seeing this, Inuyasha turned into a shadow and shuttled between the vines. With his agility and demonic power, he tried to find the weaknesses of these plants. However, the vine was extremely tough. The lightsaber slashed on it, leaving only a shallow mark. Then the vine quickly healed and launched an attack again. "The energy here is becoming more and more chaotic," Inuyasha whispered, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was a reverence for the unknown power and a challenge to his own limits. The originally desolate ruins have now become full of vitality and greenery. The two men accelerated almost at the same time, rushing towards the open area like two lightning bolts. "It's right there," Lin said in a deep voice. The protective power in his body surged again, ready to meet the upcoming unknown challenges. The two took the opportunity to exert their strength and finally broke free from the whirlpool and returned to the ruins. As the light grew stronger, the suction of the vortex seemed to become weaker. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground, and then the vines and flowers that seemed harmless began to slowly wriggle as if they had life. "This change is too strange, we must be careful," Lin said in a deep voice. He slowly raised his hand. The bright light surrounding him did not dissipate but became more condensed, as if he was ready to deal with unknown changes at any time. There, the air was twisted even more violently, as if an invisible vortex was slowly spinning, swallowing up everything around it. Inuyasha also looked confused. He looked around, trying to find the source of all these changes. Inuyasha nodded, his demonic power surged in his body, the green light in his eyes became even brighter, and he glanced around vigilantly. Suddenly, he stopped and fixed his eyes on an open area not far ahead. However, when they stood firm and prepared to take a breath, they found that the scene around them had changed dramatically. However, just as they were about to approach the whirlpool, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the whirlpool and pulled the two of them into it. The broken stone pillars were scattered all over the ground like the remains of a giant, and the smell of death in the air seemed to be even stronger, almost condensed into substance, oppressing the two people to the point that they had difficulty breathing. As we go deeper, the scenes in the ruins become more and more bizarre. Lin looked at the light around him in surprise. He could feel the purity and power contained in this force, which was an experience he had never had before. What is going on? Lin watched it all in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just as they were about to be completely swallowed by the vortex, a strange power suddenly burst out from Lin's body. The light was dazzling, forming a sharp contrast with the dark power in the vortex. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, both with disbelief and vigilance in their eyes. Green vines grew between the broken stone pillars and strange flowers bloomed on the ruins. The air was filled with a fresh fragrance, which was completely different from the previous smell of death. Lin nodded, his eyes as sharp as torches, piercing through the thick fog, trying to capture the source of the low roar. This sudden change of vitality made the ruins, which were originally full of dangers, seem to turn into another world, but the uneasiness was like an undercurrent that never dissipated. He clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and used all his strength to get closer to Nuolin, trying to fight together. These plants are weird. Nuolin's face was solemn. He realized that these seemingly harmless life forms were actually murderous. Your protective power has been sublimated here. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the light, and he also felt the extraordinary power. Nuolin reacted quickly. He moved his body to the side, avoiding the sudden attack of the vines. At the same time, the light in his hand became brighter, turning into a lightsaber and slashed forward. "Be careful," Nuolin shouted. He struggled hard, trying to resist the suction, but found himself as if being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand and unable to break free. However, apart from the low roar that still echoed in the distance, he found nothing. The battle became more and more intense. On the ruins, lightsabers and vines intertwined to form a thrilling picture. Nuolin and Inuyasha's cooperation became more and more tacit. Sometimes they joined forces to resist the siege of vines, and sometimes they acted separately to look for opportunities to break through. However, these plants seemed to have infinite vitality. No matter what kind of damage they suffered, they could recover quickly, which made the two feel unprecedented pressure. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, an even stronger tremor came from deep within the ruins, and then the entire space began to shake violently, as if some huge monster was awakening. This force is even stronger than before. Nuolin's face changed drastically. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they might not be able to hold on. Inuyasha also frowned. He looked around and saw that the vines and flowers became more violent and attacked more fiercely in the tremors. He took a deep breath and prepared to launch a more violent attack. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the ruins, rushing straight into the sky, illuminating the entire ruins like daylight. The light contained a pure and powerful force, causing the surrounding vines and flowers to wither instantly and turn into ashes. This is. Nuolin and Inuyasha looked up at the source of the light at the same time, and saw that in the light there seemed to be something rising slowly. But because the light was too dazzling, they could not see its true appearance. "We have to go and take a look," Nuolin said in a deep voice. The protective power in his body surged again, ready to meet new challenges. Inuyasha nodded, and with a move of his body he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the source of the light. Nuolin followed closely behind, and under the shining light the two figures looked both small and firm. As Nuolin and Inuyasha approached, the dazzling light gradually converged, revealing a huge amount of circular altar. On the altar, in the focus of the light, an unprecedented monster slowly emerged. This monster is called the corpse-gathering monster, and its appearance is so strange that it is enough to make all things in the world tremble. The corpse-gathering monster is huge, more than several feet tall, and its body is covered with layers of dry bones and rotten flesh, as if it was formed by the condensation of countless dead souls and corpses. Its eyes sparkled with a dark green light, like the fire of the underworld, seeing through all the secrets of the world. Although the limbs are made of dry bones, they are extremely flexible. Every swing is accompanied by a low roar, as if it can tear through space. "What kind of monster is this?" Inuyasha whispered, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Nuolin's eyes became stern when he heard this, and the protective power in his body boiled to the extreme. An even stronger breath of death surged in the core, like a bottomless black hole, attempting to devour all light and life. He leaped suddenly and rushed directly to the heart of the corpse-collecting monster. That was the source of all the corpse-collecting monster's power. Nuolin and Inuyasha rushed forward almost at the same time, their figures intertwined, like two lightning bolts, shuttling back and forth between the huge body of the corpse monster. Under the frantic counterattack of the corpse-gathering monster, Inuyasha's demon dog body was not willing to be outdone. Its sharp claws dug deeply into its heart, and its demonic power surged out like a tide, trying to completely destroy this monster made of dead souls and corpses. Nuolin also had a solemn expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, and the protective power in his body surged, trying to use it to resist the suffocating breath of death emanating from the monster. "Nuolin, give me a hand." Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar with unquestionable determination. Nuolin swung the lightsaber in his hand tightly, and each sword precisely slashed at the joints of the corpse monster, trying to weaken its ability to move, while Inuyasha, relying on the blessing of demon power, transformed into a series of afterimages, constantly attacking the weaknesses of the corpse monster, looking for an opportunity to kill it with one blow. Seeing this, the corpse-gathering monster roared angrily and waved its huge bony arms to attack. "We can't let it escape." Seeing this, Inuyasha's demonic power surged again. He tried his best to sink his claws deeply into the heart of the corpse monster. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening roar, trying to shatter the dark core with the power of sound waves. The tip of the sword collided with the head of the corpse monster, and a brilliant light burst out, as if a star had fallen, illuminating every corner of the ruins. The dark core of the corpse monster trembled violently under the joint attack of Rune and Inuyasha, as if it felt an unprecedented threat. The surging breath of death instantly became more violent and transformed into black tentacles, trying to entangle the attacks of the two and devour them completely. Rune was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and swung the lightsaber again. This time he no longer simply stabbed, but instead integrated all his strength and will into the sword, transforming it into a dazzling sword light slashing straight at the dark core of the corpse monster. But Inuyasha was too fast, and it had no time to react before the demon dog's sharp claws dug deep into its heart. The corpse monster let out an even more shrill roar, and the dry bones and rotten flesh on its head broke under the impact of the lightsaber, revealing the dark core hidden underneath. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Gripping the lightsaber tightly with both hands, he gathered all his strength into the tip of the sword and thrust it suddenly, aiming straight at the monster's head that was made of dry bones and rotten flesh. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, instantly appearing on the other side of the corpse-gathering monster. However, the body of the corpse monster is extremely tough, and even the strike of a lightsaber can only leave shallow marks on its surface. Roar. The corpse-gathering monster let out a shrill scream, and its entire body began to tremble violently as if it would collapse at any time. 0-0. The two forces collided violently within the corpse-gathering monster's body, causing a deafening roar, as if the entire ruins were shaking at this moment. Its attacks were like a violent storm, and every swing was accompanied by a powerful impact, forcing Rune and Inuyasha to try their best to resist. Break it. Rune shouted, and the lightsaber roared like a dragon or a tiger, cutting through the air with an unstoppable edge. He had never seen such a terrifying existence before, and the demonic power seemed insignificant in front of it. Whatever it is, we must not back down. He took a deep breath, and his body suddenly swelled, transforming into a huge amounts of demon dog with demonic power overflowing as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. But even so, it still did not give up resistance. There was a crazy light flashing in its dark green eyes, and it tried to use its last bit of strength to devour Inuyasha. Then, it leaped suddenly, with huge amounts of its body collapsing like a mountain, and rushed straight towards the two of them. "This is not a solution," Rune yelled. He knew very well that if they continued like this, both of their physical strength and demonic power would be exhausted. He knew very well that it was difficult to completely eliminate this powerful enemy by his own strength. Before he finished speaking, the corpse-gathering monster let out a deafening roar. The sound was like thunder shaking the surrounding space. "Humph, a mere gathering of undead spirits dares to act so presumptuously in front of me." Rune snorted coldly, his eyes revealing an inviolable majesty. He must find the corpse monster's weakness and deal it a fatal blow. The protective power in his body was boiling, and the light on the lightsaber became brighter and brighter. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, making a sharp whistle. Inuyasha was even wilder. The demonic power in his body was like a volcanic eruption. Every roar was accompanied by earth-shaking force. His sharp claws were deeply embedded in the heart of the corpse-collecting monster, stirring it constantly, causing the monster to let out bursts of shrill wails. There was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, and he vowed to completely destroy the source of this evil. "Rune, you and I will work together to completely crush this monster." Inuyasha's voice was firm and resolute. He knew that only if the two of them cooperated without reservation could they defeat this unprecedented powerful enemy. Rune nodded, and the two of them understood each other and reached a tacit understanding in an instant. Rune suddenly jumped up, like a meteor across the night sky, and the lightsaber turned into a dazzling silver trail, going straight to the 627 dark core of the corpse-gathering monster. Inuyasha was even crazier. He gave up on defense and concentrated all his strength on his claws, trying to deal a fatal blow to the corpse monster at the last moment. The two forces met in the air, erupting with an unprecedented roar. The lightsaber and claws were like two indestructible blades, tearing fiercely at the dark core of the corpse monster. The core continued to tremble and twist under the attacks of the two, as if it would collapse at any time. However, the corpse monster did not surrender. It roared and used up its last bit of strength to swing those dark tentacles wildly towards the two people. Those tentacles were as flexible as poisonous snakes, carrying deadly toxins and corrosive power, attempting to drag the two into endless darkness. Don't even think about succeeding. Lin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time. They stretched out their bodies and turned into two beams of light, moving flexibly between the tentacles while increasing the intensity of their attacks. Light swords and sharp claws fell on the corpse monster like a rainstorm, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks. Under the frenzied attack of the two, the body of the corpse-collecting monster seemed to be torn apart by an endless storm. Every roar was like thunder between heaven and earth, causing the space to flex. Although those pitch-black tentacles were flexible, they repeatedly missed Lin and Inuyasha's ghostly movements and could only weakly hit the ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. "You evil creature, today is your end." Inuyasha's voice was deep and powerful. His eyes were burning with blazing fire, and every swing of his claws was accompanied by destructive power, heading straight to the dark core of the corpse monster. Although the core was strong, it began to show signs of collapse under the combined efforts of the two. The darkness on the surface began to crack, revealing the deeper chaos inside. Lin was calmer. Every swing of his lightsaber was extremely precise. The tip of the sword seemed to be able to see through the void. He always managed to avoid the attack of the tentacles at the critical moment and instead stabbed the vital points of the corpse monster. Wherever the lightsaber passed, the air was cut in half, leaving behind silver trails like stars cutting through the night sky, beautiful yet deadly. "Hold on, Inuyasha, we will be able to end this soon." Lin encouraged his companions while fighting. Although his voice was soft, it was full of firmness and trust, as if it had injected an invisible power into Inuyasha. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha's demonic power surged again. He howled towards the sky, his voice filled with indomitable spirit and wildness. His body swelled up instantly, transforming into an even larger demon dog. His sharp claws flashed with cold light, like the sickle of the death god, and he vowed to kill the corpse-gathering monster completely. The sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning, as if even the heavens were frightened and wanted to stop the war against the will of heaven. Deep within the core of the corpse-collecting monster, chaos was surging, as if endless resentment and death were intertwined, forming an indescribable, terrifying force that attempted to resist the invasion from the outside world. "Humph, you are just a bunch of resentment, yet you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me." Lin sneered, and when the lightsaber was swung, there was actually a sound of sword roaring like a dragon, and every strike caused ripples in the space. Wherever the sword light reached, the space seemed to be cut into countless pieces, and then quickly reorganized, leaving cracks that were invisible to the naked eye. That was the initial touch of the law of space. Inuyasha transformed into a huge demon dog, whose body was almost as tall as a mountain and full of demonic energy. He howled towards the sky, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. At that moment, even the air around him seemed to solidify. Only his eyes, burning with demonic fire, were like 2 balls of inextinguishable flames, locking onto the core of the corpse-gathering monster. With every leap he made, the ground shook and his sharp claws cut through the sky, bringing up gusts of wind, vowing to tear apart the darkness. "Let this filthy world feel my anger," Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling. He suddenly jumped up, his giant claws carrying the power of destroying the world, and fiercely slapped down, directly pointing to the crumbling core of the Juhu monster. This blow was not only a collision of flesh, but also a clash of wills and strength. The air was filled with a strong smell of destruction. The corpse-collecting monster seemed to have sensed the crisis of life and death. Its originally dull tentacles suddenly became extremely flexible, like black lightning, interweaving into an impenetrable net in the air, trying to block the fatal blow. However, how could Lin let it succeed? His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light. The lightsaber left beautiful tracks in the air and accurately cut off each tentacle as easily as cutting tofu. The thunder in the sky became more and more intense, as if even the sky was shaking because of this battle. The tentacles of the corpse monster struggled in despair, releasing a stronger aura of death and resentment with each swing, attempting to turn this battlefield into an eternally horrifying dark abyss. But Lin and Inuyasha, like 2 immortal lights, are determined to penetrate this endless darkness. "How dare a mere evil spirit block our way?" Lin's voice was as cold as ice. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hand. Every swing was accompanied by a tremor in space. Even the void trembled wherever the sword light went. His body was as fast as lightning, moving freely in the web of death woven by the tentacles. Every dodge was just right, and his lightsaber took the opportunity to leave more fatal wounds on the corpse monster. Inuyasha's roar shook the earth, and the demon dog he transformed into became even larger, with each hair containing destructive power too. He leaped and dived, his claws like the sharpest blades, tearing through the air and going straight for the corpse monster's vital points. The demonic fire burned fiercely in his eyes, illuminating the entire battlefield and also igniting the chaos fire that was about to collapse in the corpse-gathering monster's body. Break it! With Inuyasha's angry roar, his giant claws finally collided with the core of the corpse monster. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Huge amounts of impact force distorted the space, and thunder and roar intertwined to form a thrilling symphony. The corpse monster screamed miserably, and the dark core that was originally indestructible finally collapsed under the joint attack of the two. The chaos and resentment inside poured out like a flood, but was immediately swallowed and purified by the power of Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. The darkness gradually dissipated, replaced by a clear light as if even the heaven and earth were purified by this power. It's over. Nuo-Lin panted, the lightsaber slowly dropped. He looked at Inuyasha beside him, his eyes full of fatigue and relief. Inuyasha also regained his human form. Although his body was covered with scars, his eyes burning with demonic fire were brighter and more determined. As the corpse-gathering monster dissipated, the thunder in the sky gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, the sun shone on the earth, and all things seemed to be reborn in this sudden light. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha stood on the battlefield, feeling the hard-earned tranquility with unprecedented ease and relief in their hearts. It was a tough battle, but it was worth it. Nuo-Lin said softly. He put away his lightsaber, his eyes flashing with expectations for the future. Inuyasha smiled slightly and dusted himself off, his smile showing both exhaustion and satisfaction. Yes, every battle is a transcendence of self. However, the most important thing now is to rest and recover. Just as the two were about to leave, a breeze brought a fresh and familiar breath, leading them into the distance. Soon, a beautiful village hidden among green mountains and clear waters came into view. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, contrasting beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, like a moving painting. Look, there is a village over there. Why don't we go there and take a break? Nuo-Lin suggested. Inuyasha nodded in agreement, and the two of them quickened their pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the village. When the villagers saw the two outsiders, they were surprised at first, and then they greeted them warmly. They expressed their welcome in the most simple way, inviting Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha to enter the village and enjoy a moment of peace. In the village, the stone roads are lined with flowers and fruit trees, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and fruits. Children were playing and laughing in the village. The elderly were sitting under the shade of trees, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and telling ancient and mysterious stories. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have come to another world, and all traces of fatigue and fighting were completely forgotten at this moment. The scenery here is so beautiful that it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Nuo-Lin exclaimed as he strolled in the village, stopping from time to time to admire the beautiful scenery. Yeah, I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Inuyasha also seemed particularly happy. He followed Nuo-Lin, and the two walked and talked, sharing each other's past and future. With the warm hospitality of the villagers, they tasted authentic farm dishes. The simple yet delicious food made them both praise it highly. After dinner, they also participated in the village celebrations, dancing and singing with the villagers, enjoying a rare happy time. As night falls, stars dot the night sky and the village is shrouded in a soft moonlight. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha sat by the stream near the village, looking at the starry sky, their hearts filled with gratitude and tranquility. The night is deep and distant, like a huge amount of black cloth, quietly and silently spread between heaven and earth. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha sat quietly beside the stream, enjoying this rare tranquility, but beneath this tranquility, there seemed to be an imperceptible undercurrent surging. The night always makes people think a lot. Nuo-Lin broke the silence. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet night, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. Inuyasha smiled slightly with a sharp look in his eyes. Yes, but neither darkness nor light can stop us from moving forward. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing up a fallen leaf which gently fell on the shoulders of the two people. This was an ordinary scene, but Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha felt an inexplicable pressure at the same time, as if the whole air had become heavy. Something's wrong. Nuo-Lin whispered. He stood up suddenly, holding the lightsaber in his hand. Although there was silence all around, he could feel a vague danger approaching. Inuyasha also reacted quickly. His body tensed slightly, his demonic power surged in his body, ready to deal with unknown challenges at any time. The two stood back to back, their eyes sharp as torches, scanning every corner around them. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from deep underground, like an invisible giant python wrapping around the ankles of the two men. At the same time, they felt a strong suction force trying to drag them underground. "What is this?" Nuolin exclaimed. He struggled hard, but the force was so strong that he could hardly move. "Be careful, this may be some unknown trap." Inuyasha growled, the demonic power in his body boiling and turning into violent air currents trying to resist the suction. However, just as the two were struggling to resist, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and a thick dark aura gushed out from the crack, enveloping the two. The darkness seemed to contain endless malice and evil, which made people feel terrified. "Quick, use all your strength to break free," Nuolin shouted, his sword flashing in the darkness, and every swing seemed to be a desperate struggle with the dark force. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He turned into a black shadow and shuttled through the darkness. Wherever his sharp claws passed, the darkness seemed to be torn apart, revealing a hint of light. But even so, the darkness still surged in like a tide, surrounding the two of them tightly. In the darkness, Nuolin and Inuyasha's breathing became rapid and heavy, and their heartbeats were like war drums echoing in the endless darkness. The darkness seemed to have substance, transforming into a giant invisible hand that frantically tore at their clothes, attempting to devour their will and strength. "Hold on, we can't be swallowed by this darkness." Nuolin's voice echoed in the darkness, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and the lightsaber in his hand could not illuminate the surroundings. But it seemed like a beacon in his heart, guiding the direction. There was a blazing fire in Inuyasha's eyes, which was his deep desire for freedom and anger towards darkness. He roared, and his body turned into a black lightning, rushing wildly in the darkness. Every collision was accompanied by the sound of air exploding, as if he wanted to tear the endless darkness apart. The tacit understanding between the two reached its peak at this moment. They didn't need words, they could understand each other's intentions with just a look or a gesture. Nuolin and Inuyasha stood back to back, spinning, jumping, and dodging. Their movements were smooth and flowing, like two dancers dancing in the dark. Although there was endless darkness and fear around them, they interpreted the tenacity and indomitable spirit of life in their own way. The dark forces seemed to be enraged by their tenacity, becoming even more violent and fierce. It roared madly like an enraged beast, trying to completely destroy the two with a more violent attack. But Nuolin and Inuyasha are like two solid rocks, standing firm no matter how violent the storm is. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time, as darkness and light clashed fiercely in this small space, with each collision accompanied by a deafening roar. Nuolin and Inuyasha's clothes were already soaked with sweat, their faces were covered with fatigue and sweat, but their eyes were even more determined and persistent. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from the darkness. The wave seemed to come from deep underground, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura. Nuolin and Inuyasha both felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. They knew that this might be the final counterattack of the dark forces. "Be careful." Nuolin growled, his whole body tense, ready for the coming impact. Inuyasha also reacted in the same way. The demonic power in his body reached its peak at this moment, as if it would burst out at any time. The fluctuations in the darkness became stronger and stronger, as if the entire space was shaking and an indescribable force was brewing. Nuolin and Inuyasha's breathing almost stopped. They could feel the destructive power contained in that power, as if it was going to pull all living things into an endless abyss. "Inuyasha, get ready." Nuolin's voice was low and firm. He gripped the lightsaber tightly, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if it would burst out with brilliant light at any time. Although he was in darkness, his eyes were unusually bright, revealing a sense of indomitable spirit and determination. Inuyasha nodded, his eyes had turned completely red, and demonic power was surging wildly in his body, almost overflowing from his body. He growled, and his figure turned into a black shadow again, moving through the darkness like a ghost, ready to meet the unknown impact. Suddenly, the fluctuations in the darkness reached its peak, and a powerful force suddenly erupted, attacking the two like a tsunami. Nuolin and Inuyasha moved almost at the same time. They were like two lightning bolts, interweaving and colliding in the darkness, fighting a desperate battle with that force. The air was filled with explosions and roars, and darkness and light intertwined into a thrilling picture at this moment. Nuolin and Inuyasha's movements became faster and faster, and every confrontation seemed to tear the space apart. Their figures left a trail of afterimages in the darkness that was dazzling to the eyes. However, that force was extremely powerful, as if it had endless energy, constantly attacking the two people's defenses. Lin and Inuyasha's physical strength and demonic power were rapidly depleting, but they had no intention of retreating. They knew that only by persisting could they find a way out of this dark predicament. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, the power suddenly changed. It was no longer a violent shockwave, but turned into countless tiny black threads, entwining around the two people like poisonous snakes. These black threads contained extremely strong corrosive and binding forces, causing the two to feel unprecedented pain and restraint. What the hell is this? Lin roared, and he struggled hard trying to break free from the black threads. But those silk threads were like living things. The more they struggled, the tighter they became. Inuyasha's situation is not optimistic either. Although his demonic power is strong, he seems powerless in the face of this mysterious force. He roared and tried his best to break free from the restraints, but the black threads were like leeches attached to his bones, preventing him from moving. Lin and Inuyasha, two unyielding wolves, collide fiercely in the darkness, like the desperate struggle of an ancient war god on the eve of doomsday. The air around seemed to be sucked out by this force, and every breath was accompanied by a pain like tearing the lungs. The web woven from black threads not only bound their bodies, but also seemed to be corroding their will and souls. HMPH, a mere restraint cannot trap me. A fierce look flashed in Lin's eyes, and the remaining strength in his body seemed to be ignited by this anger. His muscles bulged and lightning flashed faintly under his skin. He struggled violently, and tiny arcs of electricity jumped around his body, colliding fiercely with the black silk threads. A hissing corrosion sound was emitted, and a burnt smell filled the air. Inuyasha, let's work together to break this cage. Lin's voice pierced through the darkness with unquestionable determination. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of madness flashed in his red eyes. He growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled, actually condensing into a violent vortex in his body. As the vortex spun, it brought with it gusts of demonic wind visible to the naked eye, which shredded the black threads wrapped around his body, but soon more threads came flooding in to fill the gaps. Inuyasha roared like a beast. He no longer tried to break free but chose to attack actively. The body suddenly swelled and the texture of the muscles was clearly visible, like a beast about to escape. He kicked the ground hard, and his body turned into a black lightning, rushing straight to the source of those black threads. There, it seemed that some unknown existence was controlling everything. Seeing this, Lin was not willing to be left behind. He swung his lightsaber and the tip of the sword drew a bright trajectory. That was the light formed by the last of his strength. He followed closely behind Inuyasha, and the two figures intertwined in the darkness to form a tragic picture. Break it. The two shouted almost at the same time. Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's demonic power combined into an unmatched shockwave at that moment, directly bombarding the invisible source. The space seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and the darkness around it receded like a tide, revealing a vague and deep outline. The shockwave exploded like the chaos torrent at the beginning of the universe, instantly submerging the vague and deep outline. The darkness seemed to be ignited at this moment, emitting an enchanting light, making the figures of Lin and Inuyasha appear both small and majestic. Humph, nothing more than that. Lin sneered, his lightsaber shuttled through the shockwave. Each swing was accompanied by lightning and thunder, cutting the surrounding darkness into pieces. However, the outline did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to be enraged. More black threads came from all directions, like thousands of arrows aiming directly at the two of them. Inuyasha roared, his demonic power reached its peak at this moment, and a black storm surrounded him. Each gust of wind carried the power to tear apart space. He waved his sharp claws, engaging in the most primitive struggle with those black threads. Every collision stirred up waves of air, causing the entire space to tremble. Inuyasha, be careful, Lin suddenly shouted. He found that the attack of the black threads was becoming more and more fierce, and seemed to contain some strange rhythm, which was gradually forcing the two into a desperate situation. His lightsaber spun rapidly, transforming into an impenetrable sword curtain protecting Inuyasha behind him, while he himself endured even more fierce attacks. In this dark and boundless space, Lin and Inuyasha are like two unyielding gods of war, standing on the brink of collapse. The air around them was boiling with the fierce battle, and the distorted light and shadows were like a premonition of doomsday, reflected on the determined faces of the two people. HMPH, a mere undercurrent, how can it block my way forward? Lin's voice echoed in the turbulent air. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the darkness and locking onto the source of the endless black silk. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hands. Every swing caused the surrounding space to tremble, cutting open black cracks and releasing destructive power. Inuyasha turned into a violent beast, his demonic power boiling to the extreme. The black storm surrounding his body became more and more violent. Every wisp of demonic wind turned into a sharp blade, cruelly strangling the endlessly entangled black threads. His roar shook the earth, filled with indomitable spirit and wildness, as if he wanted to completely tear apart the darkness that bound everything. Newlin, you and I are side by side. Why should we fear this endless darkness? Inuyasha's voice came through the storm with a sense of determination and heroism. He leaped suddenly, and his demonic power condensed into a huge amount of demon wolf phantom, which started an earth-shattering battle with those black silk threads. Every time the wolf's sharp claws swung down, space was torn and collapsed, shattering the forces that attempted to restrain them. However, the darkness seemed unwilling to retreat. It seemed to have its own life, constantly wriggling and changing, trying to devour the two in a more cunning and ferocious way. The black threads gradually gathered into huge amounts of nets, covering them from all directions, and each thread contained enough power to corrode the soul. Humph, it seems that in order to completely break this darkness, we need to go even crazier. Newlin sneered, and the power in his body seemed to be completely awakened at this moment. A dazzling light began to bloom from the lightsaber, which was the embodiment of his will and belief. His figure suddenly rose up like a meteor across the night sky, and those huge black nets started the most violent collision. What kind of power is this? There was a hint of shock and confusion in Newlin's voice. He looked at Inuyasha, only to see that the latter also had a serious expression on his face, and was obviously shocked by this sudden power. Newlin's lightsaber turned into a dazzling river of light, cutting through the darkness and illuminating everything around. Inuyasha transformed into a demon wolf, his demonic power surged, and it blended with the river of light to form an unmatched shockwave. This force raged in the space, tearing apart the giant black nets and finally blasting into the endless depths of darkness. They began to cooperate in an unprecedented way. Newlin's lightsaber turned into thousands of lights and shadows like fine raindrops, accurately falling on every space crack opened by Inuyasha. The two echoed each other, forming a strange resonance. However, just as the attack was about to hit the source of darkness, the space suddenly twisted, and an even more ancient and mysterious force surged out from it, forcibly blocking the attacks of the two. As they moved, the darkness around them seemed to tremble, and the black threads that were originally as solid as iron began to become loose and no longer so difficult to shake. In the twisted space crack, the ancient and profound power surged like a tide, gently but irresistibly dissolving the attacks of Newlin and Inuyasha into invisible. Every swing of the lightsaber is accompanied by the distortion and reorganization of space. As if it was weaving the longitude and latitude of fate, and the shadow of the demon wolf is like a black storm, and wherever it passes all obstacles are ruthlessly torn apart, showing endless wildness and power. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings without saying anything. Inuyasha, let us use this final blow to declare our unyielding spirit to this endless darkness. Newlin's voice resounded through the sky. His lightsaber seemed to be given life at this moment, emitting a dazzling light. It was the light of hope, the first ray of light before dawn. Inuyasha, let's work together to completely dispel this darkness. Newlin's voice penetrated the noise of the battle and reached Inuyasha's ears. The light and darkness collided violently, and the resulting energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, impacting everything around, even causing the void to tremble. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the extreme, transforming into countless black storm whirlpools, trying to break the law with force and break through the invisible shackles. Newlin, this power is beyond imagination, but you and I have never been afraid of any challenge. Inuyasha's voice came through the storm with unquestionable firmness and heroism. Although the lightsaber had dimmed, the fighting spirit in his heart was like a prairie fire, becoming more and more intense. At the moment when light and darkness intertwined, the space seemed to be torn into countless pieces, each of which carried the unyielding will and belief of Newlin and Inuyasha. His body suddenly grew in size, transforming into a larger demon wolf. His demonic power condensed into sharp claws. Every time he swung his claws, he tore through space, leaving cracks that were difficult to heal. They all gave up their defenses at the same time, gathered all their strength at one point, and prepared to make a big gamble. His figure was looming in the storm, and every impact was accompanied by a violent tremor in the space, as if he wanted to completely destroy this cage of restraint. Is this the years or the shackles of fate? Lin's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes piercing through the layers of darkness, trying to capture the essence of that power. They roared at the same time, gathering the remaining strength in their bodies to the extreme. Inuyasha, you and I stand side by side, fearless and fearless. Lin's voice echoed in the turbulent air, and his eyes flashed with a firm light, which was the desire for victory and the fearlessness of unknown challenges. But at that moment, the ancient power surged again. It was no longer a simple defense, but began to actively attack, transforming into invisible chains that tried to completely bind the two people. This power is not like something of this world. It carries with it a kind of vicissitudes and loneliness that transcends the world, as if it had been sleeping here since the birth of the universe and was awakened until this moment. The two met in the air, bursting out with unprecedented brilliant light. The entire space trembled at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. This force was so powerful that both Lin and Inuyasha felt unprecedented shock and powerlessness. The two of them stopped talking. They knew that in this endless darkness, only the tacit understanding and trust between each other were the most solid backing. Inuyasha howled towards the sky, his demonic power boiling to its peak. His figure merged with the demon wolf, transformed into a black lightning, and rushed towards the ancient and mysterious power together with Lin's lightsaber. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of Lin and Inuyasha at the same time. They knew that this was no longer a simple battle, but the ultimate test of will and belief. The figures of Lin and Inuyasha are looming in this chaos, and every confrontation between them seems to be against the entire dark world. At this moment, the space seemed to be completely torn apart, revealing the distortion and chaos hidden underneath. The sword light and the black net intertwined together, causing a deafening roar. Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's wolf shadow intertwined in the air to form a magnificent picture, and the tacit understanding between the two reached an unprecedented level. Lin, you and I are united, and together we will overcome all difficulties. Inuyasha's response was equally heroic, with an unyielding fighting spirit in his voice, as if he wanted to completely conquer this endless darkness. As the two of them attacked with all their strength, the ancient and mysterious power finally revealed its true nature. It was not a simple attack or defense, but a manifestation of ancient law, an existence beyond their understanding. In front of this force, even Lin and Inuyasha's full-strength attack seemed so small and powerless. However, at this moment of despair, a strange change quietly took place. The originally violent energy fluctuations suddenly became gentle, as if guided by some force, and began to slowly merge into the bodies of Lin and Inuyasha. Their bodies seemed to be reshaped at this moment, and their realms were improving at an incredible speed. What is this? Lin and Inuyasha were both shocked. They felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies, a power that surpassed all their previous knowledge. But this power is not without price. As it integrates, the two also feel unprecedented pressure and restraint. Their consciousness began to become blurred, as if they were being pulled by some force and were about to fall into endless darkness. Lin, hold on, we can't fall here. Inuyasha's voice sounded in Lin's ears with a hint of anxiety and determination. Inuyasha, you too. We can never give up. Lin gritted his teeth and tried hard to resist the erosion of the force. At this moment, the space fluctuated violently again, and an even more ancient and powerful force emerged from the void, enveloping the two of them. This force is neither dark nor light. It transcends all attributes and definitions, as if it is the most primitive and purest existence in the universe. Just as the most primitive and purest power in the universe tightly wrapped Lin and Inuyasha, the space twisted again. And a dazzling green light suddenly tore through the void, and a monster with a huge body, ink-black hair and eyes flashing with strange green light suddenly appeared in front of them. This is the poison fox, whose toxins can corrode everything, and its speed is unpredictable. It is a terrifying existence in this unknown area. The appearance of the poisonous dry fox seemed to add an ominous color to this already thrilling battle. Its sharp claws lightly scratched the void, leaving black cracks, as if even space originally could not withstand its sharpness. HMPH, mere humans and half-demons dare to run wild here. The voice of the poisonous fox was low and hoarse, with an unquestionable majesty and arrogance. Its eyes were fixed on Lin and Inuyasha, as if it was examining its prey that was about to become its meal. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without further ado, they already understood the situation. Facing such a powerful enemy, they must go all out and not have the slightest bit of complacency. Du Kaianhu, you and I have no grudges against each other, but now that we have met, let us speak with strength. Lin's voice was firm and powerful, and his lightsaber shone brightly again as if he was ready to meet new challenges at any time. HMPH strength. In the face of absolute power, everything is nothing. The poisonous fox sneered, and his body instantly turned into a green lightning, pouncing towards Lin and Inuyasha. Its speed was so fast that even Inuyasha, who was known for his speed, felt a little pressured. These poisonous mists are not only highly corrosive, but can also erode people's will and soul. As the battle progressed, Lin and Inuyasha gradually found the rhythm to fight against the poisonous catfish fox. Lin's lightsaber and the poisonous dry fox's claws kept clashing in the air, and every collision produced dazzling light and deafening roars. However, the poisonous dry fox is no ordinary creature. Then, it howled towards the sky, and the demonic power in its body boiled to the peak. Every hair stood up and burned like black flames, releasing an even more terrifying aura. The sharpness of the lightsaber and the wildness of the demon wolf were perfectly integrated at this moment, making their attacks even more impeccable. HMPH, a mere ant dares to challenge my majesty. The voice of the poisonous fox echoed on the battlefield, carrying with it a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin and Inuyasha were not afraid at all. It knows very well that if it doesn't go all out today, it will probably not be able to escape unscathed. Its body suddenly grew in size, transforming into an even larger monster. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by the distortion and shattering of space. Faced with this sudden change, Lin and Inuyasha did not retreat, but instead became more motivated. The purifying power of the lightsaber and the wild power of the demon wolf were fully demonstrated at this moment, allowing them to move freely in the poisonous fog and look for opportunities to counterattack. They stood back to back, their eyes determined, as if they wanted to concentrate all their strength in this moment. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Lin responded, and at the same time a strange power began to gather on his lightsaber. They each used their unique skills to dissolve the poisonous fog. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the claws of the poisonous fox collided violently in the air, sparks flew, and demonic power overflowed. Driven by this unyielding will and belief, Lin and Inuyasha seemed to be given new life. They began to cooperate with each other using their strengths, forming a tacit offensive. The battle between the two was as fierce as a violent storm, and the entire space was shrouded in chaos. "Inuyasha, let's go," Lin shouted, and the lightsaber instantly turned into thousands of lights and shadows, like a galaxy pouring down, sweeping towards the poisonous dry fox. When the poisonous fox saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The battle broke out instantly, and the air was filled with fierce energy collisions and the roar of demonic power. The battle lasted for a long time and both sides were exhausted. The sharpness of the lightsaber and the hardness of the poisonous fox's claws formed a sharp contrast. The contest between the two seemed to be a competition to see who was the sharpest existence in the world. His figure moved flexibly on the battlefield, and every attack was precise and deadly. But at this critical moment, a stronger will and belief arose in the hearts of Lin and Inuyasha. Lin, be careful of its poison. Inuyasha did not forget to remind Lin during the fierce battle. Seeing that the situation was not good, it immediately used a more powerful sister technique. He knew that the poison of the poisonous fox was strong enough to destroy their strength and will in an instant. Inuyasha transformed himself into a wolf and engaged in close combat with the poisonous fox. Request flowers, their movements became more swift, and each attack contained the power to destroy the world. The confrontation with the poisonous fox became more and more intense, as if they were going to tear this space apart completely. This power seemed to be able to purify all filth and toxins, adding an extra layer of protection to their battle. The demonic power surged throughout its body, transforming into green poisonous mist that enveloped Lin and Inuyasha. These lights and shadows intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable light net, attempting to trap the poisonous fox in it. Inuyasha transformed into a black lightning, shuttling between light and shadow, looking for the weakness of the poisonous fox. Each of his attacks was extremely accurate. The wolf's sharp claws drew black tracks in the air, echoing with the light and shadow of the lightsaber, forming a series of gorgeous landscapes. However, how could the poisonous fox be trapped so easily? It twisted its body and easily avoided the restraint of the light net. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out thick green poisonous mist. The poisonous fog spread rapidly in the air, enveloping Lin and Inuyasha. "Humph, you think you can trap us with just a poisonous fog?" Nuolin sneered, and with a wave of his lightsaber, 10 beams of pure light instantly purified the surrounding poison. Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The wolf's 777 sharp claws cut through the void like lightning and went straight to the poisonous fox's vital points. The poisonous fox roared angrily, retreated violently, and swung its claws to fight back. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with demonic power and flashing lights, and the confrontation between the three had reached a fever pitch. Nuolin, be careful of its tail. Inuyasha keenly discovered the weakness of the poisonous fox during the battle. The poisonous fox's tail was seen dancing in the air like a flexible whip, and every whip was accompanied by strong demonic power and poison. Upon hearing this, Nuolin immediately adjusted the direction of his attack. The lightsaber turned into a dazzling stream of light and went straight for the poisonous fox's tail. Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the claws of the poisonous fox collided violently again, sparks flew, and demonic power overflowed. Inuyasha was even wilder. The demon wolf he transformed into shuttled around the battlefield like a ghost. Every leap and every attack was extremely precise. Every confrontation with the poisonous fox made the void tremble. They know that only by persevering to the end can they see the dawn of victory. However, Nuolin seemed to have anticipated this. He turned the lightsaber, and a bright sword light drew a perfect arc in the air, colliding with the sharp claws of the poisonous dry fox, causing a deafening roar. However, Nuolin and Inuyasha were not intimidated by this power. In this life-and-death battle, Nuolin and Inuyasha are not only fighting against the poisonous dry fox, but also challenging their own limits. Its black armor gradually began to crack during the battle. These were traces left by countless collisions between Nuolin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's claws. Each crack seemed to be a testimony to the loss of its power. How could a mere ant force me to this point? The voice of the poisonous fox became a little hoarse, but its eyes were still fierce, as if it wanted to turn all its anger and unwillingness into the last bit of strength and launch a crazy counterattack. Nuolin and Inuyasha looked at each other and read the same message from each other's eyes: never give up. Their breathing became rapid and powerful, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a surge of physical energy, preparing for the final blow from the poisonous fox. Nuolin's figure flashed, and the lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, constantly colliding with the sharp claws of the poisonous dry fox. Every confrontation burst into dazzling light and deafening roar. As a result, the two of them cooperated more closely, using each other's advantages to engage in a more intense battle with the poisonous dry fox. At this moment, their will, belief, and strength were sublimated and integrated to an unprecedented level. Although the poisonous dry fox was extremely powerful, it gradually showed signs of fatigue under the joint efforts of Nuolin and Inuyasha. However, as a powerful creature in this unknown territory, how could the poison fox be defeated so easily? It constantly used various powerful magic and attack methods in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Nuolin and Inuyasha were shocked, knowing that this was the true power of the poisonous fox. His eyes were determined, as if he wanted to put all the fear and fatigue behind him, leaving only the desire for victory. It suddenly leaped up, its sharp claws cutting through the night sky like black lightning, heading straight for Nuolin. Each of his attacks was swift and precise. The wolf's sharp claws drew black arcs in the air, clashing fiercely with the poisonous fox's tail. The collision between the two seemed to tear the entire space apart. Before he finished speaking, the poison fox's body had turned into a black lightning, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, heading straight for Nuolin's heart. But the two did not back down. Instead, their eyes became more determined. There was no need for them to say much to each other, as they had already understood each other's thoughts. Demonic power, spiritual power, and poison intertwined together, forming a chaotic yet spectacular battlefield. It began to feel powerless, and every 10 attacks seemed slow and weak. Nuolin, be careful of its speed. Inuyasha did not forget to remind during the fierce fight, because he had noticed that the speed of the poisonous fox was increasing rapidly, almost to the point where it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. In this dark world, only the bright light of Nuolin's lightsaber and the green flicker of Inuyasha's wolf eyes are the only guides. As the battle intensified, the roar of the poisonous fox resounded through the sky, a roar that was a mixture of unwillingness and despair. HMPH, no matter how strong you are just mortals after all. The voice of the poisonous fox was full of disdain and madness. It began to use more powerful magic desperately, trying to defeat Nuolin and Inuyasha completely with overwhelming force. At the same time, Inuyasha also seized the opportunity and pounced from the side. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the tail of the poisonous fox clashed fiercely in the air. The collision between the two was like thunder in the sky and fire in the earth, releasing energy that could destroy the world. Suddenly, the poison fox's body grew in size again, and the black flames around it surged out like a volcanic eruption, shrouding the entire battlefield in darkness. Inuyasha transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely in the darkness, looking for the weakness of the poisonous fox. HMPH, a mere human and a half-demon, do you think you can defeat me, the poison fox? Its voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate people's hearts, carrying with it an unquestionable madness and determination. Just when the situation seemed clear, a strange green light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the poisonous fox, and that light contained its last fight as a sister beast. Nuo Lin's lightsaber seemed to have life in his hand. Every time he swung it, the surrounding space was distorted. The light was dazzling yet sharp, and it directly poisoned the fox's vitals. In this thrilling battle, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha gradually gained the upper hand with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the three figures moving rapidly on the battlefield, and every confrontation was accompanied by the fragmentation and reorganization of space. Come on, let me see how long you can last. The voice of the poisonous fox echoed in the darkness, carrying with it a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Its body suddenly shook, and the black flames around it condensed into a solid black armor that covered its entire body. Even its strange green eyes were obscured by a layer of deep dark green, and its momentum instantly climbed to its peak. Nuo Lin, hold on, we will definitely win. Inuyasha did not forget to encourage Nuo Lin during the fierce battle. Their tacit understanding and trust reached its peak at this moment. Seeing this, Du Kaiyan, who couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. It roared angrily, and all the demonic power in its body reached its peak at this moment. The black flames and poison intertwined together to form a sea of death. It desperately pounced on Nuo Lin and Inuyasha, trying to use this power to completely devour them. However, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha did not back down. They knew that this was the crucial moment that would decide victory or defeat. Then, the two of them burst out with unprecedented strength at the same time, and their lightsabers and sharp claws intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, trapping the poisonous fox tightly. In this moment of life and death, the battlefield seemed to have turned into a universe at the beginning of chaos. The clash between light and darkness, the collision of power and will, constituted the most magnificent picture between heaven and earth. The figures of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha shone like stars in the darkness. Every breath they took caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if the entire universe was resonating with their battle. The web of lightsabers and sharp claws not only trapped the poisonous fox, but also cut the darkness into pieces. Every flash of light was a challenge to the limits of life. Poisonous fox, your doom has come. Nuo Lin's voice penetrated the darkness with unquestionable firmness and determination. His lightsaber seemed to be given life at this moment. Every swing was accompanied by the distortion and reorganization of space. Wherever the light passed, darkness retreated, leaving only light and hope. Inuyasha transformed into a ghost in the night. His wolf body was extremely agile in the darkness. Every leap and every pounce was accurate and hit the poisonous fox's vital points directly. His eyes sparkled with a faint green light, which reflected his desire for victory and his trust in his comrades. Nuo Lin, let us fight side by side until the last moment. Inuyasha's voice rang in Nuo Lin's ears, shaking her heart like thunder. Demonic power, spiritual power, and poison intertwined together, forming a chaotic yet spectacular battlefield. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two quickened their pace and walked towards the village. Their minds reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment, as if they had merged into one, fighting together against the arrogant king of monsters. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the three figures moving rapidly on the battlefield, and every confrontation was accompanied by the fragmentation and reorganization of space. Look, Nuo Lin, there is a village there. We can go there to rest for a while. Inuyasha suggested, pointing to the village ahead. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, forming a harmonious picture with the mountains in the distance and the streams nearby. Nuo Lin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, dissolving the attack of the poisonous dry fox like a pouring galaxy, and Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and the sharp claws of the demon wolf cut through the void like lightning, going straight to the vital point of the poisonous dry fox. Welcome, travelers from afar. A kind old lady came up to us with a smile, holding a plate of freshly baked bread in her hand. Please try the specialties of our village. The collision of the lightsaber and the black flames produced a dazzling burst of light, illuminating the entire battlefield and also illuminating the beliefs in the hearts of the two men. Black flames and poison raged around it, but it could no longer cause any substantial harm to Niu Lin and Inuyasha. Niu Lin and Inuyasha, like two bright stars, shine the brightest in the darkness. Their figures appear and disappear in the interweaving light and shadow, and every confrontation shakes the world. Then a deafening roar sounded, and the huge body of the poisonous fox collapsed under the attack of the lightsaber and sharp claws, turning into black flames and poisonous fog all over the sky. At that moment, time seemed to stand still and the entire battlefield was immersed in dead silence. The two smiled at each other and decided to continue their journey. His sharp claws streaked across the air with black lightning, clashing fiercely with the poisonous dry fox's tail. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. However, its power is becoming increasingly inadequate under the combined efforts of Niu Lin and Inuyasha. At this decisive moment, the air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, and every grain of dust carried tension and expectation. However, with the tacit cooperation of the two, the net was torn apart by the brilliance of the lightsaber and the sharpness of the claws. The poisonous fox's roar was like thunder shaking the void. The power in its body seemed to be ignited by despair, erupting with unprecedented violence. Inuyasha, you and I are side by side. Why should we fear life or death? Niu Lin's voice was firm and powerful. His lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword that cut through the darkness, neutralizing the attack of the poisonous dry fox. But would Niu Lin and Inuyasha give it this chance? They had already anticipated the crazy counterattack of the poisonous dry fox, so they cooperated more closely. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Niu Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's claws hit the poisonous fox's vital points at the same time. However, the poisonous fox is the king of monsters after all, so how could it admit defeat so easily? In desperation, it burst out with an unprecedented power, a power that almost broke the net formed by the lightsaber and sharp claws. As soon as they entered the village, they felt the enthusiasm and friendliness of the villagers. The children surrounded them curiously, and the adults cast friendly glances at them, and some even took the initiative to invite them to their homes. His eyes sparkled with a dark green light, which reflected his determination for victory and his trust in his comrades. Despair and fear began to appear in its eyes. It was the fear of death and the despair that it could not escape its fate. On this battlefield, there is no absolutely strong person, only a contest of faith and will. HMPH, if you want me to die, you must be buried with me. The voice of the poisonous fox was full of madness and determination. It desperately urged the remaining strength in its body to try to die together with Niu Lin and Inuyasha. The poisonous fox struggled frantically in the net, its roars shaking the earth, but every struggle only made the net tighter. The villagers were wearing simple but colorful clothes, busy in the fields, their faces filled with smiles of happiness and satisfaction. They crossed the battlefield and entered a lush forest. Soon, a beautiful village hidden in the green came into view. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha's wolf body became even more violent. Every leap he made seemed to cross the boundaries of time and space, and every pounce he made was precise and deadly. The black flames and toxins intertwined into a huge amount of web, attempting to devour Niu Lin and Inuyasha together. HMPH, a mere human and a half-demon, you think you can defeat me, the poison fox. The poison fox's voice was filled with unwillingness and madness. It desperately mobilized the remaining strength in its body in an attempt to make a final struggle. Niu Lin and Inuyasha took the bread and took a bite gratefully. The bread was sweet and delicious, full of the taste of home, which instantly dissipated most of their fatigue. In the following days, they spent a relaxing and happy time in the village. They helped the villagers harvest crops, repair houses, and play with the children in the village. At night, the villagers danced and sang around the campfire, sharing their stories and dreams with each other. I never thought that I would find a sense of home in a place like this, Niu Lin said with emotion while lying on the grass and gazing at the starry sky. Yes, Niu Lin, sometimes these unexpected surprises during the journey are more precious than the original destination. Inuyasha sat aside and responded with a smile. In this beautiful village, Niu Lin and Inuyasha not only relaxed physically, but also found unprecedented spiritual nourishment. They know that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, as long as they have faith and hope in their hearts, they will be able to reach the end. As the night deepened, The tranquility of the village was gently broken by the sound of leaves blowing in the breeze. Lin and Inuyasha sat beside the stream at the edge of the village, enjoying this rare peace and warmth. However, at this moment, Inuyasha's expression suddenly became solemn, and his eyes narrowed slightly as if he had sensed some important information. Lin, I must leave immediately. Inuyasha stood up, his tone full of unquestionable determination. Lin looked up and looked at Inuyasha in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? It's Kagome, the world she lives in is also being invaded by monsters. I have to help her. Inuyasha explained, a hint of worry in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin immediately understood Inuyasha's sense of urgency and nodded to show his understanding. I understand, you go ahead, leave this to me. Where will we meet up later? At the entrance of the valley where we agreed to meet before, no matter what the situation is, I will rush back as soon as possible. After Inuyasha finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a black lightning, disappeared into the night sky in an instant. Lin looked at the direction where Inuyasha left, with both admiration for friendship and anticipation for an unknown journey in his heart. Just as he was about to move on, a strange breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint scent of flowers and a subtle sense of guidance. He slowly stood up, looking into the distance with sharp eyes. The worry about the unknown fate in his heart had turned into motivation to move forward. He realized that he not only withstood this sudden test, but also achieved unprecedented growth and breakthroughs in the process. By the lake, an ancient stone tablet stands quietly, engraved with complex totems, as if telling an ancient story. But he knew that his state of mind had undergone subtle changes. Remember, true strength comes from within, not from external struggles. The gentle voice sounded again, this time clearer, as if echoing directly in his heart. At this moment, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging above the grassland. The originally tranquil sky suddenly became gloomy and covered with dark clouds, as if nature was originally brewing an invisible storm. Lin, do you believe in fate? A gentle and ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ears, but it seemed to come from far away, making it difficult to tell whether it was real or an illusion. Lin's heart moved, as if being pulled by some force, and he involuntarily changed his original direction and walked into the depths of Kaokang. Lin sat up suddenly and looked around, but there was no one. Lin closed his eyes, felt the power, and his mind suddenly became clear. Is it a test? Lin whispered. Although his voice was light, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. He understood that whether fighting alongside Inuyasha or facing an unknown journey alone, the most important thing was to keep his heart firm and pure. Is this my power? Lin opened his eyes with surprise and joy flashing in his eyes. In the following days, Lin traveled between dense forests and winding mountain roads. The scenery along the way kept changing, from lush forests to rocky cliffs. Every place was full of natural wonders and challenges. He took a deep breath of fresh air, packed his luggage, and decided to continue on his way alone. This wave was neither hostile nor kind, but rather carried an indescribable depth and antiquity, as if it was calling him or waiting for something. Here. Why am I here? Lin stood in front of the stone tablet, full of doubts. Lin frowned slightly. He could feel that this power was not the wrath of nature, but the awakening of something more ancient and profound. He rubbed his ears and said to himself in confusion, am I too tired, or has the wind on the grassland also learned to whisper? He took a step forward, actively facing the power that was about to explode. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly, as if he was having some kind of ancient conversation with the grassland. This uneasiness does not come from external threats, but from the vague worry about an unknown fate. When Lin opened his eyes again, the totem on the stone tablet had returned to calm, and the lake was still calm, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the totem on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, glowing slowly, and a warm and powerful force surrounded him. However, just as Lin was about to move on, he suddenly felt a more hidden and more powerful wave quietly surging in the depths of the grassland. However, these seemingly fierce attacks disappeared without a trace when they came into contact with the warm and powerful force surrounding Lin. He seemed so calm and composed, as if he had become one with the grassland and this power. Then an even more powerful force surged out of his body, colliding and interweaving with the power in the storm. Finally, with a deafening roar, the storm miraculously subsided, and the grassland returned to tranquility again. Promised just as the storm reached its peak and was about to ravage the entire grassland, Lin suddenly paused, closed his eyes, and slowly raised his hands with his palms facing up, as if welcoming something. As Nuo Lin approached, the wind on the grassland became stronger and stronger, and the grass leaves flew around like thousands of sharp blades dancing in the air. He lay on the soft grass, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling a little uneasy. Nuo Lin took a deep breath of fresh air, and his whole body seemed to be filled with an invisible force, an awakening and metamorphosis coming from deep in his heart. As they walked deeper and deeper, Nuo Lin discovered that there was a mysterious lake hidden in the center of the grassland. The water in the lake was crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, which was breathtakingly beautiful. One day, Nuo Lin came to a vast grassland, the end of which connected with the sky, forming a magnificent picture. The real strength lies not in conquering the outside world, but in controlling oneself. Nuo Lin thought to himself, his figure looming in the storm, every time he dodged, every time he turned around. What exactly is over there? Nuo Lin looked into the depths of the grassland, feeling a strong sense of curiosity and desire to explore. Nuo Lin's heart was pounding, and his desire for the unknown was like a wildfire on the grassland, which was difficult to contain once ignited. He took a deep breath, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to sense his determination and trembled slightly, as if to cheer him on. As he went deeper into the grassland, the hidden fluctuations became stronger and stronger, like an ancient heartbeat, echoing in the silence, leading him closer to the unknown source. The surrounding environment began to change subtly, the light became dim and blurry, as if I had stepped into a realm that did not belong to this world. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the grassland, like an ancient call or a hum of nature. Nuo Lin's body tensed up involuntarily. He could feel that this power was neither a simple natural force nor any magic or martial arts he was familiar with. It was ancient, profound, and carried an inexplicable majesty. "Come on, let me see what you are." Nuo Lin growled with both challenge and expectation in his voice. The power in his body surged again, like rivers flowing into the sea, converging into an unstoppable torrent. At this moment, the ground of the grassland began to tremble, and cracks spread from under Nuo Lin's feet, as if the earth was originally responding to the call of that power. Then an invisible force surged out from the crack, transforming into twisted light and shadows, sweeping towards Nuo Lin. These lights and shadows are extremely fast and unpredictable, like a dragon playing with a pearl or like being haunted by ghosts. Nuo Lin retreated violently, but was still hit by several rays of light and shadow. He suddenly felt a strong impact bursting from his body, as if all his internal organs were about to be shattered. But he did not back down, instead it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm and powerful force in his body, letting it collide and integrate with this mysterious force. In this silent duel, Nuo Lin seems to have transformed into a bridge between heaven and earth, connecting the ancient and the modern, the natural and the extraordinary. As the two forces continued to clash, the scene on the grassland became increasingly bizarre. The sky is sometimes dim and sometimes bright. The ground is sometimes cracked into abysses and sometimes rises into mountains. Nuo Lin's figure shuttled through this ever-changing environment, and every dodge and counterattack seemed so precise and powerful. Just when the two forces reached a fever pitch, suddenly everything returned to calm. The mysterious power seemed to have found its home and slowly dissipated into the invisible minister. Nuo Lin stood there panting but with an unprecedented light in his eyes. "Is this the real power?" Nuo Lin murmured to himself, his heart filled with shock and awe. He understood that what he had just experienced was not just a battle, but also a baptism of the soul and a leap in growth. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, and it seemed as if there was a fire burning in his chest. It was an endless desire to explore the unknown and also a challenge to his own limits. He looked around and found that the grassland was no longer what it used to be. Instead, it had turned into a bizarre battlefield, and every inch of land contained unknowns and dangers. Humph, nothing more than that. Nuo Lin raised a faint smile, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his body and pounced on the light and shadow that were about to come again like a cheetah. Every time he swung his fists and legs, the surrounding air fluctuated violently, as if even the wind was cheering for him. The lights and shadows seemed to sense Nuo Lin's provocation and became more violent. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming huge amounts of nets in an attempt to trap Nuo Lin. But Nuo Lin was agile, like a fish swimming in the water, and every dodge was just right, making those seemingly impeccable attacks come to naught. Not enough. "Let me see all of you," Nuo Lin roared, and the power in his body seemed to be completely ignited. His figure became blurred and illusory at this moment, as if he had merged with the battlefield and yet was detached from it. As New Lin's power fully erupted, the lights and shadows began to change. They were no longer dancing in disorder, but gradually condensed into a more complex form, as if they were the reappearance of some ancient totem or the embodiment of the most primitive power between heaven and earth. The battle between New Lin and these lights and shadows reached an unprecedented intensity. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and every inch of land on the grassland trembled under the impact of this force. However, New Lin became more and more courageous as the battle went on. All he had in his eyes was fighting and the desire and pursuit for power. Just when the strength of both sides was about to be exhausted and the battle seemed to be coming to an end, suddenly, a larger and deeper power wave came from the depths of the grassland. It was like a sleeping giant being awakened with a heart-pounding majesty. New Lin suddenly looked up at the source of that power with a flash of shock and expectation in his eyes. He knew that this would be an unprecedented challenge for him and also another milestone in his growth. "Come on, let me see your true face." New Lin shouted loudly, his voice full of fearlessness and determination. The power in his body surged again, as if it wanted to break through the constraints of his body and compete with that deep power. New Lin's words echoed across the empty grassland, and even the wind seemed to stop for a moment. The profound power did not respond immediately, but like a sleeping beast in the ancient mountains, it slowly opened its invisible giant eyes and stared at the brave man who dared to challenge. The light and shadows on the grassland began to tremble violently. They seemed to be summoned by something and gathered towards the source of that power, forming an unprecedented torrent of energy. This torrent had no specific form, but it rushed towards New Lin with the momentum of destroying the world. New Lin took a deep breath, and the power in his body rushed madly through his meridians like a river bursting its banks. There was a faint glow beneath his skin, a sign that his potential had been stimulated to the limit. He dug his feet deep into the ground, as if he wanted to merge himself with the grassland to resist the coming impact. "Come on, let me see how strong you are," New Lin roared again, his voice full of indomitable spirit and pride. He suddenly jumped up, his figure drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and headed directly towards the torrent of energy. The moment the two collided, the entire grassland seemed to tremble. Amid the deafening roar, light and shadow interweave into a series of dazzling pictures. New Lin's figure shuttled, dodged, and counterattacked in the torrent. Each of his movements was precise and powerful, as if he was performing 10 silent dances with this force. However, this profound power is far beyond what New Lin can easily resist. It is like the wind that penetrates all holes, or the shadow that is everywhere, constantly eroding New Lin's defenses and challenging his limits. New Lin's body began to bear huge amounts of pressure, and the light from under his skin began to flicker as if it would go out at any time. "Not enough. I can't fall down yet," New Lin roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth and concentrated all his strength on his hands. His hands drew complex tracks in the air, as if he was weaving some ancient spell or guiding the power between heaven and earth. As New Lin's hands danced, a new power surged out of his body. This power was completely different from the previous one. It carried a simple and mysterious aura, as if it could communicate between heaven and earth and control everything. With the help of this power, New Lin's figure became more resolute and powerful. He began to gradually turn the tide of the battle and became evenly matched with that profound power. But at this moment, an even more surprising change occurred. The deep power seemed to sense the threat from New Lin, and it began to surge wildly, and the entire grassland seemed to be torn apart by it. New Lin stood in the center of the storm, his eyes full of determination and firmness, as if he was ready to face all challenges. "Let me see what kind of surprises you can bring me." New Lin muttered to himself, while his hands continued to dance, guiding the new power to have the final showdown with the deep power. Just when the power of both sides was about to reach its peak, and the entire grassland seemed to be swallowed up by this power, suddenly, an inexplicable wave came from the depths of the grassland, interrupting this fierce battle. New Lin and the profound power were stunned at the same time, as if they both felt some ancient and mysterious information contained in this wave. This sudden wave, like the gentle light of dawn, penetrated the thick clouds and fell on the bizarre battlefield under the moonlight. It does not carry the slightest hostility, but contains an ancient rhythm that is enough to shake everything, as if nature is originally telling a forgotten history. These light spots seem to have their own will. They weaved an invisible web in the void, trying to trap New Lin in it. As he approached, the space around the portal began to distort. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. Everything became both fast and slow, both clear and blurry. He felt a strong calling, a desire from deep within his heart, a desire to explore the unknown, a desire to unlock the deepest secrets of the universe. The light and shadow on the grassland gradually subsided. The complex totems and the manifestation of primitive power seemed to be gently smoothed by this mysterious wave at this moment, turning into starlight and slowly dissipating into the air. What kind of power is this? Lin was horrified. He had never seen such a strange and powerful existence. Humph, a mere illusion, you think you can trap me. Lin sneered, the power in his body surged, he waved his hands, the light around him became brighter, and turned into thousands of sword shadows, fiercely attacking the net formed by the light spot. He seemed to have become a speck of dust in the universe, small and free. There is no vast grassland and the interweaving of light and shadow here, but instead there is endless void and bright stars. As the distance shortened, Lin discovered that the roar was actually made up of countless tiny points of light. They circled and intertwined in the air, forming complex and orderly trajectories, like the most exquisite formation between heaven and earth. Lin strolled in the boundless void, and every step seemed to span eternity. The light surrounding his body and the mysterious runes in the void complemented each other, and he seemed to have become the most unique existence in the universe. This time he did not confront it head-on, but cleverly guided the power in the surrounding void to resonate with the network of light spots and gradually weaken its power. Request flowers, however, the web woven by the light spot was extremely tough. No matter how Lin attacked, it only caused ripples and showed no signs of breaking. As time went by, cracks finally began to appear in the originally indestructible web of light spots, and the light became dim. Since I can't break it with force, then I'll just follow its trend and use its force. A flash of enlightenment passed through Lin's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two bright rays of light shot out of his eyes, hitting the net of light spots directly. He closed his eyes, letting his mind resonate with the universe, feeling every subtle change in it. Without hesitation, Lin took a deep breath, tapped the air with his feet, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the portal resolutely. Inside the portal is a vast expanse of void, dotted with stars and the Milky Way, as if the entire universe is compressed in this small space. He stretched out his body and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the source of the sound. The light around him became even brighter at this moment, as if to illuminate the endless darkness. On the contrary, as Lin's attacks intensified, the net seemed to become tighter, slowly pulling him closer until he could almost feel every tiny vibration on it. In this cosmic void, Lin felt an unprecedented tranquility and vastness, but he did not give up. The potential in his body was fully stimulated. He closed his eyes and concentrated, merging himself with the universe and feeling every bit of the flowing power within it. Suddenly, a low and distant roar came from the depths of the void, like the breath of an ancient giant beast shaking the surrounding space. What place is this? Lin murmured to himself with both fear and yearning in his heart. Humph, a mere trial, you think you can stop me from moving forward? Lin stood in the void, looking at the gradually dissipating web of light spots. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Deep in the grassland, a long and thin crack slowly opened up, revealing a faint blue light. The light gradually expanded and eventually turned into 10 portals leading to unknown areas. Passing through the portal, Lin seemed to step into a whole new world. Lin's confrontation with the profound power also gave him a moment's respite. The sword shadow collided with the light spot, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The void seemed to be torn apart at this moment, revealing the deep and unknown darkness underneath. Gradually, he seemed to be able to hear the whispers of the stars, and feel the most primitive and purest power in the universe surging in his body. He was suspended in midair, surrounded by a faint light, his eyes fixed on the direction where the waves came from, his heart surging with indescribable shock and curiosity. What is even more amazing is that ancient runes can be vaguely seen flowing in the void. They are bright or dark, interweaving into profound pictures, telling the mysteries of the birth of the universe and the evolution of stars. Who dares to disturb my peace? Lin shouted in a low voice. Although his voice was light, it contained a power that should not be underestimated, and it echoed endlessly in the silent universe of this moon. Lin seized the opportunity. His figure flashed like a dragon emerging from the sea. He instantly broke free from the restraints and regained his freedom.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.